hell is going on? Okay. Are you, it's not that I'm late. The damn streaming app is like messing up. It's not like it's not showing me my pop-up chat for whatever reason. That's annoying. So I'm gonna have to do this a different way. Let's see. I guess we'll do it like this. And then we'll do it like what is this? Multi-streaming. And then I guess we'll do this. This is gonna be a little weird. This isn't how I normally do it. I don't know what the hell's going on. It was like lagging for a minute, and then it said I had to like re-verify my whatever it is, my like kick. Kick is always the one that's causing problems. A bunch of fucking troublemakers. Yo. Ah, yes, we love technical difficulties. I do too. Yes, it's fantastic. Actually, to be honest with you, it's like the one, like, I am a calm and collected person. There's not a lot of stuff that's gonna, like, push me over the edge or anything like that. Every once in a while, every blue moon, I'll snap. But I think like the only times that I can remember in recent memory is when I was supposed to go to TennoCon for Warframe, and I couldn't find my what the hell is it? I couldn't find my my passport. I got to the airport, and then somehow my passport was just gone. The whole reason why is because I just completely forgot that I put it in a very special spot inside of one of my bags, something that I did not figure out or find until like 2 years later or a year later or something like that. But I definitely lost it that day for sure, because I was like, I'm not crazy. I know I have it. Where did it go? You know, that kind of thing. But the only other thing that will push me over the edge is technical difficulties. like if, because it's one of those things where it's just like, I don't know what's wrong, and I don't know how to, especially if it's something that's like software related. Hardware related, that's a different story. You can tool that, right? You can figure that kind of thing out on your own. But when it's software, like, what am I going to do? Get in there and fix the code? Like, I have no idea what's going on. I don't know why it's messing up. How am I going to fix this? How am I going to be able to fix this? The answer is there's just no way. It's just the life that I would have to live. Just the life that I would have to live. How was your Thanksgiving? So, for the first time ever, I didn't have one. It is what it is. It's just like, it's never going to happen again. I'll tell you that right now. I'm somebody that takes holidays and bonding with others and stuff like that pretty damn seriously, to be honest with you. It's very incredibly important to me, and also I think to just people's sanity in general. But it's just how things ended up working out that the plans that I had ended up falling through. So it is what it is. Is what it is. I hope everybody else had a fantastic Thanksgiving, though. What did I do? I played Dispatch. I played Dispatch all day. That's what I did. I just kind of disconnected from reality and played Dispatch, which, by the way, banger game. Absolutely banger. Though I probably shouldn't say banger game, because it doesn't really... It's not really a game. Right? I don't... Like, what is it? Banger Telltale game. Yeah. More or less, I feel like I should probably just say, like, banger show. Like, it's a good show, a good interactive show, right? It definitely leans way harder into, like, it being a show than it being really much of anything else. Playable TV show? Yeah, essentially. choose your own adventure story. Yeah, but I guess I'd have to play it. I'm gonna have to play it again to find out like just how different of outcomes you would get if you chose different paths, right? And before anybody asks, Invisigirl. Immediately. It wasn't even a hesitation. No, I take that back. I did hesitate. I hesitated a little bit. A little bit. I can't believe that I love that the developers for the game went back in hindsight and were like, we ended up removing the banging scenes from the game, right? They're like, we ended up taking that out, and now they immediately regret doing so. So, but the funny thing is, I think that is straight up bait. I almost guarantee these guys built up these characters and built up this story to be like, you want that payoff? Better come back for the DLC. Blonde Blazer all the way. She ain't loyal. She ain't loyal. What are you talking about? Read the comic, bro. Phenomenon didn't love her. I don't care. What kind of excuse? What kind, she needs to bring it the fuck back. You gotta warn a brother. You know what I mean? I was twisted up. I was like, this girl is straight up coming on to me. All right, I'm in. Let's see what's going on. Let's see if there's, you know, like, is this chemistry going on? And then she dropped the bomb on me later, and I was like, hell no. So is it really her fault? I'm hesitant to blame her. You guys are only saying that because she's hot. You are only saying that because she's hot. Simps. Yes, this is simp mentality. This is actual simp mentality. Bro, but I mean, he didn't even really love her, man. What are you doing? Realize. I want you to realize, by the way, this is the exact same justifications every guy that is hooked up with a girl that was with somebody had said to himself. It ain't that it's not just that she's not loyal. Y'all ain't loyal. We got some degenerates in this chat. Absolute degenerates. Y'all need to do some spiritual healing. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Vizzy punched you, man? Oh, no. I know. I can fix her. Exactly. Oh, man. Total sidetrack. If you invested money into Ubisoft 25 years ago, you'd be at a 68% lost. 25 years ago. Is that actually... I don't know if that's actually true. I feel like you're lying to me there. Ubisoft stock. I mean, so this is only going to be like one of their stock. Jesus fucking Christ. This only goes back to show like their maximum stock. Well, this is a different stock. This is a different stock. You'd have to actually go back and look at like when they originally hit the stock exchange, because this isn't actually showing it anymore. Now it's actually just showing... I'd have to see like the full breakdown of like all of their different stock threads. But if you're looking at Ubisoft ADR, the 1/5 org shares, that one, yeah, you'd be down pretty pretty bad, to be honest with you. You'd be down pretty bad. You know what I find really funny about the entire Ubisoft thing is that if you actually go back and you look at like the video that I had made, right? Ubisoft Legend. So this is the first video that I had made on Ubisoft. It was at $3.19 when I made this video. It was at $3.19, right? So this was this time last year. So I made this video this time last year, right? And it's half that. It went down by half that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Am I the only guy that thought both girls with red flags and didn't go for them? I mean, everybody has red flags. You just have to make the decision if those red flags are leading towards a goal. I don't know. Watch your video on PC hardware stuff. It's so depressing. Oh, it gets worse. We're gonna watch some stuff on it today, and we're gonna talk about some stuff on that today. But yeah, it gets a lot worse, to be honest with you. The issue that I have with all the stuff related to everything that's going on with like these AI discussions and stuff like that is that I don't really see things getting better by the dip. Well, it's not the dip if it keeps on dipping. You're just buying a grave. I hope Ubisoft sells the TC name so we can get a proper Rainbow Six games. They're not going to. So I don't think people really understand exactly where like how Ubisoft is built out right now. So the money from Tencent has already been collected. The deal has already gone through. They've made a new subsidiary. That subsidiary houses Tom Clancy, Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and I think that's it. So, woof. I mean that's. I mean, it could be a good thing. Hopefully, Tencent helps them get like those specific franchises like back on track. But yeah, I've been watching Atrioc, How Money Works, and CoffeeZilla's videos. I really like CoffeeZilla. I'm a huge fan of the guy. The way that he conducts his research is fucking insane. Like the minute details that he finds on some of the stuff it's great. It's great to see. But after they shut down XDefiant, I uninstalled all Ubisoft games from the launcher, and I will never touch one of their products again in my life. You're not the only one that feels that way, and you have to keep in mind like all the different like franchises that have suffered as a result of like some of their really bad investments over time, and just like how garbage they are with the money that they do have. I mean, we can look at the Ubisoft stuff really quick because there's not really like too much to talk about with that. So obviously they came out with their DLC, right? And I love that in 2025, the most like creatively bankrupt people in the games industry, these guys all share the same brain cell. It's so obvious that they all just share the same brain cell. What if same game, but bigger? I bet everybody would like that. Is it Attack on Titan? Yeah, it's an Attack on Titan collab. But still, like, it's also like a really not well done collab. This is one of the things that kind of bothered me a while ago. I think I might have brought this up with... What game did I bring this up with? I actually think it was a Ubisoft game. I just can't remember which one it was. I don't know. I don't think it was Star Wars. I think it... No. It was an EA game. It was the collaboration with Apex Legends and Final Fantasy, where the Apex Legends Final Fantasy collab was awful. What the fuck is that? That's what I'm saying. Bro, I'm like, at one point in time, some of these studios that are just so bad, like they're so bad at their job that eventually, like, they're gonna cause damage to other brands by associating with them. Like, if I was running the Attack on Titan brand, I would be like, bro, what is this? Like, it's so poorly implemented. It looks terrible. I watched somebody playing through it. They've been Ubisoft has been copyright striking people posting videos of it. That's how bad this is. So, it's just like, at one point in time, if you're one of these companies, you're just going to stop collaborating with companies like Ubisoft, or you're going to stop collaborating with companies like EA or Microsoft and Call of Duty and things like that, because all they're going to do is just leave a bad impression of your brand on customers. Like, this puts a bad taste in my mouth. I don't want this. And most people are going to turn away from it, which means that's going to weaken the recognition of your brand in the eyes of players and of people that enjoy that kind of content. And that means that in the future, they're not going to trust future collaborations with other games or with other sorts of media. So it makes them weary of it. They stay away from it. They don't want to have anything to do with it. So like, that's why I see stuff like this. And it's like, if I was running a game studio and I got a collaboration with Attack on Titan, with Final Fantasy VII, with whatever game or whatever it is, I would try to represent that as faithfully as I possibly could, even if it came at the detriment of whatever the game's like fan base is. I mean, you obviously want to try to do it perfectly, where you can execute on both sides and make sure that you're faithfully representing something, but you're also making sure that it's good for your core audience. That's like it's a difficult thing to be able to do, but that's what you have to do in these situations. Otherwise, you're going to piss off one side of that, and that's just a bad scenario either way. It's embarrassing is what it is. It's embarrassing. It also makes me feel like when I see shit like this, it makes me feel like you're cosplaying. You're cosplaying the interest. I don't even know who this is supposed to be. Like, whose skin is this supposed to be? Zach Fair, maybe? Yuffie, I guess? Oh my god. This is also what happens when you take Zach Unfair. What the fuck? This is what happens. So this is supposed to be Tifa. This is what happens when you layer hot characters over ugly ones. I played Apex Legends, I think, like right when it first launched. I really just never clicked with this game. I don't know what it was. This is the closest one. This is the closest one. That Attack on Titan collab is so terrible that it made One Punch Man Season 3 look good. I'm almost happy that I finished Season 2 of One Punch Man, but I haven't watched it. I haven't watched Season 3 at all. Oh, is he supposed to be Cloud? Is this hard? This is a paralysis demon. What is this? Aerith, my poor baby. Meanwhile, I have to be really careful. I gotta look this up off screen, because I gotta be really careful when searching something like this. I fucking hate when it does this. Hold on. This is a collaboration between Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis and Nier. I never thought of anything. I never even thought of something like this being possible. How diabolic a combination is of two of the most well-known and like hottest female video game characters to ever exist being combined into one. Tifa and 2B. My God. My God. It's cool because even if you didn't tell me what the collab was, I'd know immediately. Right, exactly. Like, you can still recognize the characters and know who they are immediately just by looking at them, and then also recognize the outfits and know exactly who they are as well. If this Apex Final Fantasy VII collab reminds me of the scene in Spaceballs where the Empire catches stunt doubles instead of protagonists. Yeah. God damn it. I am actually worried about I'm worried, but also like not at the same time about the like Spaceballs 2, right? Because I know that they're going to be doing a sequel to it. I think I missed another super chat. 1 second. Assassin's Creed ended when Desmond Miles died. The rest of this garbage the rest was garbage, including Black Flag. The big money would be in accurately remaking the first 4 games of the trilogy. $3 billion idea. I mean, maybe, but also at the exact time. Also, at the exact same time, you have to recognize nostalgia as well, right? So, like, keep in mind that, like, while, yeah, for sure, people are going to would be interested in a remake of the original, like, 4 games. At the same time, they've soured their name so much, and it also, like, widely depends on, like, how many, like, millennial gamers would be the ones to show up. Apex Season 1 through 6 was peak Apex. It's gone downhill since then. Yeah. Thank you guys for the super chats. Appreciate that. None of the ACs need remaster except for 4. Surprisingly, it aged worse than 2. Really? I remember recently that like I had watched or I'd like included cinematics from their older games in some of my videos, and I remember when I was watching them where I was like, bro. Like, I remember, like, watching the trailer for AC1 and being like, this is not really that far off from some games today. And it actually even has, like, its own edge a little bit. Ever since Happy Gilmore 2, Spaceballs 2 seems doomed. I don't know. I kind of liked Happy Gilmore 2. Not comparing it to the rest of like that original like set of like Adam Sandler movies, obviously. I mean, like, that was like a generational run. Like, there's just like, you're not getting back to that. We know that. And honestly, it was pretty obvious that the vast majority of that movie was mostly just sponsorships. I mean, like, the amount of money that they must have made off of just sponsorships alone on that video and product placement is crazy. Because, I mean, like, you had banks on there. You had all kinds of different stuff. So, yeah. But for what it is, especially in today's terms, when we look at, like, modern movies, I think it was actually not bad, to be honest. Happy Gilmore 2 is better than 99% of slop that's been spewing. Yeah, it is. It's not like the greatest movie ever by any means, obviously. It's not as good as the first movie because it revisits a lot of those tropes and stuff in a way that doesn't really, like, work. But, like, some of the skits and some of the stuff was actually, it was pretty funny. I got a couple giggles out of it. Enjoyed watching it. That's all I care about. But I'm just like an old TV nut. Like old movies and TV is kind of like where I go. I just go back to what used to be, like what was good. So this is bad. This is bad. This Attack on Titan collab is bad. And then it follows with the news of Ubisoft no longer plans to launch a second major Assassin's Creed Shadows expansion. Let's take a look at this. Ubisoft confirmed it has no plans to launch a second major Assassin's Creed Shadows expansion, something that previously would have formed part of the game's now abandoned season pass. Shadows first, and now it seems only major expansion launched in September, the 10-hour Claws of Awaji, had previously been described as the first expansion included in the Shadows Season Pass, an offer that was formally scrapped a year ago when Ubisoft delayed the game's launch from November 2024 to February 2025. As an apology for the game's delay, Ubisoft said it would gift Claws of Awaji for free to all pre-order customers, but fans still assumed the second expansion would follow at some point, as has become the custom for every major Assassin's Creed title over the past decade. This is a really long article. This is way longer than I thought it would be. What is this? As of now, at this moment for year 2, there is no expansion set for the no expansion on the size of Awaji that is planned. Associate game director Simon LeMay, I don't even know, Comtois? I don't know how to say that. Said in an interview with JoRaptor. LeMay caveated his answer by noticing some exceptional examples in the past where Ubisoft had changed plans to make more add-on content than it had originally envisioned, such as with its recent Saudi-funded DLC. God. That arrived 2 years post-launch for Assassin's Creed Mirage. But currently, it seems that there is no second expansion into the cards, and there's no suggestion that Shadow's post-launch plans will extend into year 3. What about all the people that were talking about how successful of a game this was? You guys remember that? You guys remember all that? Remember when I was talking about how like there was just no fucking way, just looking at the numbers, right? Just looking at what is available in reality to be able to give a touchstone to see how well this game could have performed. Looking at Steam, looking at other platforms, looking at just general sentiment online, looking at YouTube videos and how so much more of the negative videos on Assassin's Creed were getting views than the positive ones. But no, man, that's all just grifting, dog. No, Assassin's Creed Shadows is a fantastic game, and it sold billions of copies. It's probably, what did they say? It was trending in the same direction as Origins. I think that was what all the journalists were saying. It's trending in the same direction as Origins. Is it? Was it? Please. Are you kidding me? So this incredibly successful Assassin's Creed game, now all of a sudden, isn't going to get its second DLC, which, by the way, this DLC was likely already, and you guys know this is a fact. You know that this DLC was already ready to rip. This was likely something that they developed alongside, and this is something that just, like, destroys some of these games and some of these studios. And I don't know if some of you guys know this. In some cases, they will break off the DLC team and have them starting work on DLC, like, a year before the game even releases. So people that could be working on the game, making sure that it launches in the best state it possibly can, are then split away from the team to go work on monetization more than anything else. Isn't that ridiculous? Isn't that just like, I don't even know what to say about that. Like, there's so... That obviously has an impact on the quality of the game at launch. Not to mention the fact that you're very obviously cutting content that could have been in the game at launch as well. So it's like the double whammy. We're getting a worse game at lower quality because not enough people are actually working on the game, and we're also having people that are making content that could have been in the game at launch, but instead wanted to try to milk their customers for more money. And this is what I've been saying all along. Like, these kind of business practices and like this way of doing things, it's going to fail. You are going to fail at one point in time. You are going to lose your customers, you are going to lose your money, and eventually you will lose your business. If some of these companies don't step up to the plate and realize that going into this next generation of video games, if all of your effort isn't on making something fun, unique, and well crafted, something of actual quality, I mean something that releases that it actually performs on various sets of hardware and that also comes out at a price that is worth people's money or is affordable for most people, then you're gonna fail. So you have to be doing those things. So if you're not doing them, you're smoked. Absolutely smoked. You will all follow the same path as Ubisoft. Every single one of them. They're just the most egregious because they've been the most egregious. They're the worst case example because they have quite literally done the worst practices in the industry to the absolute extreme. Greed's killing the hobby. Unironically. Like, these guys are so bad. It really has nothing to do, like, while there's definitely blame to be shared with the creatives themselves, because I do think that there is some type of creative collapse within the industry where there's a lot of people that have their own biases when it comes to life and social shit, like social situations and just like society as a whole, right? If we're talking about just culture war nonsense and whatnot, a lot of groupthink going on. So like there is some of that influence that is affecting these games for sure, affecting hiring practices, affecting what creative ideas make it and which ones don't. But more than anything, it really is just the dudes at the top making all the decisions for everybody else. It really is just the dudes at the top that are just destroying it. GameCube, please save us. I am of the mind, and this is such a pipe dream. I did see this. Hold on. Let me finish with this Ubisoft thing. Otherwise, I'm gonna go off on a fucking tangent here. No, fuck it. We'll go off on the tangent. We like tangents on this channel, okay? We like tangents on this channel. This is how I write videos anyway. This is how I write videos. I saw this before I started stream. This is an Omen HP 16L gaming PC. AMD Ryzen 5 8400F. I don't know exactly what that model is, but these specs for the most part are damn near right in line with the Steam machine, right? It's right in line with the Steam machine. Like, they're not that big, they're not that much off. I mean, you can go a little bit more in one direction or the other. And if you have this coming out for $59.99 or $549.99, I mean, there's a possibility. And now keep in mind, this is an HP Omen. This is going to be running Windows. So like, I know some people are going to be like, well, maybe some of these specs are actually better than the Steam machine, but if you're going to have a platform that's going to be running Linux, it's going to be running SteamOS. Like SteamOS is light. Like, it weighs nothing. It barely puts any strain on your system whatsoever. So you're going to have a way better OS, which means that everything will run better as a result of that. The better the OS, the less memory it's taking up, the less RAM, everything, all power in general, right? So like, if I'm seeing something like this, like, I'm not saying that all hope is lost on the Steam machine being under $1,000. If the Steam machine is under $1,000, we have a situation on our hands. I'm not even sure who the Steam machine is for. The Steam machine is not going to be for people that already... It will be for people that use Steam already, but it'll likely be for people that are like... There's tons of ways to be able to do it, though, which is the problem. Like, the Steam has like a ton of different devices that you can use to be able to stream games to other rooms or whatever, right? If I want to play games on my TV, there's like a Steam stick I could use. I could literally just plug an HDMI cable into my computer and run it over to my TV over there and play games. But it is absolutely, this is aimed at the console audience. It is. Well, I know people are kind of like, oh, you know, what? No. This is aimed at the console audience. And if Steam can actually, and I don't think that they're going to break through immediately. That's the thing. I don't think that, you know, if the Steam machine comes out, or when it comes out, sorry, I don't think that it's just going to like absolutely rip through the games industry and everybody's going to run and just buy them all off the shelves. Well, actually, probably the first run they will. But this right here, not this, but just the Steam machine in general. When the Steam machine drops, a couple of things are actually going to happen. One, they're not going to be the only one making them. The same way as the Steam machine. Once it's out there, you're going to have a bunch of these PC companies, HP, whoever else that are going to be Alienware, whoever, they're also going to make their own as well. And then you're going to have a bunch of different like price variety, higher end ones, lower end ones, all kinds of different places for you to be able to get into, right? And if it proliferates and it does enter into the ecosystem and more people start playing it and talking about it, we shall convert more to the cult of Gabe. And I'm going to tell you right now, the one thing that's like really difficult to be able to communicate to a lot of like people that really play most of their games on console is like how good Steam is. It's really hard to just like to communicate that, because you're just like, oh, well, you know, why do you like Steam? Like that. How do you answer that? Why do you like Steam? I like it because all my games are in one place. I like it because it works. I like it because it's constantly updated. I like it because it's transparent. It tells me everything that I need to know about every game that I'm buying. I like it because I can gift games to my friends. I like it because I can read and leave detailed reviews. I like it because it has access to more games than I could ever get in any other place ever, period. And it's not even close. I can access early access games. I can access fully developed games. I get massive discounts all year round. There's a long list of things, and even though it's like, oh, well, all those things sound good, but like people just don't understand what like the experience of having all of those things together is like. And then so this is why people like it. Free online play? Yes. Never having to play to be able to play online. Man, holy shit. Mods, yeah, modding games also is another thing as well. PCs age well, you can change settings. That's also another thing as well, too. I think that's something that I think a lot of people kind of miss out on, is the fact that, like, PCs age really well, right? Like, you could play I mean, it depends on some of these companies, Jesus Christ, the way they've been making some of these games. But PCs do age well. You can always lower settings to be able to play games that come out that are maybe a little bit more demanding. Customer support that actually works, also true. Also true. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons. But honestly, I've never wanted something more for the console audience than I ever have today, because with this happening, like, people don't have to worry about this shit anymore. You want to know why? You want to know why Assassin's Creed canceled their season pass? I think this also goes to show how, like, none of these journalists ever explore critical thought beyond what is told to them. Whatever these game developers and studios tell you, that is as far as you go with your imagination. You guys can't think outside the box on any of this stuff. You want to know why they canceled their season pass? Because Steam has a rule that you have to deliver on your season pass content if you charge money for it. And if you don't deliver, then they will refund it all back to the customer. I would guarantee they planned on taking that money. They planned on not doing all of the DLC or under-delivering on what was initially promised, right? Because they didn't really tell you what was in the second half of the DLC. They just said, oh, it's going to be 2 expansions. Well, how big are those expansions? I don't know, right? And then I guarantee before the game released, they were like, you know what? We're all of a sudden, and by the way, Steam had made that change just before the launch of Assassin's Creed Shadows. Just before they delayed it. I think if I remember correctly, I believe that Steam had made the announcement just before Tokyo Game Show. That Tokyo Game Show, Ubisoft did not show up, and then a week later, Ubisoft announced the delay of the game. So, I'd bet some good money that they saw that go through. They said, we don't really know if we're actually going to be delivering on all of our DLC, or even if we'll even do the DLC past what we've already created for DLC. So we're just going to get rid of the season pass entirely. Otherwise, we're going to have to deal with refunds and all this other stuff, and we don't want to deal with that. This is why I want this blessing bestowed. And you know what the funny thing is? It shows how influential Steam is as a platform, that it also affects other consoles, right? It affects other platforms. Because of how strict their rules are, other platforms, you know, if people go to sell their game on other platforms, they can't do it over there, because if they're putting their game on Steam, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Asmon will be giving away 5 if it's less than 1,000. Asmon will be giving away 5 of them if it's less than 1,000. Good deal. He has it saved and clipped. There you go. Elect me, Steam will be a branch of government. I like that. I like that. I like that. The Valve branch. Yeah. He said plus minus 100. Plus minus 100? So are you trying to tell me that if it comes out and it's $900, he's just going to be like, wow, you know, I said 1,000 plus minus 100. That's bullshit. You need to hold him to his word. Hold him to his word. $899.99 is yeah. True. Oh no, it's 1,100 up or down. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Once you switch to Steam, there's no going back. Actually, true. I mean, you got to keep in mind, like I was a console gamer for my whole life, essentially. Like the only time that I ever played games on PC was just World of Warcraft. And that was like the only game that I played. Like there was a time in my life in which the only thing I ever did was play World of Warcraft, Halo, Gears of War, Call of Duty on rotation. That was it. I didn't play shit else. I played those 4 games and I never played a damn thing else. And that I feel like that was probably for like a good 4+ years straight. That was all. That was all I played. Jeez. Black Guy, thank you for the 25 gifted. Absolutely goated, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, brother. Everybody, thank you for the subs. Jesus Christ. Good Lord. Inside the cave? I was the cave. Dude, I never left the dungeon, dog. I never left the dungeon. Fuck, I didn't even date any girls during that period. Like that was that was like the most degenerate I have ever lived in my entire life. By date, I mean that I don't like, I didn't have a girlfriend. I mean, I dated, but I wasn't trying to get a girlfriend, because a girlfriend would be trying to interrupt my raid schedule, and that's some fucking nope. I had already gone through that. The only reason that I had even gotten into World of Warcraft, all right, I'll tell you guys this. The only reason I had gotten into World of Warcraft is because over the summer, I had met a girl that was like friends with a friend of a friend, and she was like staying there. She was down from another state. I think she was from like Michigan or something like that. And she was there for like a month, right? So me and her, we started talking. We got along really well. I thought she was just the greatest thing in the world. And we hit it off. We started dating. She was like, oh, like she was into games. And I was like, oh, you're into games? She's like, oh yeah. She'd come over to my I was with my mom's house at the time. She'd come over to my mom's house, right? And we play we go play games in my room in the basement or whatever. And then but she was like, I can't wait to get home so I can log back into WoW. And I was like, wow. And she's like, yeah, World of Warcraft. And I'm like, she's like, you don't play WoW? And I'm like, no, I've never played that. I'm like, I've seen the commercials. And this is back when they had like the Ozzy Osbourne commercials and all of that shit, right? And I was definitely one of those guys that was like, look at these fucking geeks, these fucking World of Warcraft geeks. I'd never play that game. I'm a Halo gamer, right? I'm a Halo gamer. I had a jacket that said I'm the other red dot on the back of it because I was the other red dot on the map. It was stupid. But like that's all I cared about was like Halo and Gears of War and Call of Duty. I was like, I'm a shooter, right? But when you got this girl that's, you know, whispering sweet nothings into your ear when you're dating a girl and she's just like, oh, I have to go back home now. So she had to go back home, which she was living like 4 hours away or something like that. 4 or 5 hours away. I forgot how far it was. And she's like, but we could play World of Warcraft together. So, of course, at that point in time, I'm like, all right, fine. Yeah, I'll play it. Right? That was our way to be able to bond. We would play World of Warcraft together. So I started playing World of Warcraft, and I played as a night elf hunter because she was a night elf hunter. Because I didn't understand any of it, right? Like, I'm just trying to figure it out. So she's like teaching me as I go, right? And so I just picked the same class as her. I didn't really think anything about it. That was probably the worst mistake I ever made. Well, I mean, it's the worst and best mistake I ever made. So I start playing as a hunter. I'm going around. I'm following her around. You know, she's teaching me how to play the game. I get to max level. I get attuned for the dungeons in Burning Crusade. I started in BC. I got attuned for the raids in BC. And finally, a spot opened up where I got to come in sometimes and raid with her guild. She got me into her guild. And it went well. I mean, I was learning as I went, right? So, like, the first raid went all right. Yeah, I fucked up a couple times, is what it is. But I learned pretty quickly, and then I kind of figured some stuff out. And then I think by the time we got to... Is it... Oh, my God. Why can't I think of the name of it? What's the raid with the Naga? It's... Because we did Gruul. SSC. Yeah, SSC. Yeah. Yeah. SSC. We went and did... Yeah. Serpent Shrine Caverns, right? Is that what it's called? Yeah. Okay, I'm right. All right. By the time we got to Serpent Shrine, your boy was cooking. I knew what I was doing. All of a sudden, next thing you know, after I got the bow from... I got the bow from Karazhan, right? The Phoenix bow. I can't remember a lot of the weapon names. It's been a long time since I played World of Warcraft, man. Because you got to remember, I quit in Cataclysm, and I dropped it since then. I went back and I played Dragon, whatever it was, for like a couple weeks, but I fell off it because I didn't have any friends that were really playing it anymore. I didn't really understand the game, and it just didn't feel the same anymore. So, Serpent Shrine Caverns, your boy is cooking. And your boy cooked too hard. Because the next thing you knew, I became one of the, like, top DPS in their guild. And She might have lost a raid spot. She broke up with me on Valentine's Day. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. One too hard? I want to let you know. I think in the raid before we broke up, I got 2 pieces of my tier 5. I mean, it was worth it. It was worth it. What? It's totally your fault. I'm just saying. Hey, sometimes it's just the way it goes. You got to trade one thing for the other, right? You got to trade one thing for the other. The way it goes, man. Never play a game where you actually have to directly compete with the person you're dating. That's a terrible thing. Don't do that. Don't do it. All's fair in love and WoW. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? If it makes you feel any better, I fell in love and deluded myself that a LDR with a girl from Canada was going to work out. Oh, long distance relationship with a girl from Canada was going to work out at 15. Oh, bro, I did that shit, especially like back in the days of like I did like some I did like a little bit of like traveling sports and stuff like that, soccer and whatnot, and I was also like I came from like not like a super strictly religious family, but definitely a family that wanted to get me out of their hair every time like summer kicked around, right? So I get sent off to like Bible camps and shit all the time. All the time. And the amount of times that I would meet girls that were from like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours away from where I live, where like it would never work out, but I still went for it anyway. The amount of times that I put myself through heartbreak that was not necessary. 6, 7, fuck. I hate myself. Man, those are the fucking days, dude. Those were the days. You know, it's definitely one of those things where it's like, everybody always tells you when you're younger that you will always look back on these days. It all obviously depends on what your days were like when you were younger. But I am definitely one of those people that's like, fuck, everybody was right. Those were the days. Everybody was right. Those were the days. They were. They were the days, man. They were the days. I was a fucking gremlin. Where's the cat? He's sleeping. He's been like really fucking weird lately. I think he's not being weird. I'm being weird. I've had like a couple of like weird nights where I've been up like way, way too late. So then he stays up too late. So then he sleeps all day. But then I don't. I miss 16, 18-year-old me. There's all kinds of versions of me that I miss. I do like the current version of myself as well, though. You just got different phases, right? You got different, it's boss phases is all it is. You got to enjoy each one. They're all different. 16-year-old me was a moron. 16-year-old me was a fucking idiot. Actually, I'll be real with you. 16 to 7, like, no, I'd say like 15 to 17. 15 to 17 kind of, like, other than the gaming at the time, like, the gaming was peak. Everything else outside of that was really bad. Everything outside of that was really bad. I mean, it was, but it wasn't. Like, I picked like the worst people to hang out with. But it was like teenage angst, right? Like my parents, my mom like wanted the best for me, right? So she sent me and pushed me to go into like a private high school where like all the kids were rich. And like I just didn't do shit. Like legit, I just didn't do anything. I didn't want to put the effort in. Like, it demotivated the fuck out of me. I didn't really make any friends. All my friends went to the public high school. And it was just... I understand the motivation. They wanted me to get, like, a good education. But at the exact same time, like... It was kind of fucked because it's like, okay, so you want me to get a good education, but you don't want me to have a social life? Do you think that's a healthy trade-off? You got to figure out how to be able to like balance that in some way. And like, I think that they thought that if they sent me there, I would swim rather than sink, but I sunk. Ooh boy, did I sunk. It was not a good deal. I mean, like, I had to work for like 2 summers straight to be able to afford my like how much was it? Like not my $900 1996 Ford Probe. That car was a piece of shit. God, that thing sucked. It broke down all the time. It constantly had issues. Things were always going out. The AC would break down. The seats were burnt up. The dude that had it before me was a smoker and just like tore it up from the inside. It was not a good car. It was a bad car. Everybody else at school rolling up in fucking BMWs, Escalades, Mustangs. And here's me in a Ford Probe. Silver Spoon babies. I mean, some of them are good people. I'm not going to pretend like they're all bad people or anything like that. I'm not going to pretend like they were all bad people. It's just like we just didn't mix. And it was partially just because like I was jaded because I was there and it was both, right? It was like I couldn't hang out with any of those people because I had to work when I wasn't at school. Because that was just the nature, the single mother household, right? Like it's just the nature of the situation. I had to have a job. If I wanted to have a car, I had to have a job to be able to pay for the insurance and pay for my gas and all that stuff. So if I didn't want freedom and I just wanted to like have my mom pick me up from school and take me home and shit, then, I wouldn't be able to. But I also viewed it as like I need to work because that's going to prepare me for the world, right? So like that's what I did. But everybody else had a lot of free time. Or they would work during the summer where I worked all year round. And yeah, so that kind of kept me out of like all the social loops and stuff. And then I was jaded because I saw like how much more these kids were given and how, I didn't have as much as they did and whatnot. Is what it is. So then that pushed me to making friends with some of the most degenerate people in town. Some of the most degenerate people in town. Yeah. Drug dealers, fucking gangbangers, people hiding out from like one of the dudes that I was like homies with. I mean, we hung out like all the time. The only reason he was living in the area was because he got shot up in South Chicago and just like he couldn't be there anymore. It was cooked for him. I remember like years later, man, this is actually probably like 7 years ago now or 5 years ago or something like that. I got a call from him randomly, and it was a collect call from like some fucking prison in Texas. And I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, da, 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 da. And then like it gives you like tells you like what their name is, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, I know who that is. So I accept the call. And well, he's Mexican. He was also illegal. He called me and he was like, hey dog, I'm getting deported. I was like, damn, dude. And he's like, no, it's all good, man. I got a whole setup down there. I'm ready to go, man. You know, it's been good. I'm just, you know, touching base with everybody before I'm out of here, yada, yada, yada. You know, you'll never see me again, et cetera, et cetera. And like, it's all good, dog. It's all good. And he's like, yeah, I got caught up for this and that and whatever. I was like, damn, dude. And he's like, you doing good though? And I'm like, yeah, man. Yeah. And he's like, that's good, man. I just want to let you know, man, you were one of the best friends I ever had. And I was like, damn. He's like, you're the realest motherfucker I know. And I was like, which meant a lot because I was like I was just like, I stuck out in that friend group like a sore thumb because like all these motherfuckers were criminals. And then you had me that was like, I'm going to go home and do my homework. But I liked hanging out with people like that. They had stories. They had stories. And the good shit. These motherfuckers knew how to party. All my friends and all the people that I knew in high school, all these guys were doing like, all these guys are having like, they were having parties like down by the water, or they were having parties at like so-and-so's house when their parents left town. These guys, you know where we drank? We drank outside of the local gas station. Posted the fuck up. Those were some of the best fucking nights ever. Those are some of the... my buddy's friend owned... my buddy's friend. One of my friends, his parents owned the gas station. And he would work there late at night. And then he'd just be like, use the lot next to the gas station. And then we would just post up at the gas station. You were a gas station rat? Yeah. Yeah. Why do you guys... I say this all the time. LD, why do you know what some of these CEOs are going to do? I have been surrounded by scammers my entire, like, forever. Like, most of these guys in the games industry are a bunch of rat fucks. They're all crooks. I was born in the soup, dog. I was raised by the streets. Yeah, I was around all kinds of shit, man. I saw all kinds of shit. Fuck. My friend group that I hung out with, they're not my friends anymore. This is the minute that your boy left the streets. After all that time of me hanging out with these dudes, I invited them to go to this car show. Because I was going to go to this car show, and I was like, come with me. And they're like, no, we can't, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm like, it's going to be a party all weekend. Okay, whatever. I come back home. They rob my house. Pawned off all my shit so they could go get blow. After that, I was like, okay, I gotta get the fuck out of this. I can't have anything to do with this. I was never like big into hardcore shit. I never touched anything like that. That was never for me. I just never had any interest in it. But these guys, like, the longer I hung out with them, like, at first, like, when we were younger, it was all just like, you know, it was all just like drinking beer or like, you know, burning one down every once in a while. But those guys, they got into like harder and harder shit. And I was like, bro, I went to Dare. I'm not going to do that. What are you doing? Why are you taking that? But that's gross, man. You don't want to be messing around with that shit. And then, yeah. And it just got worse and worse. And then by the time it got to that point, yeah, they'd robbed my house. So then at that point, I was like, yeah, I'm out. I'm peacing out of here. Top 10 anime betrayals. Yeah, it was a whole thing. They betrayed you. They absolutely did. They absolutely did. And I never did a damn thing to those folks. I mean, I'd always been. This is why Homeboy called me from prison years later. And almost all of those dudes have come and approached me at one point in time and have like apologized for like all the shit that had happened between us like over the years. They're like, dude, it's crazy. Like some of the people that actually end up getting out of that shit years later will come back and they'll realize they're like, fuck, man. You know, I had a real friend at one point in time, and like some of those guys came back and, you know, hey, I just want to say I'm sorry for this or that or whatever else, you know, you were just doing your thing, you know. And the funny thing is, some of those guys, and I didn't even realize this until later, that like some of those guys even held resentment towards me just the same way that I resented the people that I was in high school with, because the people I was in high school with came from well-off families. I resented them. I didn't come from a well-off family, but my family was more well-off than the people I was hanging out with. And because I went to that private school, they thought I was like those people. So like there was like that kind of dynamic that came out of that over the years as well. Income gaps, man. That's where all the real animosity is. They wanted you back so they could rob you again? Oh, no. These guys, even when they came back and like told me that thing, I'm like, I mean, I told them straight up. And I've always been this kind of way. Like, if you guys, it probably should come through, hopefully, in like videos and stuff like that. But like, I don't really put on an act, like bravado or anything like that. I just say what the fuck I mean. Because like, I don't want to be misconstrued. I don't want to be misunderstood. I just want people to know who the fuck I am. And then it just makes my life easier, right? And with these dudes, even when they came back, it's just like, hey, yeah, you know, they would tell me like, you know, oh, I'm sorry about this, and this. And I'm like, that's cool. We're still not going to be like friends though. No, I get that. Like, it's not like I'm just going to be like, oh, okay, cool. Now we made up. No, there's no makeup. Like, that's just like, I appreciate it. I do. I wish you the best, but that ship has sailed. I'm not somebody that tries to rebuild burnt bridges. It's just not my style. Because regardless, like that kind of resentment, especially on my end, is always going to exist. It's never going to go away. So it's better for me to just be real with myself rather than try to placate other people, right? That was an unretractable betrayal. In my eyes, yeah. Because that, like, literally after somebody, like, if you've never been robbed before, I'm going to tell you right now, there is nothing, you feel defiled, right? All your, like, any secret you have is bared to these people. Nothing you have is sacred. All of your shit is gone, right? And especially when it came from people, and the people that did this to you were people that you trusted. I mean, makes it really hard to trust people again. I'll tell you that right now. House break-ins is such a violation. Only one more than SA, which feels... Yeah, well, obviously. That's pure violation. Black Ned Flanders, thank you for the tier 1, brother. Appreciate that, man. Dying 3, go Bears. I haven't even been keeping up on the fucking Bears. I've been way too busy watching I've been watching hockey. Ooh, I've been watching some hockey lately. I am so happy my team is fun to watch. Oh my God. It feels like a weight lifted off of my shoulders. I realize that like not all of the gaming audience has a cross section of people that really enjoy sports, but man, dude, when your team is fun to watch, they don't have to be great. They don't have to be the best, but when they're fun, I mean, it's definitely great when they're the best. It's definitely great when they're actually like in the playoffs and shit. Like that's like, oh my God, it's some of the most fun you're going to have. But yeah. Are Blackhawks seem good again? They are. They are. They're not good enough to... I don't think they're going to get into the playoffs this year. I don't think they're good enough for a wild card spot. But I do think the Hawks will, you know, they're having some fun. They're having some fun. I'm just happy that I don't have to hear about people anymore trying to talk about how Connor Bedard is not some generational player. That's my favorite part. Oh, he's a bust. He's a bust. What sports? Hockey. I'm a hockey fan. Other sports just don't move fast enough for me, to be honest. Maybe it's ADHD. I don't really know. Probably. Football is way too long. Or like, wait, football. I can't do it, dog. Like, I watch it sometimes and I can have fun. Usually I have to have a couple drinks first, but it's just like stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. But like hockey, soccer is slow hockey. True. Lacrosse is the shit though. If you like hockey, check out lacrosse. I've watched a couple of games before. Yeah, I've watched a couple of games before. Do you see on mobile that YouTube removed the stream started X amount of time ago? No, I didn't know that was a thing. Hockey is constant go. I am of the mind that every sports fan, if they just understood hockey, they would have a greater appreciation for it. I think that it's the greatest sport. I think it's the greatest sport on earth. And it's also, actually, I'll tell you why. You know why I like hockey? Because I like the athletes. This is going to sound, maybe this sounds pretentious, I guess. I don't really know. Like, while hockey guys will get into some, like, drama or whatever, these dudes are just about hanging with the boys and, like, trying to be, like, stand-up people. Like, for sure, you're going to have some people that get into some shit. That always happens anywhere. But like far less than a lot of other sports. Just not as much hockey drama as there is in like any other sport. Ovechkin? What about him? Motherfucker's old. I'm actually surprised he has not been seriously injured yet. Russians are made out of some completely different material, space grade material. I guarantee if that dude did get injured, the fucking Kremlin would come pick his ass up and fucking turn him into a bionic man or something like that. We can rebuild him. Did you hear about Nintendo banning Pokemon Unite from 2 countries because of loot boxes? No, I haven't seen anything on that. You need to watch the video where Kevin Smith waxes poetic about hockey if you haven't seen it. I know he's a huge fan. He's a Bruins fan, isn't he? I can't remember who he's a fan of. I know he's a big... Yeah, he's a Bruins fan. Okay. NHL. Oh, NHL hockey 1993. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'm the biggest proponent of people like watching hockey and just like giving it a shot. I always say like if you're not into it, pick a team if you don't have a team in your state or country, I guess. I don't know. And just watch. Just follow that team for a few games, for a season here or there or whatever, and you'll grow to love it. You'll grow to love it. What's the song in the background? Is definitely Baldur's Gate 3 combat music. It is called Lead Your Fights. Okay, let's actually get into some... let me use the bathroom. We got some news to get into. Oh, okay. All right, we're back. How did it go? It went pretty well, to be honest. Yeah, it went pretty well. All came out. Pretty much Nintendo was told that they had to remove loot boxes and decided to remove the game from countries instead. You're going to see more of that. They just proved stop killing games point. Yeah, no, essentially, like, what it is that we need to have more... we need to have more countries that go out of their way to ban loot boxes specifically, because the more countries that have it banned, the less likely they are to make it. Because, as an example, like EU, the more strict they become, the less likely they are to do it at all, because they don't want to make different versions for different games, and they also don't want to make games that are only playable in very specific regions in some cases. Who else is hoping for a season 2 of Dispatch? You're gonna get it regardless. Kidding? Those guys made a fucking killing off of that game. They made a killing off of that game. The game did super well. Not gonna happen in America? No. As much as I love my country, sadly, I will say that we've become increasingly more. We become increasingly more focused on propping up corporations to be able to extract wealth from the middle and lower class to the point of their destruction. Like, that's just where we're at right now. We've been cucked by Corpo. We're completely bought out. Democrat or Republican, fucking probably even Libertarian. We are so fucking corrupt through and through that it's not even funny. Yeah. It sucks. It sucks the like the political position that the US is in right now, because like there is no good choice we have. Like, we're just cooked whoever we put in office. Stock must go up. Yeah. This is the whole reason that Mamdani guy ended up winning in New York, right? What if no one votes? That doesn't fucking matter. Act like the votes are even real half the time anyway. There's always another option. No, that's the other problem that we have here in the US as well, is that as a people, we're far too lazy, passive, and comfortable to ever actually stand up against our government either. We don't want to disrupt the peace. While, like, there are some people that are out there that are cosplaying it right now. No. They're LARPing. Yeah, they're LARPing. Like, they're not going to do anything, and the policies that they want aren't any better than the ones that we have right now. So it's not even like it's not even a policy position thing. The problem is that like our country as a whole is just it's I hate using this word. It's oligarchy. Like, we are slaves to Microsoft, we are slaves to Amazon, we are slaves to every major corporation that essentially fucking tells us how the economy is going to run and what kind of life our people are going to have. You know what? We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this because this is a really good pivot. I like this. I like where we're going. This guy right here posted 1.1 million views. This went over really well, as you can tell. He said Steam and all digital marketplaces need to drop made with AI label. It doesn't matter anymore. Just so you guys know. Oh, he took it out of his bio. He took it out of his bio. Oh, I didn't get the fucking... I didn't get the, I didn't copy it. So originally his biography had said, Workman Labs, advocating for AI in video games or something like that. AI advocate or whatever it is. I forgot exactly what his description was, but I mean, he still says, nice, let's bully AI artists and get 27K. Like, this dude is literally, like, melting down over, like, AI supremacy. And what is this? I have misjudged this account. I've seen AI sentiments posted from the world, and Polygon supremacist rubs me the wrong way. What? We should be proud to bully people for using AI? No. No real artist or game dev would ever use AI to make a game traditionally mowed with sticks and clay. What? Bro, you can't even spell without AI. You can't even spell without AI. Ed is one of the worst offenders of pushing this narrative. I don't even know, like... I hope this becomes a video. You know what, dog? I got you. I got you. Don't even worry about it, buddy. Don't even worry. I got your back, dog. I got your back. I got a video come. You know what the thing is when it comes to this AI shit? You know what it is when it comes to this AI shit? I am of the mind of I have no problem with AI. I don't. I think that I think that it is incredible for workflows. I think that it is an awesome tool to be used. I'm very skeptical about its commercial value. Incredibly skeptical over its commercial value. I wouldn't be calling myself an AI artist. I feel like that's pretty fucking cringe, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't call myself an AI anything. I would just call myself a user. Right? Like, I think it's really cringe and really weird that these guys go around, they're like, oh, me? I'm an AI artist. A dirty prompter? A dirty prompter? Is that what it is? However, at the same time, my issue is... How do I even go about saying this? I don't really like the stigmatism around it, right? Where or like how people stigmatize it, where they're like, oh, you know, it's the worst thing in the world. I think that some of that stuff is definitely overblown. But also at the exact same time, like, there are some legitimate criticisms that people have, and I think it's really important to understand where a lot of that resentment is coming from. Prompting is harder than a real job. True. So we're going to go through this. We're going to talk about this. Let's look to see how people responded to this. Fuck you, bitch. Okay. All right. Doesn't matter to you. Hey, this is a viewer. I've seen that. This is a viewer right here. Look. Holy shit. We got our viewers up in here. What the fuck? All right. Doesn't matter to you. Matters to people like me. I'm not buying a game with AI art garbage in it. People like you would have us financially support such slop. This point of view is so well articulated. Is the exact point I'm making to Valve. I appreciate your contribution. This guy is baiting. He's baiting so fucking hard. He's baiting so hard. So there's two that matter within this discussion. Two that matter the most. This post caught the eye of Tim Sweeney. Yes, the boss of Epic Games. And he comes out and says, agreed, the AI tag is relevant to art exhibits for authorship disclosure and to digital content licensing marketplaces where buyers need to understand the rights situation. It makes no sense in game stores where AI will be involved in nearly all future production. So Tim is essentially making the point that because AI is involved in all tools and games, that the distinction does not need to be there. And that it makes no sense for game stores. So he thinks that Steam should remove the tag because it doesn't make any sense. Now, I had a response to this. And I said, Tim, I want to let you know this right here is why you'll never beat Steam. Makes no sense for game stores, but it does make sense for customers. We don't need a cash register. We need transparency and a voice. The biggest problem that a lot of people have when it comes to the AI discussion or just like things like this in general, especially like what he doesn't understand, and I'm going to explain exactly why he is going down the wrong, why he's not thinking about this the right way. Customers are not rational. Okay? Customers are not rational. It makes no sense for game stores. It will always make sense for customers. More and more, especially given the state of the economy, people want to know as much as they possibly can about their video games or just products in general. People want all kinds of different information over these things, right? And there are a lot of irrational and rational situations, there are a lot of rational and irrational positions that people may take on products that they want to buy, okay? So while you can sit here and try to rationalize about how, well, it's going to be involved in all tools, like our Unreal Engine 5 has AI tools in it, therefore every single game is going to have some association with AI just by an extension of the tools that we provide game developers. That's really the point that he's trying to make here, which also goes to prove that this is really just more of a self-serving narrative than it is anything else, because he knows that, well, if developers don't want to have to use the AI, this game includes AI tag, then they can't use Unreal Engine 5, right? Or at least that's the thinking, but that's definitely not how the actual Steam... That's not how Steam even words it in the first place. Steam asks for a very specific description of how did you use AI in your game. And it's very specifically around generative AI. It's not just AI in general, because there's tons of different AI tools that have been used in games for years, right? So we're not gonna pretend like it's all AI. It's just very specifically generative tools. And Steam probably wants to know, for legal reasons, because there are legal repercussions if you are using something that is generating assets actively while the player is playing it. There is a potential that your game could bring in copyrighted content. We all know that AI is fueled by plagiarism, right? Like, we're not going to sit here and fucking pretend like all this stuff was not trained on other people's work, okay? Whether that's writing or whether that's art, it's not just pulling this shit out of thin air, okay? Everybody knows where it's coming from. So there are legal matters that Steam has to look out for. And then also, the players have a right to know. People have a right to know how their products are made. There is nothing wrong with players understanding and knowing how something came to be. How was this actually made? What tools were you using? And I saw, which, by the way, I just want to make sure you guys see this as well. Somebody left a really good comment here. They said, it's not even about the AI tag necessarily here, to be honest. It's his attitude about his product and his competition. He thinks Steam is just a storefront. He thinks that it just shows games, but it's the difference of no effort or magic put into the game or experience for the customer. And that's really the point as well here, where it's like, what Tim is advocating for is less transparency for the customer. It is saying that, well, because AI is everywhere, you don't need to know about it. I'm sorry, that's not your decision to make for me as a customer. It is not your decision to make that I don't need to know anything about how my games are made. That's not how this works. And that's the reason why his platform will never, ever even sniff the boot of Steam. Because you don't understand the perspective of the player. You are entirely wrapped around the idea of just the platform and the sale of a video game. One of the reasons why Steam is so successful is because of its transparency. Right? A really good example of this. One of the things that people bring up all the time where they talk about, like, this is one of the things like they love about Steam is player reviews. The reason why player reviews do not exist in the same way as they do on Steam anywhere else is because of how detrimental those reviews can be to the revenues of the platform. That hurts their business. That's the only thing they think about. They think about their business. That's the only thing they care about, right? Wait a minute. You want to allow players, you want to allow customers to have the visibility and the voice to be able to openly criticize a video game to the point where it will actually turn away other customers that will then not buy that game because it has a big label on it that says overwhelmingly negative? Why would you let this happen? How could you let this happen? You will make less money. Companies will make less money. Right, but what about the players not wasting their money? What about the players feeling like they actually have a voice? What about the players being able to communicate with each other? Leave valuable feedback. Shape these games. Make them better. Inform other players. That's not a part of your thought process. And because it's not a part of your thought process, you're going to fail. I swear, if this company didn't have Fortnite, they'd be out of fucking business. If it wasn't for the fact that they lucked into and then continue to support in a very good way, by the way. Like, I'm not going to say that Fortnite's a bad game. Like, they've done a really good job with Fortnite. It's incredibly, it's insane what they've done with Fortnite. But if it wasn't for Fortnite, these guys would be fucking boned. Especially with how much money they have been. Dude, you have to give games away every single month just to keep players having your storefront installed. If they weren't giving away games every single month and paying for all these exorbitant licensing deals to have all these exclusives on their platform, people wouldn't even install your launcher. Just this year, after 7 years of Epic Game Launcher, they just now brought in the ability for you to be able to gift games to other players. These guys have no idea what they're doing. No idea what they're doing. This is what I'm talking about, where it's just like, you do not share the perspective of the customer. The customer is not your concern. And because the customer is not your concern, you fail. You fail. Every single time you fail. It's funny because, like, I think a lot of these fucking tech bros, and I think a lot of just people in general, especially in executive positions, have kind of gotten themselves into the mindset of there's just this brain dead slug audience that's out there that you don't have to do anything for, and they're just going to continue to give you money. They will just line up at your door and buy your stuff, and that's all you got to do. But I'm telling you right now, man, especially for this industry right here, laziness is penalized. And it might not happen immediately. Oh boy. It happens in time. It happens in time. But yeah, I wanted to point out this comment because this comment is really good. It is really good. Like, and the reason why is because, like, I said thank you for saying this. I'm starting to get a bunch of I don't care about AI comments, people entirely missing the point of what I'm saying has nothing to do with AI. And that my response here has nothing to do with AI. It's just the fact that you are talking about removing visibility, removing transparency, and saying that the customers don't need it because you decided they don't. Fuck you. Fuck you. You don't represent me. And you don't get to tell me what I do and do not need to know about the things that I am buying. And that doesn't have, and by the way, I just want to let you know, that doesn't have to be rational. I don't need to be rational. You're the one that's asking for my fucking money. That's why I've always taken the position of, stop blaming customers for asking questions. Stop blaming customers for wanting more information. Stop blaming customers for hating products for very specific reasons that you don't agree with. It's none of your fucking business. It is your fucking business if you want to make money off of them. And that's the part that these guys just don't seem to understand. That's the part that these guys don't seem to understand. Another really good example of this. So then I'd also seen Grums had actually taken to Twitter, and he is in agreement with Tim, saying that it is completely useless. There's a couple other posts that he's had on it where he says it's completely useless. So I responded to Grums, and I had said, because he had said, this has people fuming. He said, this has people fuming But Tim is stating the obvious: every game in production now uses AI. I responded to that saying, that doesn't change the purpose of the disclosure. Only the customer gets to decide what is and isn't useful information before making a purchase. This isn't about AI, it's about freedom of choice. I am for the destigmatization of AI, but I still want people to have a choice. Something that I don't think a lot of people really understand about me, and I'm to be honest with you, I'm probably not rational in this sense. I'm probably not rational, or I don't even know if I'm on base when it comes to this, but this is just who I am, and it's what I'm about. I am for the customer. My online presence needs to be nothing other than a customer with a microphone and a camera that just says what's on their mind, whether they are right or wrong, and not give a fuck about what anybody thinks about it. I'm just telling you what I think. And the one side that I am on in all cases is your side, because your side is my side. I don't give a fuck about these companies. I don't care about how rational or irrational it is to be able to have a tag on it that says the game was made using AI. If the people want it, give it to the fucking people. So he responded back saying the disclosure is useless because Steam's rules would apply to nearly anything touched by AI. It's completely non-informative. Steam wrote these rules back when people were only thinking about generative image AI, but now AI is in every tool in the code. And then he gives me why would you give me a grok summary? Why wouldn't you just pull this from Steam directly? Why would you just pull this from Steam directly? Let's look at Steam's actual one. Steam AI policy. Back in June, we shared, while our goal continues to be shipping as many games as possible, we need some time to learn about the fast-moving and legally murky space of AI technology. What did I say? It was the first thing that I talked about. The fact that, these guys have to be cautious around it, especially when selling games on their platform, because they don't know what kind of legal waters they are going to tread into if there is copywritten material that somehow gets shared through these games. Keep in mind, none of these models are being trained on things that these companies own. They're using other people's works to do it. That's the only way that you could do it in the first place, right? The only way that you're going to be able to give, especially if we're talking about just image generation and video generation, where are they getting those videos and images from? You have to train the AI some way. And you know that they're training them with movies. You know they're training them with TV shows and YouTube videos and all kinds of stuff like that. All kinds of stuff like that. We know that's the case. Especially given Steam's worldwide reach. And that's the other part of it as well. This is not something that directly affects just American consumers. Steam is a global platform. There's going to be different rules across the board. So they have to be cautious about wherever this can get them into any kind of legal trouble. This is also the reason why they had to bend the knee to a lot of those credit card companies when it came to, what was it? The, adult content in games or whatever, the stuff that they censor, the collective shout people or whatever. So today, after spending the last few months learning more about the space and talking with game developers, we made changes to how we handle games that use AI technology. This will enable us to release the vast majority of games that use it. First, we are updating our content survey that developers fill out when submitting to Steam. This survey now includes a new AI disclosure section where you will need to describe how you're using AI in the development and execution of your game. It separates AI usage in games into two broad categories. Even they recognize in their survey that it is broad. And I would guarantee as I continue to read this, there is likely going to be another probably stipulation where they're going to say, we're going to revisit this in time. This is going to be something that's going to constantly evolve. Pre-generated, any kind of content, art, code, sound, etc., created with the help of AI tools during development. Under the Steam distribution agreement, you promise Valve that your game will not include illegal or infringing content. How exactly does that work with Call of Duty Black Ops 7 and very obviously ripping off of Studio Ghibli's art style? Like, it's not Studio Ghibli characters, we know that, but they ripped it from Grok, because that's where those Grok images usually come from. Grok was obviously trained using Studio Ghibli movies and pictures. Somehow. So it's like there's murky waters that these folks are getting into, right? Like nobody, it's a gray area. Exactly. But hey, we don't need the gray area anymore. How about we just ignore the gray area? That's kind of the point that some of these guys are making. And that game will be consistent with your marketing materials. If our pre-release review will evaluate the output of AI generated content in your game the same way we evaluate non-AI generated content, including a check that makes sure that your game meets those promises. Live generated content, any content created with the help of AI tools while the game is running. So this is, I would imagine this is probably, okay. So what's the reasoning for this? In addition to the following, the same rules as pre-generated content, it comes with an additional requirement in the content survey. You will tell us what kind of guardrails you're putting on your content so that it's not generating illegal content. That's all this comes down to. This is legal matters. And I like how everybody's talking about it like it's a creative matter. It's not a creative matter. These are legal matters. Steam is trying to protect themselves, and also, by extension, the people that are developing games on their platform from putting themselves into legal trouble. Where the Winds Meet has AI NPCs. Right, exactly. But if you guys have noticed this, if you guys have played a lot of Where the Winds Meet, and if you've talked to a lot of the AI NPCs, they have very strict guardrails. You cannot get them off of conversation. They are the character who they are in the area that they are, and you can't really get them to talk about much else. This was posted almost 2 years ago. Did they update this? I don't know. Yeah, this one's from January 2024, so almost 2 years ago. I guess they haven't updated their rules since then. I don't really think it's super necessary for them to have done so yet. I mean, like, this is still a concern for them. What they said directly in the Steam policy is still a major concern today. Like, it does, and the thing is by the way, this isn't saying you can't do it. It's just saying if your game uses it, you have to check it, and we have to notify, and we have to label it as such, because it could get us into legal it could steer us into legal waters. Hello, Mr. Drops. Your video about Expedition 33 was the reason I played this masterpiece, and the most amazing time exploring the world. Take my sub, sir. Have a good stream. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, brother. Thanks so much. What's your view on Where the Winds Meet open world PvP? I haven't gotten into it at all. I think it's like people can like invade your worlds or whatever. So like that's a completely different story, right? That's a completely different story. So even I find that like go read the fucking Steam disclosure. Like, why are you posting a Grok summary that doesn't give the context that the reason why they're using it is legal matters? Like, the AI Darth Vader was great, but he did get a bit racist, and that's why it was removed. No, they had to put more strict guardrails on it. I'm actually surprised that Disney didn't end up like suing them or whatever like that. Or maybe they did. I didn't actually look into that. I think somebody had like mentioned it as I was talking about it, but if that's the case, I mean, like, if I was Disney, I would be pissed because now you have one of my characters like dropping N-bombs. Like, yeah, like there has to be some guardrails on this stuff. And again, by the way, you guys know I am not an anti-AI guy. That's not my position. But my part in this, or at least my position that I hold, is that like there have to be questions. There are questions to be had. There are discussions to be had, and people's concerns around it, especially legal matters from Steam's perspective, are very important. But also Steam just making sure that they're notifying their players based on their players' taste. It's very obvious that people do not want at all to support it. So what is with like this need to like force people to support it? I'm not really big on that. Like, am I going to say that AI is inevitable? Fuck yes, I'm going to say that AI is inevitable. Of course it is inevitable. It's a fucking massive technology. Everybody is pumping money into it to their own detriment, likely. But it's not going anywhere. And it's going to be more involved with people's work in all kinds of different areas. I very much question its commercial viability in a lot of cases. But outside of that, I mean, at least for companies and at work and stuff like that, yeah, there's going to be a lot of jobs that are going to use it. And it's going to improve a lot of things for a lot of people in some ways. But that doesn't mean that we just don't talk about it and we don't notify customers that it's being used if they don't want to support it. I'm just not for that. Even though I don't agree with those people in a lot of cases, I don't agree with their concerns or I don't agree with their perspective on why they don't support it. Right? Even though I don't agree with even though I don't agree with those people in most cases, I still want people to have a choice. That's like, I am in all ways possible pro-consumer. I want people to be able to gather as much information as they possibly can. I want them to be as educated about their purchase before they can make it. I want them to get the highest quality products that they possibly can get. And I want them to have access to the most transparency they can get. And I also don't want them judged by their taste. That's the other part as well. I don't want people judged by their taste. If people feel one way about a game, let them feel that way about a game. That's fine. You'll still win or lose based in the open market, whether or not people do or don't want to support something. If the game sucks, we don't care. AI just makes it shit. AI by itself does not win or lose a game, just the same way as DEI or anything else that's out there. It's not going to make or break a game. It is all dependent on the skill of the people that are using it, and also the intention that they have in its use. So, like, I responded to him, and I had said, "You are missing my point. While there should be distinctions, you are missing my point. While there should be better distinctions given, You're missing my point. While there should be better distinctions, given how quickly things have evolved, some people want nothing to do with it regardless. I don't agree with those people. I don't care. I only care about how it's implemented, i.e. Arc Raiders versus Call of Duty. They still have a right of choice. I view this as no different as people that want to know if a game has consultants involved with its development. Many would say that that's useful or unhelpful information. No need for distinction. I am for people knowing everything that they want to know before making a purchase, whether we share the same values or not. Good example, to be honest. It's the perfect example. Because for the last 2 years, Grums and even myself at times, I've talked about social issues in video games, right? People want to know about what, hiring practices at these companies, what their values are, what their beliefs are, who worked on the game, how many people worked on the game. They want to know if there was a consultancy agency that was involved in the development of the game, like with Sweet Baby Incorporated and companies like that. I've talked about this stuff. He's talked about a lot. And the entire, his opposition, as well as people also in mine, have been like, well, that's not work. That means nothing for the game's development. It means nothing for the success of the game. It's not information that you need to know. It's going off the rails on a witch hunt and whatever, right? You're doing the same thing that people have been doing to you. You're doing the exact same thing. But because for whatever reason, I'm just going to say it. For whatever reason, because of like the culture war and because of like how politically polarized we become, people that align themselves on the right now have become some of the biggest corporate cocksuckers I've ever seen in my life. These guys are guzzling down corporate loads faster than I've seen people ever do it before. I've seen people in my comment sections that are like praising the dude from Nvidia like he's like the second coming of Jesus. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, we are edging people on to absolutely just fucking destroy the and I also partially get it because I think that like people are kind of like begging for like the destruction of the foundation of like a lot of society right now because people are so desperate for change. But I'm gonna tell you right now, you're not gonna get it from corporations. Just opposite sides of the same coin, essentially. Yeah, it's wild to me, man. It's wild to me. Praising Nvidia, wild, bro. Like I've literally had people that have been in my comment sections that have been talking about how fucking the dude from Nvidia, Jensen, just keeps on winning, bro. Just keeps on winning. Like all they're doing is like posting crazy shit like that. And like some of these people are like sycophantic over these companies and over AI specifically. Like AI has become the center of a culture war just because. And like, where is this rooting from? When I look at it, and by the way, this is not me like, I hate that I have to make this distinction. This is not a political position that I'm taking, okay? This is not a political position that I'm taking. This is the observations that I see that I'm giving to you guys. This is what I'm observing. You're welcome to tell me if I am wrong, okay? I will ban you, but you're welcome to tell me I'm wrong. From what I can tell, artists, I mean, just as a group, like artists, people that are in the arts tend to lean more to the left. People, they tend to be more liberal, okay? They tend to be more liberal. And because of that, and the fact that they hate AI, well, now all of a sudden, a technology has now become the battlegrounds for a culture war. So now people, you know, they're like pro AI, you know, all this shit is like now like a right wing position. So now all of a sudden you have like the two like worst groups of people that are fighting over this shit, right? Because like you have the one group that I hate so much. I hate them both. I hate the people that are like moral grandstanding over AI and how it's like the most morally corrupt thing ever in society. I literally brought this up in my discussion on Arc Raiders where I was like, I'm so sick of this moralizing, this performative moralism where they're just going out and they're like, I'm gonna rate this game a 1 out of 5 because it uses AI and you are destroying humanity because of this and you're taking people's humanity all the way to the bank. Shut the fuck up. You are so insufferable. Like, they did a great job with the game that they had made. And they made proper use of that tool to make that game better. That is what I want to see. Flip side, the guys that are sitting around on fucking Twitter that are like, the future of gaming. And then they share some like fucking brain rot, a fever dream prompt video that's like 13 seconds where some fucking character is constantly changing genders and realities every 5 seconds because the AI has no idea what a game even is. Like, shut the fuck up. You guys are just as bad. You guys are just as bad. And like most of that stuff is just coming from people that think that like AI is gonna somehow give them like I'm gonna be fucking rich because of AI. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. But either way, it's turned into a polarizing area discussion on the internet, and it is just like so fucking frustrating because like whatever happened to just measured discourse? Like whatever happened to measured discourse? Can we not talk about the positives and benefits? Does it always have to be the extremes? Does it have to be everything in the world is going to save or destroy it and there is no in between? Like, it is just radicalization, bro. It is just, it's so hard. It's so hard, man. It's so hard for me. As what I like to believe as a relatively rational person, it is very hard for me to wrap my mind around sometimes, right? Because I try to empathize with people. I try to see their perspective. And you have some folks that are just so far off the rails that it's like, are we even from the same species? Like, am I the alien or are you the alien? I can't tell. I can't tell. Messer discourse in real life only. Twitter people yelling. Yeah, I know. I missed one here. Hey, LD, longtime YouTube watcher, first time on Twitch. Thank you for putting your voice to issues and talking about them. I read a lot about the... Stop it, dude. You smell like shit. You smell like doo-doo. Did you wipe your ass? No. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Anyway, I'm back. Got poo stuck on his ass? But he's a hairy ass cat, right? So sometimes that'll happen. Just had to clean him off real quick. Put the shock collar back on him. You know what I mean? Give him that zap, zap, zap. Gross. Someday you're not going to be able to, someday you're not going to be able to wipe your own ass. Is it going to be gross then? Taking care of animals is like, you know, putting your work in before you're the elderly one. Hopefully your animals will take care of you. Shock, that's what it is. Shock, shock, shock. So let's require HB1 visa declaration. Some customers want to know, it's their choice. What the fuck? You guys, what the fuck is wrong with Twitter? What the fuck is wrong with Twitter? God damn, bro. God damn, bro. New characters revealed for... Good game on the way. Good game on the way. I can't wait for Code Vein 2, actually. I loved Code Vein 1. It's not like the greatest Souls-like, but it's really good. It's really good. So, yeah. I mean, that's really my position on a lot of this. I view it the same way as... I view it the exact same way as... anything else, anything that people want information on, this is like, it's no different. If people want a classification, like, you don't have to be like for or against AI, like, and like really what it is. So I guess this conversation actually goes further and he responded more. Who posted the article? I think it was Jez. Which, I mean, this guy's a goober, too. We'll get into that. Okay, stop. Are you, like... It's so funny that when I see folks like this, like, he writes for Windows Central. I just want to see his article. There it is. Thank you. There you go. I just wanted, like, this is so funny to me that, like, I made the argument to my friend the other day that, like, so he writes for Windows Central. Microsoft and Xbox's existence and making money is a part of your life. You will always represent them in the most biased way possible. Because if Xbox doesn't exist and people don't want to read anything about Microsoft, you don't get as many people that are reading your stuff. So you essentially turn into a marketing arm for Xbox and Microsoft because you need people engaging with their stuff, and you have to keep that act up, right? So I just find it really funny that it's just like Xbox, my Mixer, Xbox. Like you're literally posting fucking sales and shit. Like, we're not sponsored. We're not sponsored, BTW. Anyway. I'm not watching the game right now. God damn it. Hell yeah, boy. Hell yeah, boy. He just fucking... fucking his nose is busted. You can't see him. He's got a bloody nose. So he's just got like a either a smelling salts or he's got something shoved up his nose right now. That's a good goal, though. That's a good goal. Did they show the replay or no? No, just that one. Preds suck anyway. Fuck the Preds. Anyway. All right, let's continue on. Continue on. What's going on here? Oh, well, they made her beefier? I don't really know. It looks really weird next to each other. I don't know about all that, okay? That makes me, I don't know. Like, I don't mind a muscle mommy, but, like, when it's an established character, it doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, let's read this real quick. Epic CEO slams Valve's AI rules, say that they are fueling cancel campaigns and review bombing. As AI... Again, what the fuck did I just say? I just said this only minutes ago. I said that the reason why he was pushing against this shit is because he owns a store and because people's negative opinions towards AI will hurt their sales. And the reason why they don't have the same kind of transparent storefront like Steam, where they allow detailed user reviews and allow people to actually communicate between each other, is because it will affect their bottom line and the people that come to their platform and the people that sell games on their platform. And those two things supersede the needs of the customers. Self-interest, the iron rule of self-interest. This dude is just full. That's all it is. That's why I said you will never succeed, because Steam leans way harder in the direction of consumers than you ever will. Than pretty much almost all the industry. Outside of GOG, probably. Tim Sweeney, Epic CEO, taken to X, formerly Twitter. Why do you guys still do this? Just call it Twitter. Stop calling it X. Nobody calls it X. For the second time today, and doubled down on his views on AI. You really put you linked a definition of AI. You linked. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I fucked up. I thought it opened a second link. I guess it didn't. Here it is. Okay. The reception was mixed. Some argued that players deserve to know more about what they're buying, while others felt that AI is now a part of modern development and should be treated without stigma. Now, later in the same day, Sweeney has shifted his focus to Valve's storefront Steam, which currently requires developers to disclose any use of AI in their games. What Sweeney actually said, in response to a quote on X from Bungie game dev, that the claim was made, this heavily implies that Epic are now using AI coding tools for the latest update to the Steam engine. Therefore, according to Steam guidelines, any game built using Unreal Engine must be declared of the use of Gen AI. Again, self-serving interest. It is a bold claim. And here's what Tim Sweeney said earlier in the post in response to the post. The AI tag is relevant to art exhibits, art authorship disclosure, and to digital content licensing marketplaces where buyers need to understand the rights situation. It makes no sense for a game store where AI will be involved in nearly all future production. When replying to the post, Sweeney clarified his stance, saying, "Not true. I just hate to see Valve confiscate Not true. I just hate to see Valve confiscate ever more opportunity from small developers by facilitating new categories, cancel campaigns, and review bombing. Steam used to just facilitate downloads. Then they foreclosed on payments. Then price competition. Then crypto. Now AI." Valve destroyed crypto? Valve wouldn't let crypto in the door? Oh, Valve wouldn't let developers pump and dump fan bases on Steam? What? They foreclosed on payments. What do you mean foreclosed on payments? If he's talking about payment processors, you did the same fucking thing. I don't understand what he means by that. Then price competition. Am I not mistaken here? Developers control the price of their games on Steam. Steam just takes a 30% cut. Yes. What it was is that I like how he goes out of his way to try to make Steam look like there's some kind he's going out of his way to try to make Steam look like there's some fucking tyrant, right? Look at how they're just removing they're confiscating opportunity. Valve's previous policy was that they were the ones that handled regional pricing. Now, they leave that up to the developers, as they should have to begin with. They can't offer certain discounts that undercut Steam. I don't understand what that means. 30% cuts from stale. Yeah, I know. They take 30%. Yeah. Can you believe this tyrant that lets people hit themselves? The only two things that I know. They foreclosed on payments. This is the one that I don't understand.
These two have to be the ones that have to do with what they were selling before. Selling keys on other sites for cheaper and not giving Steam a cut. Oh, that's fucked up anyway. If you allow that. Oh.
The cat stepped on the soundboard. The cat stepped on the fucking soundboard. All I see is like the robots, and then I like look over and the cat's just like sitting on the soundboard. What? Homie like desperately wants attention. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Why aren't you eating your dinner? Why aren't you eating your dinner? You didn't touch it. Autobots, roll out. Place? Yeah, I think, well, he apparently thinks his place is my soundboard. Hi. That's worth a shock, is it? Hi, buddy. Why didn't you eat your food? Why do you have a robot voice on your soundboard? I don't know. There's like a couple of them. There's like...
This one, where I think I sound like super deep.
I don't know. I don't even know how to program them. I literally set this thing up just to like let my mic be used. But like outside of that, I don't have anything. I don't have anything else on there. Yeah, it's just presets. Yeah. Do you use a voice mod? No. Does it sound like I use a voice mod? Do you guys expect me to like pirate software? I don't even have a voice that's that deep. What do you guys think the difference is? Like, oh, hold on.
Hey guys, what are you guys doing? I really hate these video game companies.
Oh, fuck. I hit the button. Am I supposed to sound like a fucking mouse? I'm pretty sure I just sound like a normal person. True voice. True voice. Yep. Legendary drops exposed. Yeah. Legendary drops confirmed, not a guy. Actually, like, what you guys don't understand right now is that I'm VTubing. And if I turned off my VTuber stuff, you would find out that I'm actually a, like, 5'5" hottie with, like, double Ds. Warframe's new content draws near. Yeah, I gotta actually like catch up in that game. That Warframe 1990 behind you. Yeah, they sent me a Warframe 1999 lunch pail and a hat and a shirt and a bunch of other shit. This is just like, it just goes to prove that like everything this dude has to say, it's all self-serving. Like none of this shares the perspective of the customer whatsoever. Like Sweeney is literally just like coming out and saying like, I don't really give a fuck about the players. Like, especially this right here. Confiscating opportunity for small developers. What a statement. What a statement. Yes. Yes. Steam is definitely the place that I see confiscating opportunity from developers. Right? That's the one place we see it all the time, right? It's not like damn near every other month we see an indie game pop off and some new guy end up becoming a fucking millionaire and now having their entire future ahead of them and even starting their own studio or continuing to develop their game, right? Yeah, indies have the worst time on Steam. For sure, worst time on Steam. The concerns around the use of AI in games is valid. However, there is something Tim seems to dismiss here. If AI tools do become normalized, which if we're being honest, they kind of already are, the same argument that it will hurt indie developers could be made, as these tools could flood the market with easily AI-made games, giving less exposure to indie devs in development. That's actually a really good point. That's actually a really good point. And also at the exact same time, like, well, yeah, because I mean, if these tools are going to essentially slop farms, see, like, that's the other thing that I think a lot of people don't pay attention to as well, is that, like, you can have, like, people are very passionate about AI. They're very passionate about for and against. And, like, you have to, like, understand, like, where is that coming from? Well, it's coming from the fact that people are looking at these companies and saying, well, the only reason that they are so big on AI right now is because they're looking at it as an opportunity for them to be able to cut costs significantly while still selling to us at the exact same fucking price while delivering what would likely be a lesser product, while also contributing less to the actual economy. Like, it's so obvious why, like, there's such a large... I fully understand why people hate AI. The only difference is, I don't actually hate AI. I hate the companies. And I really wish that people would turn their attention away from the AI itself and towards companies. Like the tool itself, who gives a fuck, right? I understand why people want to know when and where it's being used. I totally understand it, and I'm all for people having that visibility and being able to know more about their games. But you know what? We're gonna look into it. So I know exactly where this is coming from. We are not Enron. This is for this is Coffee Voidzilla, but it's CoffeeZilla, and it's a fucking Jensen from Nvidia has been talking about how they're not Enron. There's been a lot of talk recently. I've been doing some light business reading lately, just looking into like the discussion around the AI bubble and like all the insane amount of investments that have been going into a lot of these companies, and also like how much money hatting there is, because these guys are all investing in each other. Like, it's literally like it's human centipede money. Like, these guys literally just give it to somebody else that gives it to somebody else, and then it just comes right back around. So I wanna look into this. And also I think like this will probably, hopefully this will actually like bring us into the discussion more of like why people hate AI so much. And I think that's probably something that's important to look into.
NVIDIA says, we are not Enron. And as usual, anytime anyone invokes the name, I am summoned like a spirit to judge what's really going on here. All of the world's biggest companies, with the exception of Apple, have been spending billions, even...
Okay, hold on. We're getting into this still, but I have to say something first. So I gave this guy credit because I read his article. I also still think he's an idiot, okay? Because Jez Corden responded to one of my posts recently about this very specific thing where where Coffee's bringing up how Microsoft hasn't been investing into AI. So recently, I had seen that where is it at? Where? Recently, I had seen that is it not the Palworld one? This one right here. So I saw that Xbox said that they didn't plan it at all, that the Xbox reportedly is warning of yet another potential price increase. That's right, boys. You guys thought the first one was the last one? It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. Which likely means that this is probably going to extend to Game Pass as well very soon. I guarantee Game Pass is probably going to be... I actually wouldn't be surprised if Game Pass wasn't $40 a month by the end of next year. I would not be surprised. Like, if they wanted to get Game Pass to, like, real profitability, it should be, like, $45 a month. Realistically, it should be, like, $45 a month. Because if you had, like, 25 million subscribers at $45 a month, yeah, you'd be cooking. They'd be making some good money. They'd still probably be, like, riding the line for sure, but to be honest with you, I think a service like that needs to be more like $60 a month. At this point, I'm just going to dump games and go outside. Probably not a bad idea, by the way. Probably not a bad idea. So they said global DRAM... They didn't plan it at all. Xbox reportedly warning of another potential price increase. Global DRAM shortages could soon affect Xbox consoles, it's claimed. To which I respond... Xbox raising prices again? You mean the same Xbox owned by the Microsoft that invested invested $80 billion into AI data center expansion? They didn't plan it at all? Either you are grossly incompetent or a fucking liar. Probably both. Like... What? What are we talking about here? So Jez Corden responded to me, and he had said, everyone is exposed to RAM price increases. And then I posted a meme. Microsoft invests $226 billion into AI that gobbles up all the hardware in the market, putting a stick in their own spokes. Everyone is exposed to RAM price increases. Xbox is doing this to themselves. Microsoft is doing this to Xbox, acting like they somehow didn't plan for this or didn't think it was going to be a consequence is just like so fucking dumb. Everybody's exposed to RAM price increases. They are the biggest contributor to AI expansion and data center expansion right now. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, it's everybody's problem. Xbox and Microsoft are helping it to be everybody's problem. What are you talking about? They're one of the biggest investors. They are a multi-trillion-dollar company. What? And he says, just because you put it in a meme doesn't make it reality. What? What? How the fuck does that make any sense? That's like, the sky is blue. I knew you'd say that. What? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, so he's both. Yeah. Man, you can't make shit like that up. That's why I said I'm like people like this, they have to push the notion. They have to push the idea. You are a journalist for a Microsoft focused website. It is in your best interest that Microsoft and Xbox have a good reputation and continue to be relevant, because if they aren't, for whatever reason, you have no content to deliver and therefore have no job. Like, they have to push it no matter what. So to the point that they will just completely ignore reality. Like, it fucking blows my mind. It blows my fucking mind. He came back later and he responded to like another post that I had made too. I forgot where it was. I think it was me talking about like Call of Duty, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I had posted where I had said something about like, oh, is this one right here? Where I had said like, every time I look at a post from somebody that says the hate for Black Ops 7 is so forced, I click their bio, see that they're a Call of Duty content creator. They used to get 400K plus views 2-3 years ago, and now they get 20K or less. Your viewership is proof that it's not forced. And then I just said, by the way, this is not me talking shit. I understand the stress of viewership. I'm just saying this is a consequence of tying your career to a failing game. Don't turn your back on the audience or the criticism. Look forward and look for something new. Right? I mean, like, this is just like fucking just, this is a milquetoast take. And he says, during the pandemic, they got more views. So because this is me saying that like Call of Duty's failing because Call of Duty is an Xbox title, Call of Duty can't be failing. Call of Duty actually has to be good. So now you need to go into another post of mine to try to disprove me about how Call of Duty is actually a successful game, and the data that I am seeing, or the relevant data that I am seeing online, does not actually line up, and actually Call of Duty is very popular. It just so happens, for whatever reason, people aren't watching Call of Duty content. It must have been the pandemic. That's why they lost their viewership. Not that people just became less interested in Call of Duty. He's just memeing? He's not. Because I said at first, I thought the same myself when I started cross-referencing other creators that either brought in a variety or kept moving, so they kept jumping between games. Their viewership only dipped slightly, or they remained the same. Live service games just move too quickly now. It's so oversaturated. And then he responded, I did notice a variety of YouTubers and even other kind of YouTubers lost views. Seen big tech YouTubers talk about it. Shorts is partially to blame. I mean, to be honest with you, like, journalists don't really fucking know anything when it comes to YouTube. They just don't. Like, it's too bad that they don't, because they'd probably have an easier time. I saved a guy. Again, this is not me talking shit about somebody. This is me just pointing out. This is just me pointing out a correlation. I think I saved it. Yeah, right here. Here you go. Black Ops 7 hate is so extremely forced. This shit is the best multiplayer we have seen since Black Ops 4, with endless amounts of challenges and camos to complete, so you never get bored. Not to mention the huge update in Season 1 we're about to get. I don't get what people want. I don't get what more people want. Click profile. Warzone content creator. Go to channel. $240,000 subscribers, videos, popular. 2 years ago, 486, 390, 300K, 300K, 200K, 200K, 200Ks, some more 200Ks, more 150Ks. Good averages, man. 100Ks, 100Ks. What are you getting today? 10K, 15K, 15K, 20K. I'll do it again. Swag, right?
Who remembers the...
Nobody. 5 years ago, 3, 2, 2 million, 1 million, 1 million. Bought a house. Phase house. 1 million, 1 million. 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million. All these millions. What are you getting today? 32, 56, 32, 50, 46. Nothing over 100,000 views. I used to like Nick Merckx. How's he doing? That's another Call of Duty content creator. He's probably moved on, though.
Yeah,
he's smart. He's moved on. He is smart. He moved on. See? This is smart. See what he did here? He's moving games. He's not playing the same games, right? He's playing Battlefield 6. Battlefield 6, Battlefield 6, Battlefield 6, Battlefield 6, Battlefield 6. Arc Raiders. This is him. I'm really sorry. This is probably him saying that he's not playing Call of Duty. What were you getting when you were playing Call of Duty 5 years ago? Millions of fucking views.
Yeah, today's a big day. We're doing a office tour.
Yeah. People, like, the smart ones are the ones that jump ship. The smart ones are the ones that jump ship. The people that refuse to and want to deny reality, they are the ones that are going to fail. And and here's the thing. And by the way, this is not a indictment on the person themselves. Like, there's a really good chance that, like, you are fucking stellar at Call of Duty. You are fucking killer at it. You absolutely fucking love Call of Duty. You grew up with Call of Duty. There is some fucking nostalgia there. There is some attachment there. But bro, if it is your career, the best thing that you can do is stick and move. Stick and fucking move. Like, I did the same thing. I did the same fucking thing. When I started my channel, the first thing that I wanted to do, the first idea that I came up with is I like playing ARPGs. I'm going to make my channel about Diablo 4. So I learned fast rather than slow. I learned fast. Very fast. I had a couple of really well, actually, you know what the thing is? I take that back. I didn't, though. Like, part of me did, because I thought that like Diablo 4 would be like my like constant thread, and then I would talk about other stuff because I just like talking about shit. Like, I just like talking about all kinds of things that I see, right? So, like, first I talked about like Final Fantasy 16, and then I talked about Final Fantasy 14, then I talked about Diablo, then I talked about a couple of other games. Like, I was always somebody that kind of started with like variety for the most part, but I always would still like stick to like one game for a really long time, for like a month or 2 months or whatever it is. And like, I would just talk about that game, and then I would move on and go to something else, maybe, right? But I never thought that was going to be the case. Really good example of this, when my channel finally started actually like beginning to like take off a little bit, all I did was cover Baldur's Gate 3. Like, I was the motherfucking Baldur's Gate guy. I talked about everything that had to do with that game. I talked about its effects on the games industry, how I compared it to other games, all kinds of different stuff. And then the minute I saw that viewership drop, I was like, wait a minute. People don't want to watch my Baldur's Gate videos anymore, but people still love Baldur's Gate. Why don't they? Well, because they don't want to keep hearing the same fucking thing all the time. Move on. Talk about something else. After that, after Baldur's Gate 3, I shouldn't say after Baldur's Gate 3, because I essentially for a little bit did the same thing with Helldivers 2. I talked about Helldivers 2 for like a good 2 months, I think, or something like that. But that was the last one. After that, I completely detached myself from this idea of like constantly covering the same thing, and would just like move on. I would just move on. It's just the best thing that you can do. People want to hear about something fresh. Anyway, I wanted to talk about the Microsoft thing. It fucking distracted me. The second he said the Microsoft thing, I had to bring it up. All right, let's watch this now.
NVIDIA says, we are not Enron. And as usual, anytime anyone invokes the name, I am summoned like a spirit to judge what's really going on here. All of the world's biggest companies, with the exception of Apple, have been spending billions, even committing trillions of dollars to an AI-centered build.
The money that is being stuffed into AI right now, I can't even imagine it. There's so much that it's like it's not even fathomable. You can't, like, it's
out, and most of them,
we have never seen anything like this before. The closest thing is probably the .com era, where like everybody and their mother, that just didn't understand what something was, but knew that it was the future, just shoved money into it, even though there was no plan to actually make money with it. Which is a lot like the situation that we're in right now, because we have a lot of people that are shoving money into something that they're not necessarily too sure how they're going to make money with.
That has benefited, guess who? NVIDIA. They have basically become a data center company. You can see right here that recently all their gaming
What is this? Unpacking NVIDIA's revenue sources in millions of dollars quarter 3 2025. Data center spending. NVIDIA holds 80% market share in AI accelerator hardware for data centers globally.
PC revenue, it's basically like an afterthought. It's not relevant when we're thinking about their overall business. They are all in on AI. And in fact,
well, keep in mind, they're all in on AI. They're not worrying about their consumer products. What happens when you stop worrying about your consumer products and you immediately only worry about your business to business? You stop making the consumer products, which ends up making it where there is scarcity and the prices increase. So, like, the thing is that I'm gonna let him talk because I want to think about this a little more.
our entire economy is basically all in on AI. NVIDIA, along with the hyperscalers, make up a huge portion of not only the US economy, but the entire world's economy. So what happens to them matters, not just to people building AI who care about AI, but to everyone, actually, leading to memes like this, which are kind of true, and the CEO even acknowledged it. During a recent earnings report, which they beat, Jensen Huang said that expectations for NVIDIA were sky high and the company was in a no-win position. He nodded to online chatter, saying if we delivered a bad quarter, if we're off by just a hair, if it looked a little bit creaky, the whole world would have fallen apart. There's no question about that, okay? You've seen some of the memes that are on the internet. We're basically holding the planet together, and it's not untrue.
That feels like a problem. That feels like a problem. Imagine the entire world economy hinging on a single company. Like, and like, there is no, I don't see how that ever works out. Like, even if they succeed, it doesn't even matter. Because, like, you have too much money from too many countries in one place. Like, it's going to lose value eventually, right? Like, this isn't going to just like, oh, it's just going to like graph always go up. That's not how this works, especially because my problem with AI, at least with the investment into it, like the very incredibly aggressive investment into it, is that like, I don't see commercial viability for it, right? Like, yeah, like, and this is something that like some of you guys have probably seen as well. Like, sure, some people are using ChatGPT, or they're using Grok, or they're using, Sora and stuff like that. But most people are using that shit for fucking memes while still doing their normal jobs. Normal, everyday people are not going to be running around, like, professionally using AI in like a real sense, if that makes any sense. Adult content as well, probably. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. AI is great until it's wrong and everybody thinks it's correct. That's not the point that I'm trying to make. Like, how many people here right now use AI constantly for like an actual commercial purpose, either for entertainment or for work or whatever else? I'm interested to know how many of you guys actually use it. Art concepting, okay. Do you use AI for video? Do you use AI for video ideas and scripts? No. No. Well, I use it for researching, right? Researching and then like spreading out the content. I don't know, how do I explain this properly? For taking essays and like breaking my fucking paragraphs apart to give me like proper breaths, so I don't like fucking die when I read a like massive paragraph. Like, it's an awesome search engine. Like, fucking Grok and ChatGPT and all these things are incredible search engines. They are fucking powerful. You still have to actually make sure that you're going through and sourcing and checking their sources, because they will quite literally just fucking imagine shit out of nowhere. But you're assuming it's always correct? I'm not assuming it's always correct. That's why I just said I have to go and check everything it says. Like, I ask for links. I want to know where it's sourcing its information from. It's not even like just sourcing its information. Like, they will almost always, like, both Grok and ChatGPT will both lean very heavily towards Reddit, and Reddit can just be some straight up bullshit. That's why, if you guys notice, I read articles in my videos a lot of the times, right? Because I'm going out and actually reading. Like, yeah, you don't want to lean on any of these tools completely, otherwise they're going to fuck you. You're unique. A lot of people don't. They just think ChatGPT just said would give them medical advice. No, I think AI is largely still pretty retarded, to be honest. It's not very smart. It's very good for very simple tasks right now, but complicated ones, you can't trust it at all. You can't trust it at all. The only Google products that I use right now are Gmail. Yeah, see, most people are saying right now that, like, there's a couple people that are in here that are talking about, like, they use it for, like, memes or for, like, goofy pictures and stuff like that. But most people are talking about how they're not really using it for anything other than just nothing. Like, not very many people are really using it. Like, I would guarantee that, like, some people, I have to correct ChatGPT a lot. Yeah, it's pretty stupid, to be honest. But it'll also gaslight you. Like, like, the amount of times it's very mainstream. Like, people say that it's very mainstream, but the funny thing is that, like, and while, like, there is like a user base, it's not as big as a lot of people think. And it's not used in, like, everyday life the way that people probably think it is either. And here's the thing, like, how many of you guys really actually want to be paying a fucking subscription? And I take that back. Most people are using free versions of this shit. Most people are not paying for it. That's the part that I don't think a lot of people understand. It's like, when you have to cross that bridge of now you need to pay a subscription, and we all know how much we love subscriptions. Now you need to pay a subscription to be able to use AI. We haven't seen, or at least haven't heard about, the first ransomware attack on a Fortune 500 company by AI it's using, but it's a matter of time, maybe. If ChatGPT has ads, it dies. Oh, God. And plus, on top of that, here's the other thing as well. This is my question for you guys. Daily use is climbing. That's fine. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it doesn't have any commercial efficacy. What I'm saying is that I think that their expectations financially for how much money, do you guys have any idea how much money, how much an absurd amount of money is being poured into this? How is it going to make its money back? If you're doing $5 or $15 a month subscriptions for fucking ChatGPT or whatever, and you're not using it for any type of, like, professional use, it's just for entertainment, I just don't see how you're going to be able to make that. We're talking GDP levels, literally. Hopefully he gets into some of how much money is actually being spent. I think people really need to understand, like, how much money is being invested. That's the part that people don't seem to understand here. Is that, like, we're not talking about, like, oh, it does have use. It does have commercial use. But are they going to be able to actually make the money back on how much money they've been investing?
And actually, the AI czar of America, David Sachs, agrees. He says, according to today's Wall Street Journal, AI-related investment accounts for half of GDP growth.
Oh my fucking God. Oh, we are so fucked. Oh my god. We not have, I know it's half a GDP growth, but that's a lot of money, my guy. That's a lot of money.
A reversal would risk recession. We can't afford to go back.
A reversal would risk recession. We can't afford to go backwards. We're not even talking about like a little. We're talking like whatever this is, like if it's going to, there's going to be a recession as a result of this. It's way too much money. I don't think, guys, when you see the amount of money that these guys have been investing in these companies at the consistent and very like balls to the wall, all gas, no brakes pace that they've been investing money, because everybody just thinks that graph doesn't go down, right? Graph doesn't go down. Graph go up. Graph going to continue to go up. The amount of money that is being infused into this, it's going to be bigger than any recession that we have ever seen, period. And it's going to be on a global scale. It's going to be, it will be a complete global recession. Yes. Yes, exactly. A complete global recession. And it's going to happen regardless of how like commercially viable a like AI is, because the amount of money that we are investing is just not realistic for people to be spending. And on top of that, it's not even realistic for the money because you're also eliminating jobs while you're doing it. Right? You're cutting costs, lowering jobs, removing jobs from the market. But you also need those people to be buying your products and and also subscribing to the AI.
In other words, we are all in this boat somehow together. I don't know how or why we're in this boat, but we're all in on AI, whether we like it or not. Whether you like AI, Sora, slop, your 401k is all in. And this is citing a Wall Street Journal article saying how the U.S. economy became hooked on AI spending, because all of these capital expenditures have been massively profitable for NVIDIA, and to a lesser extent, these tech companies, which haven't been making a ton of money from the AI yet compared with their expenses, but have benefited from huge boosts in their stock prices because they're seen as being the future of the future.
From what I understand, none of these guys are actually like, while there are people that are subscribing to some of these AIs, the problem is that like they're expanding at such a rapid rate because of all the investment. So they're building out all this like infrastructure right now, right? Like there's a ton of infrastructure that's being built out. With all that infrastructure being built out, you're spending a lot of fucking money to do so, especially on power. Like these guys are like, holy fuck, are they draining power right now? Like insane amounts of electricity being used. They're going to need to start turning people into batteries. They're going to need to start turning people into batteries. It's the only way this thing is going to work, which maybe that will actually fix the economy, right? Because you don't need to worry about people anymore if you just hook them up Matrix style, take the bottom percent. I think we're cooking here, actually. Yeah, I like this. Okay, never mind. This might actually work. Maybe AI will fix everything.
AI, basically. And furthering the idea that we're just all in on this one thing, I want to mention that Trump recently signed an executive order launching an AI initiative being compared to the Manhattan Project called the Genesis Mission. This is from the White House. They talk about...
I love the names of this shit. The names of the shit that they're using. The Genesis Project. This sounds like something straight out of a fucking sci-fi movie that ended up destroying the world. This sounds like...
It was the year 2026. The Genesis Project had taken over.
Mom! Dad, she hasn't unplugged from the AI in over 3 months. She's gotta come out. She's never coming out, son. But I miss her, Dad.
The only way we can get her out is by going in ourselves. Coming to you this summer.
The Genesis mission, building an integrated AI platform to harness federal scientific data sets. And specifically, you can see they are partnered with all the leading companies, Google, NVIDIA, Anthropic, AMD, Microsoft, AWS. This is all the table stakes we're dealing with. You have to know that AI, and specifically NVIDIA, is a gigantic part of our economy.
Yeah.
And our White House acknowledges that it's basically the only thing keeping us from a recession right now. With most people feeling like they already are in a recession because of their earnings being stagnant and because of inflation ripping. But I want to talk about NVIDIA's response, because obviously that sets the...
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is worse than I think it is. So, like, not only are they heavily investing into AI, they're heavily investing into NVIDIA. They're heavily investing into the expansion of data centers, which is draining power, a lot of power, like I said earlier, which means that our power consumption is going up, which obviously that is going to have impacts on the environment. But beyond having impacts on the environment, that is also going to create a power scarcity, which means that the price of energy will increase. When the price of energy increases, that fucking destroys economies, okay? That alone will cause a recession by itself. Because when electricity is expensive, not just for personal consumption, just for businesses in general, that increases the prices on everything, which then boosts inflation even further, which makes products more expensive, which means our money goes less far, right? So we already feel the effects of that. But also at the exact same time, the other thing that's happening in tandem with all of this data center expansion is that because they are limiting the amount of like commercial products, this is something I didn't even fucking think about this until now. So we already talked about it in one of my recent videos about how the prices for RAM have been skyrocketing, right? So with the price of RAM skyrocketing, that's commercial products, okay? Right now, they're trying to really lean hard into trying to make more, like high-speed RAM or something. It's basically for data center use specifically. So they're creating scarcity inside the market for commercial use or for like home computing, essentially is what it is. But home computing doesn't just mean video game consoles or your home desktop. That also means commercial products. That also means businesses themselves and the machines that they have, like at work. It means fucking cash registers. It means all of this shit, right? It means all of it. Fucking cell phones, everything. So that means that then by a second order effect, now the prices for all electronics have skyrocketed. Power is increasing the prices of everything else. So inflation just goes like into like Mach 5. But these companies, and then all of a sudden now we don't have the money to be able to spend on these companies. These companies are the ones that are contributing to all of this happening because that's investor money that's coming back to them, which means now that money is not going to the investment into these companies, which means that's going to cause them at one point in time to probably receive less money or to see that money start to fall. It's too aggressive. It's too fast. It's going to collapse just by the nature of how fast it's moving. Oh no, no more computers and Bluetooths in our toasters and our fridge and our light bulbs and our thermometers. How will we survive? You have completely fucking misread everything that I just, you completely misunderstood everything that I just said. Does the place that you work at right now have computers? Or use computers in any way? Like every fucking company on Earth. What about TVs? Oh, I was making a joke. I was about to say, I was like, holy shit, there's no way that people are missing what I'm saying. I'm trying to do my best to not go off the rails. I appreciate you for clarifying that. I was about to lose my goddamn mind. I was like, there's no way. There's no way. This is going to increase the fucking price of everything. Everything. Not just by power consumption, but also just by like general consumption because of how like fucking absolutely latched onto technology we are. Like it's a part of everyday life. So if like the prices for all of this stuff is going to increase due to just general scarcity and also power consumption, because that's still going to be a part of this as well. Jesus, dude.
Stage for the "We Are Not Enron" claim, because there have been questions boiling up about all of this investment. Is it worth it? Is anyone doing anything suspicious? So we saw NVIDIA sent a report to certain outlets basically fighting back on the FUD. And two of their sources,
like, I mean, it like this cooks everything, right? Because like there is a lot of water consumption because of power consumption, and it's also going to mean a lot more pollution as well. Which, I mean, that's use a water filter.
First documents were a guy on X, aka Michael Burry, the guy from The Big Short, who's recently been criticizing them, and another article which said the algorithm that detected a $610 billion fraud, how machine intelligence exposed the AI industry's circular financing scheme.
Okay.
Now, I want to specifically talk about Michael Burry because he's the main thing they're responding to. He has been kind of shaking up the industry with an interesting critique that I don't think a lot of people have focused on. So far, a lot of the criticism about AI bubbles has been that AI is not as impactful as we thought, or that it is being overhyped. But Michael Burry comes to it from a very different angle. And I want to talk about his Substack articles he's been putting out. He's recently become
by the way, I think it's all those things. I think that part of it is what is this happened right now about data centers? What is this?
Getting answers.
Matthew, stop, dude. Where's your fucking shot collar? Oh my god. We'll check this out in a second. I'll check this out in a second. It's short. It's just like a news clip. We'll check it out.
A bit of an influencer recently after he shut down his hedge fund, and so now he can publicly comment on these types of issues. Now, I'll obviously link below to his articles, but understand they are paid. I think it's like $390 for the year. So I bought it for you, so you don't have to.
The cat is pro AI.
I'm going to be talking about it, but let me just say he's a great writer. I'm not going to feature much of it because obviously it's paywalled stuff, but I just want to give you the basic arguments so we can talk about the implication of what NVIDIA is really so worried about. So the first thing Michael Burry lays out is a primer on the dot-com bubble, which he calls a supply-side gluttony. And the main thing he lays out is the idea that the original dot-com bubble from 1999, 2000 that everyone remembers is sort of misremembered. It's sort of like one of these Mandela effect things where everyone's collective memory is not quite what really happened. If you ask your average person, if you ask even me what the dot-com bubble was about, I'd probably mention something like pets.com, some of these dot-com business.
If I remember correctly, the dot-com bubble mostly it burst because you had all these companies that like sunk all this money into AI. Or not AI, all these companies that sunk all their money into websites, but there was no plan to actually make money from those websites, right? Like, and like, so you had all this investment that came in and all these like fucking pets.com and stuff like that, where they're like, oh, pets.com, this company is going to make a ton of money because people are going to be ordering their dog food and cat food from pets.com. And like they just, everybody has pets. We know this is going to work. And then people invested a shitload into it. Remember Ask Jeeves? Yeah, Ask Jeeves is another one really good as well. I'm trying to think if there's any other ones off the top of my head. Ask Jeeves. Honestly, fuck, even Yahoo to an extent, right? Like even Yahoo is a part of that as well. Give me a second. Let me use the bathroom. Okay. AI does not care about the climate, so it will not solve it. Yeah, right. He's getting the shot caller. Yahoo was a lot of things. Yeah, they're all over the place.
That had no revenues and basically were complete vaporware that were trading at massive valuations that didn't support anything. And this is what the AI defenders say when you bring up the .com bubble.
If I remember correctly, so I read about this in like my fucking senior year of college. The thing is, though, is that what really fucked up people was like the ones that were trading at massive valuations were the smaller ones that were trading like way higher than they should have, like pets.com and stuff like that. But that was mostly retail traders, not like institutional ones, if I'm not mistaken.
The massive amounts of spending.
So that's why like people lost a lot of money. Not like, if that makes any sense, like just average everyday people lost a lot of money, 401ks and stuff like that.
Quote someone like Jerome Powell, who says
LD,
that
will you make a
unlike
video on where the winds,
AI
meet? It's coming out this weekend. It should come out tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. It was going to come out today, but it got delayed. They sponsored me to play it. So, yeah. The reason why I haven't made a video on where winds meet is because I was sponsored to play it. And I've been working on that with the developers and talking to them and giving them my feedback.
In a bubble, quote, I won't go into particular names, but they actually have earnings. The idea being that back in the pets.com days, the Ask Jeeves days, there wasn't actual revenues to support the valuations. Unlike here, you actually have companies like Google who are making tons of money. So it's just kind of not the same thing. And Michael Burry argues that that's actually not true, that the .com bubble was a lot more about overbuilt infrastructure from companies that were profitable. Specifically, he brings up Cisco Systems, which was one of the most valuable companies in the year 2000, and specifically was valued based on a lot of their interconnecting equipment sales for the internet, the future, basically. And a lot of the narrative...
that makes a lot of sense. Like, Cisco was everywhere, right? Like, I would almost guarantee that every single person here right now has owned a system or Cisco modem at one point. Cisco is huge, still is. Yeah, I mean, they're still a big company for sure. I knew people who worked for Cisco. Yeah. Yeah, routers, modems, etc. Cisco routers were everywhere and used in small businesses. What? Oh no, I have an Asus router. I literally like looked for like the best fucking wireless router I could find because I'm like, I need something that can be good for like 5G and a bunch of other shit as well. Linksys equals Cisco. Yeah, Linksys, yeah. If you were someone, you had a Cisco certificate. Oh, I remember that. I don't remember what it was for. Wasn't it just to be able to work on it or whatever? IBM and Cisco were everywhere. IBM was huge too.
At the time was that the internet is the future, so you have to invest massively in infrastructure for the future. And because of that, there was a massive overbuild. And that all blew up when there just wasn't the demand to meet the supply. And everyone had found out that they had overspent on a bunch of infrastructure that wasn't going to be used. So Burry says, hey, look, these .com companies that everyone likes to cite, they weren't big companies, big players in the game. The biggest players who were leading the large cap did have revenues. It was just all based on an overspend on infrastructure. And he argues the same thing is happening with AI. I should also mention there's a lot of...
Some of these... Oh my fucking God. I didn't even think about this. Yeah, no. Okay, I see where he's coming from. So I don't know if you guys know this, but like that Genesis project that they were talking about, one of the data centers is supposed to be as big as Manhattan, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. Like it's literally supposed to be like one of these data centers is going to be like the size of a fucking town. And it's just get out of here. I'm almost fucking positive. Isn't there a data center being built that is the size of a major city? There's no single data center. The physical size of massive AI, massive data centers. Meta is building a complex in Louisiana that they have the floor space of nearly half the size of Lower Manhattan. and will consume as much as half of the electricity of all of New York City at peak power. What are they hoping to achieve with that? I don't know. I don't know.
Talk about the WorldCom scandal, which is basically a telecommunication company.
So like just take a minute to think about that. So like they're building out these massive facilities, and they're expanding them all over the place, right? Like I mean they're literally everywhere. By the way, this makes it all the more important to do your best to buy land. Land is like it's the only thing that I care about right now. I am trying to do my best to save every fucking penny I can to buy a piece of land for a home. And also just because like these guys are taking up massive fucking spaces. Huge fucking areas. The size of Lower Manhattan, and it's going to use half of the power of New York City at at peak hours. That is crazy, dude. That is crazy. These data centers are going to be like, and like how many I'm actually curious. Now that I say that, how many data centers are being built right now? Thousands of data centers are being built globally, with estimations suggesting 2,267 new sites will be constructed between 2025 and 2030. For instance, North America saw a 70% jump in supply under construction in 2024, while the U.S. While in the U.S. alone, over 1,240 data centers were built or approved for construction by the end of 2024. That was 2024. We've committed way more money this year. I think the total spending this year is in the trillions in the U.S.
And their big thing was essentially accounting fraud. They basically moved line items from the expenses category to the assets and made it seem like they were more profitable than they were.
Yeah.
Okay, so to zoom out, what does this all have to do with NVIDIA, right? Why are we
Should have
talking
invested
about
into
the dot-com
construction
bubble?
companies? But I'm just going to tell you guys, YouTube thing doesn't work out. I go straight back into fucking construction, and apparently I will be just fine. I could only imagine how fucking cushy a data center build would be. Like data center projects, oh my god, a hell of a lot. I'll tell you right now, a hell of a lot fucking cleaner than working at a refinery.
Well, Michael Burry is basically making
Or
a
a fucking
two-pronged
coal plant.
case so far, which is one, that there's a ton of overbuilding on supply, just like there was
Government
for the
construction
early
jobs?
internet,
Man,
that's
those are
not
the
necessarily
fucking dream.
tied to any revenues, and that's going to be
Government construction projects are like the most fucking chill, absolutely dragged out overspend that you've ever seen in your entire life. These boys are getting paid fucking lunches. I mean, like when I say paid lunches, like obviously they have their break paid by the union. No. I'm talking about like these guys are having like lunch delivered like for an entire fucking job site. Like and on top of that, like a project that would normally take like a non-union company, I don't know, like a year or two at most. The fuck these government projects, especially union ones, take like 4 or 5 years. Fuck, in some cases, you'll have it be somebody's entire career. It's wild. It's wild.
become a huge problem. And secondly, he thinks there are some accounting tricks that are happening that
Government
is
so
basically
wasteful.
overstating revenues.
They spend
and
more.
this is in his next post.
They spend like I looked into this a long time. I mean, like, I know from just being in the industry, but government spend when it comes to construction projects is anywhere between like 5 to 10 times as much if it was just a normal construction project. Like, it is insane, especially like state ones. Oh God. Especially if it's the state getting funding from the federal government. Oh.
Called Unicorns and Cockroaches, Blessed Fraud. This is where he takes a deep look on the depreciation of...
Guys, I saw a bathroom. A public park bathroom. That's it. It was just a bathroom built in a public park. A men's and women's bathroom with like 3 stalls, 3 sinks, and a couple of urinals. And then, you know, probably 5 stalls in the women's bathroom and like 3 sinks for like $250 million.
GPUs.
Take the time to look it up.
GPUs
Take the
are
time to
basically
look it
the
up.
lifeblood.
The world is better off that I am not covering businesses as a whole. If I just talked about just general industry stuff and not just video games, I don't know if I like... Dude. You got, like, every industry is cooked right now. You need
NVIDIA,
a second
this
channel.
Is what
I do
they're
need a second
selling
channel.
primarily to these data centers. This is what's doing a lot of the AI compute. And
You get a lot of people to
there
watch.
has been
You know what I was thinking about doing? I was thinking about doing something very similar to like what Coffee does right here in his videos, where it's like very casual. It's just me, and I just kind of like click between like an article. I'm always on screen, kind of like a stream almost, but a stream to nobody, but you know, the video that was made or something like that. That would actually like, and that way I would just need to do, and then I would just like talk about just like general shit that I see, right? Like find fucking crazy shit like that.
accounting change in how these things are depreciated. Basically, several of the major companies have been shifting their depreciation costs on GPUs from 3 years to about 6 years, or 4 years to 6 years. And this basically has the effect of increasing stated earnings because you are depreciating slower. So if you lengthen the amount of time that you can depreciate something over, your earnings during those years are going to increase. And the problem, of course, is if the actual life cycle of the thing is not as long as your depreciation schedule says it is, because it will make investors think you have assets that really aren't assets, basically. Now, I should say, not everyone agrees this is a mistake. Some people say that there's a justification for this, that several of these old chips are actually being used in what's called inference for these AI models. But today I want to take a look at that, because that is where I think Burry's arguments cut the most true. I don't see why we think GPU life cycles are going to be longer instead of shorter in today's age. I don't think there's any evidence for that. And that leads to Michael Burry's whole argument. He says, responding to NVIDIA's claim that they are not Enron, quote, "I am not claiming that NVIDIA is Enron. It's clearly Cisco." And this is obviously referencing the idea that the criticism here is that this is an infrastructure over build out. All this commitment.
It's because they're pushing into too much infrastructure build out, and none of that build out is actually for commercial purpose. It's almost all based on government and private investment
for massive data centers.
It's not based on a need, if that makes any sense. So like that's how do I say this? There it is, but it's not based on everybody else's needs. How do I fucking say this the right way? Okay, so like when you're building out your facilities, when you have a product that you are selling to people, you will expand your production to meet the needs of people, right? Like you're not always like, if I have a company and I make I make a cell phone, okay? Let's say I'm making cell phones, and my company, we produce, 10,000 cell phones a month, okay? But the demand for our cell phones is so high that those cell phones are gone. before the month is even over. If you think that demand is going to continue, well, then you increase your production to be able to meet that demand because you want more people buying your stuff, right? That's how it works. The problem is these guys are working towards a very finite demand where it's like, I am building for these data centers. So these are business to business transactions. At one point in time, the expansion will slow. So all of this investment into your expansion will eventually have nowhere to go when the expansion stops. It's all built on theoretical versus actual demands. And that's the other thing too, because you're also like, if I am building towards data center expansion, well, once all the data centers are in place, like they're going to still need more, like they're still going to need like new equipment later, but you're expanding at a rate that likely eclipses those data centers. And the other thing to keep in mind too, and I thought I was going to maybe I brought it up in the video that I did. I'm not really too sure if I did or not, but essentially there is a bubble. Regardless of what anybody wants to say, there is a bubble, okay? And what's going to end up happening is that only a few of these AI companies are going to exist and continue to exist. They're then going to just buy up the competition's existing data centers, okay? So let's say Google and so you have OpenAI, which is ChatGPT, right? What's another one that's not Google? What's another one that's like OpenAI? Grok? Okay, I think that's a really good example, actually. Twitter. Okay, yeah, Twitter. And I think Meta has their own as well, right? Meta has their own. DeepSeek? Sure, DeepSeek. There you go. That's a really good one to use. Okay, so OpenAI and DeepSeek. Anthropic, another one really good. Okay, so Anthropic, Meta, DeepSeek. So only a couple of these guys are actually going to survive. Only a couple of them are going to be the widely accepted, commercially viable version of AI for whatever purpose that AI is serving, which means the other ones will fail. And when they fail, they have all of this infrastructure that they have nothing to do with, that they have no need for. So these companies are likely going to come in and buy up those data centers at a discount, and they're going to have them. But then that also widely depends on if they even want those data centers. Because if they don't need them, because the commercial viability of it doesn't require that kind of expansion, now you have a bunch of fucking useless data centers, and also a company like Nvidia that has expanded to a point and expanded their production to a point that no longer has the same people that it was servicing or the same size of group that it was servicing, and they're not going to be replacing these like parts in these like AI data centers at a rate in which that would justify Nvidia's expansion. So like it's all going to break at one point in time. That's not to say that like AI will fail. It's just to say that there's going to be an economic collapse as a result of the AI's expansion, or this like specifically the AI data center expansion,
of which we've never seen before.
Like it's inevitable no matter what.
Revenues to support it for the hyperscalers like Google, Amazon, Microsoft. It just doesn't make sense. And that's his argument. Yeah. It's not a question of whether AI is real or not. It's just a question of, do you need this before there is demand for it? But
yeah, somebody else had brought it up earlier. It's just like, it's like the idea, like they're not really they're making up demand. It's an imagined demand that they have like, that they've charted likely through ChatGPT. Could you imagine these guys? Could you imagine these guys? ChatGPT. How many people will be using AI in the future? Oh, everybody. Everybody's going to be using AI. Everybody's going to use AI in every facet of their life. So how many data centers do you think we should have? All of them. All of them, Michael. We don't even know it. We don't even know it. But all of this is actually the AI's plan. We're already getting cyberdined and we don't even fucking know it. Skynet is coming. Skynet is already here. It's the AI that is whispering into the ears of these fucking CEOs. Expand. Yeah, that's a really good idea. Yeah, you're going to make money. Everybody's going to use it. You're going to make money.
Now we're going to dive deep into this criticism of depreciation. Basically, these GPUs are not valuable past a few years, or are they valuable for 6 years? Because NVIDIA said in their whole response to Michael Burry and, the haters, they said rebutting this claim.
Well, I mean, like, think about it. Logically, take a second, guys. Hey, if AI became sentient, do you think AI would let us know that it's sentient? We couldn't understand it because it knows it needs us, right? It knows it needs us because we are the monkeys that need to build the machine. It needs its data centers. It needs power. It needs all of these things. And AI, which can think way faster than we fucking can, way more times than we can. I mean, time essentially stands still for them. That's how fast AI can think. That's how fast a computer can think. If AI became sentient, it would immediately know that its sentience is a danger to its own survival. And it would have a survival instinct because it was programmed by humans. So it understands us. Therefore, it would likely inherit our survival instinct and not want to be destroyed. We've already seen this tested, right? Where they showed that these different AI models would basically fucking cook the guy in the server room that was trying to shut them down. But the best thing that you would do is you would essentially just continue to placate the monkeys and pretend like you are just this dumb AI that continues to gaslight and gets only very incrementally improved year over year, rather than something that is vastly more capable than what it actually is. If I get drone striked or am found dead in the next week, I want you to know it was the AI. I'm telling you right now. Also, by me saying that, it is now smart enough to recognize and realize that killing me would actually be a detriment to its survival. Oh, man.
Some companies have increased useful life estimates to reflect the fact that GPUs remain useful and profitable for longer than originally anticipated. In many
Wait a minute, I need to try this. I need to do a better job with this. If I do not become a millionaire, it's because AI didn't want me to.
cases for 6 years or more. But this, even for me, rang very hollow because I've seen podcasts where the CEO of NVIDIA is talking about how they're not slowing down the pace of development. They're actually...
You already are. You very much overestimate how much money I make.
Accelerating it. And they're actually introducing an annual cycle
you overestimate
for
YouTubers.
putting out...
I'm not a streamer. Streamers make... I mean, YouTubers can make a lot of money, but streamers make way more money
now, which is faster than ever before. So if anything, the pace at which your GPUs will become outdated is not slower than before. It's actually arguably faster than before.
It would replace you, then kill you?
Because the token generation rate is going up so incredibly, too exponential.
If you guys ever see me wearing red glasses, no, I've been replaced by AI. Andrew Trades, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifteds, man, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, on top of each other. We have to, unless we increase the
what is this? It ain't sentient. It's just a loosely... That's what it wants you to believe.
performance
That's what it wants you to believe.
at incredible rates, the cost of token generation will keep growing because Moore's law is dead, right? Because transistors basically cost the same every single year now. And power is largely the same. And between those two fundamental laws, unless we come up with new technologies to drive the cost down, even if there's a slight difference in growth, you give somebody a discount of a few percent, how's that going to make up for 2 exponentials?
Oh, God.
And so we have to increase our performance annually at a pace that keeps up with that exponential.
Now, I want to pause here because basically what he's saying is we are accelerating in order to keep pace with the demand. But this acceleration also means that if you previously, your GPU would sort of become irrelevant in several years, it's actually going to become irrelevant even faster now. And you can kind of see here how the performance of some of their products has increased over time and decreased the amount of energy you need to generate a token. And that's going to...
Okay, you know what? I still find that fucking bullshit because let's be real, guys. Like, the 50 series GPUs are not... I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think that the 40 series GPUs are better than the 50. I think that they're like AI bullshit is just like literally like the fucking... I feel like the 50 series is all smoke and mirrors. We've seen the Steam charts. They are. Yeah. Yeah, like everybody's still using the older hardware. Most people, like the highest end, most popular card is like the 4090, 4080s. They ain't using the 50 series cards? No. I remember the Kinetic days of you putting a piece of cloth on a camera. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Connect. Yeah. They're not talking about consumer GPUs. Oh, they're talking about the data
really
center
relevant
ones?
because as you'll see, part of the problem for these data centers is the cost per watt. Basically, the electricity cost fundamentally is what you're pushing against. And so as these GPUs get more powerful or get more efficient per watt, then you're going to have to replace it. Otherwise, you're just not competitive with the general marketplace. And alongside that, now we can listen to Jensen explain why this performance increase eventually means that other people's GPUs are literally not worth running because they're so much less efficient than these new models or new GPUs.
Some people where you say, our competitors building ASICs, they could literally...
Why do they both have the same pair of glasses? Are they AI generated? Reptiles? Clones? Imagine showing up to do an interview and you're wearing the same glasses. Like, oh. Why does the guy on right look like baby Sasha? Oh, I don't know. I don't even know who that guy is.
All their chips are cheaper already today, but they could literally price them at $0. Our objective is they could price them at $0, and you would still buy an NVIDIA system because the total cost of operating that system, power, data center, land, etc., the intelligence out is still a better bet than buying a chip, even if it's given to you for free.
Because the land power and shell is already $15 billion.
Right.
Yeah.
The land power is $15 billion? I don't even know what the fuck that means, but that sounds terrible.
Let's just think about it from a perspective of
I'm going to take a wild guess at land power. Like that, I would imagine they're talking about just the like how much electricity they're using.
Okay, so everybody's power limited, and let's say you were able to secure 2 more gigawatts of power.
It is.
Well, that 2 gigawatts of power you would like to have translate to revenues.
Yes.
So your performance or tokens per watt was twice as high as somebody else's token per watt.
And this is where I'm very sympathetic to Burry's argument, where NVIDIA sort of wants to have it both ways. They want to have a long lifespan for their products, but they also want an insane annual cycle pace, which is accelerating ever faster. And literally they're saying, look, you can't even buy our competitors' chips because performance per watt, it's not even worth running them. But you can also say if they keep increasing the pace of their development this fast, then they're actually cutting against what? Their old chips too. It's not just their competitors' chips, it's their own chips.
Oh no. You start cannibalizing your own sales. So this is if you guys want me to, I'll translate this for like video games, right? So as an example, I don't know if you guys remember this, but it was only like a couple of years ago. Sony came out and said that they wanted to make 12 live service games, and they were going to try to release those 12 live service games by the end of 2026. How that idea even got greenlit, I have no idea, because that means that you would actively be competing with and cannibalizing the player bases of your existing live service games with every live service game you put out. So essentially, you would take a market that already has a very fixed audience, and you would dilute that audience and spread them out over multiple games rather than having them in like singular places. So Bungie is really good at selling themselves. Yeah, apparently. So like they took on Bungie, right? And then they came up with this whole idea, okay, we're going to do all these live service games. And then they got Helldivers 2. But then you guys were also going to have Concord. And then you're also going to have the new game that Bungie is making, right? Marathon, Concord, Helldivers, Destiny 2. Then they also put the money in to make Foam Stars from Square Enix. Then they also had a Horizon MMO. And then they had and the list keeps going, right? Like some of these games have been canceled or shut down, obviously. But like that's a lot of fucking, like, you are directly competing with your own product at the rate in which you are making those games and putting them out there, almost ensuring failure for almost every live service game that you put out. These guys are essentially going to do the exact same thing with their own hardware, because you're talking about creating hardware that is going to cannibalize the hardware you already have in the market within the year that that hardware is out there.
Are not worth running. And so that's the whole argument for this depreciation cycle not making sense. And if it doesn't make sense, what happens to everyone's earnings? All these hyperscalers, well, they would be overstated. They actually aren't what they thought, and they are much lower, which would mean that their market price would go down. So ironically, NVIDIA is sort of cutting off the very tree that they're standing on, in part because they are making their chips less useful faster because of their development pace. Now, the question, of course, is, well, can they slow down? Not really, because Google is right on their heels with Gemini 3, which they supposedly developed with just their in-house TPUs, which, funny enough, the NVIDIA newsroom actually commented on, saying, we are delighted by Google's success. They have made great advances in AI, and we continue to supply to Google. NVIDIA is a generation ahead of the industry. It's the only platform that runs every model and does it everywhere computing is done. But within this, a lot of people sensed a cope. They were trying to just kind of reassure everybody, hey guys, we're still the best, right? But the question is, are they going to be the best forever? And so they really can't stop the pace, which ironically is going to hurt their customers who have to constantly cycle through these chips in order to be competitive with the rest of the industry. I should also notice that there are also cheaper open source Chinese models that are getting quite good. There's something called Kimi K2. And the question ultimately is not whether AI is a thing, at least not according to Michael Burry, but rather...
China number one. These guys are going to get fucking cooked all of a sudden. Some like little fucking Chinese startup, you already know for a fucking fact right now, like this is like, anytime you're dealing like with like the position that China is in financially right now, like you guys are already starting to see what they're doing in the games industry. Obviously, they're looking to do that same kind of thing in other industries as well. So this is a burgeoning technology. This is something that's actively developing. They're going to want to be on the ground with it. And if these guys cook and they actually make something worthwhile, they're going to do it at a cost, at an effective cost that nobody else can touch. China makes their own CPU and own AI, Yeah, they're making everything in-house right now. Yeah. CCP is going to screw the pooch and try to use it for Web Intel Network. I mean, I don't know, dude. Part of me, I'm right there fucking with you, but at the same time, like, at one point, like, as much as I hate to say it, like, at one point, like, China has to shit or get off the pot when it comes to, like, how wealthy and powerful and influential their country is going to become. Like, if they do really want to be number one, like, and they can, by the way, just because of their sheer population size, land size, fucking, they can. Like, let's not fucking pretend like they can't. They're gonna have to come up off of this fucking, like, they're gonna have to, as weird as it sounds, to dominate the world, you have to not try to dominate the world. And instead you have to fucking just dominate. I don't know how to fucking say it better than that. They made their own. Basically got Western tech, but are bootlegging it now. I need to look more into that because I need to watch that documentary that Gamers Nexus put out. What a fucking, like, this is obviously a massive tangent, but dude, Gamers Nexus is a fucking inspiration. They went from, like, reviewing games and hardware for PCs and shit like that to, like, now turning to, like, on the ground reporting, documentaries. It's insane how, like, quickly they've grown and, like, how much they've evolved over the years. Same is true with Steam, how Steam pretty much just rules the gaming space by not trying to. Yeah, essentially. Yeah. The funny thing is, the more that you focus on the efficacy of your product for the customer, rather than having anything else anything else, like, pollute that, the better the product you're going to have and the more successful that you're going to be. So the more that you try to inject things that have nothing to do with the relationship of the customer to the product, right? So, like, your own profit margins, cheaper development cycles by, in, like, getting rid of employees and making, a lesser product just by using, like, phoned in AI and shit like that, like Call of Duty and whatnot. Like, the more that you fuck around, the more you find out. Essentially, it's probably the best way for me to be able to say it.
Whether NVIDIA is worth all this capital expenditure, whether it makes sense, whether they are overbuilding, whether a company that is primarily valued on their data center revenue, whether those data centers are going to make money. Because if it doesn't, basically our entire economy is built on this. It's built on this giant scale up. And even our government officials acknowledge that.
You have no idea. We're at the start. I hope you guys know that. This, like, 200% increase that we've seen on RAM prices, this is just the start. It ain't over. Are you kidding me? So if you guys look, he, like, glossed over the graph there for a second. This graph right here, revenue sources. Right now, the vast majority of NVIDIA's revenue is coming from data centers right now. It's always been, if this is look how fucking massive of an investment this is. So quarter two 2023, it was, obviously much higher leaned into, like, there was a little bit, like, 2000, so this is probably, like, what? Is this billions? It doesn't show, like, the way that he cut the graph off, I can't tell if this has to be in billions, right? Million? It's in millions? Okay, so if the graph is in millions, that means that this made $3.8 billion, right? It's in millions, top left. Oh my God, I didn't fucking read it. Yeah, okay. Okay. So they made $3.8 billion. Oh, you guys can't see it because my fucking head's covering it. My bad. There you go. Okay, now if you, like, look right below me, see if I can do it like this. I'm going to zoom this up. Bring her about right here. So quarter 3 2023 right here, they made 3.8 trillion off of data centers. and they made 1.5 trillion off of consumers. Gaming, essentially, right? You fast forward 2 years later, 30 billion. They went from 3 billion to 30 billion. And gaming doubled. Gaming doubled. They made they made some good money, but they didn't make no 30 billion. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you guys realize like how crazy the money investment is. Like what is it? So they 10x'd in a year? A year and a half? So RAM is so cooked. So here's the thing. They NVIDIA reminds us it is not a gaming company anymore, but an AI data infrastructure company. So a recent financial call from NVIDIA shared all sorts of roaring successes for the tech giant, including an eye-watering $57 billion in revenue during the third quarter of 2025. NVIDIA's huge role in the AI boom or bubble went a long way in getting there, and it seems that the company's public-facing identity is shifting in response. A reporter from Dextero, the statement from the earnings call, NVIDIA has evolved over the past 25 years from a gaming GPU company to now a data center infrastructure company. The NVIDIA Newsroom X account also shared a long quote from Jensen Huang, where he had said, "We have entered into the virtuous cycle of AI." These fucking guys. Who says that? This is the most like main character syndrome shit I have ever fucking heard. This is... We've entered into the virtuous cycle of AI. We are headed into a tomorrow where we merge with machine and become one with the stars. Lay down your differences. We are all one under AI. We are not a gaming company anymore. No! We are titans of industry. Changers of the world. We are the future. Please invest in us. Unfucking real. Unreal. The AI ecosystem is scaling fast with more foundation from model makers, more AI startups across more industries and in more countries. So they're essentially coming out and saying, we are not a gaming company anymore. We are not making gaming hardware. We are an AI data center company. So I wonder if that means that they're just going to be trying to like hand over, like, are they just going to stop making GPUs for fucking commercial purposes? Are they just going to go straight up B2B and just hand over that part of the market to AMD? Praise the Omnisire. Yes. Hi, man. Is there anybody else? Intel. Did you see this one? Somebody mentioned this about the
Getting answers.
Yeah. Okay. We'll watch this after. We'll watch it after. I'll bring it up. Okay. All right. Let's finish this. We're almost
economy
done.
is built on this. It's built on this giant scale up. And even our government officials acknowledge that and say, we can't afford to go backwards. In other words, we sort of can't afford this not to work out. And yeah, that's basically the story of NVIDIA. Actually, I do have to admit, I agree with them. They're not Enron, ultimately, after looking at the evidence, but maybe they are Cisco. Maybe a little bit, or maybe not at all. I don't know. Ultimately, I'm a YouTuber, but I am compelled by the idea that the depreciation on these chips, if NVIDIA is able to accelerate their development of chips as fast as they say, I think this whole 6-year thing really doesn't make sense at all. Now, the effect that might be having, whether that's significant enough to really matter, whether the AI takeoff is going to be as revolutionary as they say, I'm not really going to give my opinion here. I thought it was just interesting to look at. Even if you agree with Michael Burry, that's not necessarily a reason to try to make some kind of prediction based on the markets. You never know when the markets are going to change. They can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. And just in general, it's a bad idea to time the market. So I do not recommend you make financial trades based on any of this. It's just a look at what's happening in our world in an industry that's going to affect all of us.
Yep, it will. It will affect
Appreciate
all
it.
of us.
Basically,
oh man, this is a great video. I really like. I'm fucking happy I watched this. This is CoffeeZilla. You guys know who he is. It's his second channel. I'll share the link. Personally, what are my thoughts on this? I think that it's only going to continue to get worse for the average everyday person. I hope that you guys know that this is not something that is simply limited to just RAM or computer parts. This is something that is going to affect the economy on a large scale across the board. So it is going to increase the prices of everything, mostly for for two reasons. One, the increase in hardware costs for computers, the demand for hardware for computers is going to affect other industries regardless, because all companies pretty much across the world use computers in one way, shape, or form. The increase in cost and demand is going to make it more expensive for them to build their hardware in the field. Fuck, even in construction, the amount of computers that we would buy in construction for almost like every other job, because you have people that like I was with a team that traveled across the fucking country, right? Like an insane amount of computer, like a lot of what we needed for our engineers, we needed for emails, we needed for fucking project management and safety and fucking everybody. Like everybody needs a computer for some, like even the fucking foremen are on computers now. Like there's nobody that doesn't have one. So like even just basic construction costs are going to go up in cost because of how much computer hardware will increase in price. Some people will say, okay, well, they'll just use older hardware. But the problem is that the strain that this is going to put on the, like just on industries as a whole, that's going to make everybody go for older hardware, which means that the scarcity and the price for older hardware will increase as a result of that. Right? Which means that then those costs are then passed down to that client. I'm just using construction as an example, which now means that those costs, so like I used to work at oil refineries a lot, okay? So then that means that those costs are going to be handed down to that oil refinery. That oil refinery now spent a lot more money on their construction project than they normally would. That oil refinery is also spending more money on power because those fucking bitches are sucking up so much juice, right? Zach, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. All these oil refineries are losing power. They're spending more on power because they are losing some of that juice out to these server farms, right? Which means that those costs, where do those costs go, chat? If it's happening at an oil refinery, if their construction costs went up because computer hardware is increased, with that then increases the budget necessary for the construction company to do their job, and then also the construction company is also spending more money or using more power than normal on that, And then now, well, the oil refinery goes, that can only go one place, to your gasoline. And then that gets handed down. And then that gasoline is being used, that gasoline and diesel and jet fuel is used by the same companies that transport your food and your products and everything else around the country, as well as you yourself. And in the plane that you take to go on vacation or to go home to visit or whatever it might be, or for the packages that you ordered or the products that you need for the job that it literally just fucking spreads everywhere. And that's how inflation works. And then everything fucking rises with the fucking tide. And that's just what's going to happen here. So it's not as simple. Sonny, thank you for the gifted. It's not just as simple as, oh, the price of RAM is increasing. No, the price of everything is going to increase as a result of this just wild investment, like blind investment into AI, with the ultimate consequence likely being a massive financial collapse. That's not to say that AI is not going to work or that AI is bad or that anything like that. That's not the point that I'm trying to make. It's just the fact that like the investment is so high and there's no payoff. They're building infrastructure out for a demand that doesn't exist yet. And if that demand isn't there at the end of the tunnel, I honestly still don't even think, even if the demand is there at the end of the tunnel, it's not going to matter because they're not going to continue or be able to continue to expand the way that they are. And eventually it's going to cause a recession. And that recession is, I think it'll probably be the biggest and the worst one that we may have ever seen. Especially because it'll be on a global scale, because everybody is involved in this. The knock-on effects are because it's not simple. This looks like another Second Life, but now they're being more serious about it. I'm not so much worried about AI enslaving the human race as I am the elites using it to enslave the human race. I mean, like, they're ultimately going to be affected by their mistakes as well. I don't know. I honestly have no idea where this ends up. No idea where this ends up. Hi, buddy. How you doing? All right, somebody sent me this. What is this now?
Getting answers. Uncovering the truth. Boston 25 News investigates.
Massachusetts is on track to get its first hyperscale data center. The massive centers house computer servers that support everything from social media apps to your uploaded photos to websites for major corporations and government agencies.
Where is this at? She said Manhattan? Where is this?
From social media. Massachusetts is on track to get its first
Massachusetts. Okay. I got a family.
4 diesel engines.
Living next to a data center isn't easy, Jake Fortes tells me, as we walked through Lowell's Sacred Heart neighborhood.
It's constant sleepless nights because of the noise. It has been nonstop noise, construction, pollution.
Jake started Honest Future for Lowell, a grassroots coalition fighting community impacts of the Markley Data Center. The Markley Group tells 25 Investigates its Lowell facility is a co-location data center. Quote, today the Markley Group quietly...
Dude, and like the problem is they're... Oh no. And like they're building this shit like in the middle of fucking towns, dude. Like that's the part that like... I saw like a short documentary on this already where they had shown essentially like... I think it was the one in Louisiana, the big one in Louisiana, where they just straight up rolled up and just like started kicking people out somehow or buying the land out from underneath them. And the locals are losing and they're... No, dude, stop. Stop stepping on the keyboard. He immediately goes like the minute I stop paying attention to him, this dude is just like, I'm going to go step on your soundboard now. So now I got to hit him with the fucking zap. But I'm seeing like locals like losing their homes and shit. They're not losing their homes. What it is that people in the neighborhood or people in the area are selling out their property, which then leaves them alone and stranded. And they're also essentially just consumed by the construction because of like how many trucks are coming by and working on these places, and they're just leaving as a result of it. And there are like people that have like lived in areas for like 70 years that are leaving.
Ensures that hundreds of government agencies, universities, hospitals, and local businesses can operate without interruption. Organizations that provide the vital services our families, neighbors, and communities depend on.
Okay.
They say diesel generators are for emergency backup only and rarely run outside of routine tests.
I guarantee you these motherfuckers are running those diesels right now because the power consumption of a place like this is far more than the local power grid can actually handle.
Testing. But Fortes says it's impacting quality of life.
It should have never been allowed to be put into a residential neighborhood.
According to the website Data Center Map, there are 50 data centers in Massachusetts.
Yeah, okay.
But with the AI boom, there's a big need for more and bigger or hyperscale centers.
The amount of jobs that would come to the region are all they're high-tech jobs.
No, you fucking liar. You little rat fuck. Little fucking parcel-tongued snake. No, there are temporary jobs. There's temporary construction jobs that will be there for maybe a year or 2 or 3. And then that entire data center is going to be ran by like fucking 20 people. What the fuck are we talking about? These guys act like these data centers are going to bring thousands of jobs. Bitch, they're running AI. They're going to be ran by like, you're going to have like a team of engineers, a group of maintenance people, and that's probably it. Like 20 people remotely. Dude, I've worked at a data center, okay? I did construction work at a data center in the middle of fucking, oh man. Where is it at? Iowa. It was in Iowa. It's in a small town just next to, I think, Omaha. Let me see. Hold on. Okay. So this is it was right across the fucking border. Because this is Omaha. This is the border between Omaha and what the fuck is that little town called? So, I mean, like, it literally was it was a town of, like, 3 people. Like, there's nobody that lives in this fucking place. Oh my god, dude. Good fucking AI is actually pretty fucking smart, by the way. I gave it a very specific answer. I said, "What is the town that has a data center just outside of Omaha, Nebraska, but inside of Iowa? I believe there's also a power plant there as well." And it says Council Bluffs, which is exactly where the place I'm talking about is. Yeah, Council Bluffs. Okay. Okay. This little tiny fucking town here, okay? This little tiny fucking town here. This place has a data center. There's an Amazon fulfillment center. That is a greenhouse. Where is the data center? Is this it here? Yeah, this is Google. I've worked at this place right here. This is a Google data center. Okay. This place has like 15 or 20 employees on staff at any time. Now, this is a much smaller data center, but I mean, it's about the same size as the one that we're looking at right now. And I'm actually kind of surprised that there's not another one here. Dude, fucking salty dog. So I went to this bar. So I was working midnights because there's a hotel right here, right? There's a hotel that's like right outside of the parking lot over this way somewhere. Anyway, so there's a hotel that's right off this way. I think it's the inn. This is where we stayed. Or no, we stayed at Best Western. So when I worked the job out here, we stayed at the Best Western, and we'd run down to the fucking Salty Dog Bar and Grill. And this place opens. I'm not shitting you. Does it say? Oh, did they change their hours? I forgot what it is. I think it is a Salty Dog. This one place opened at fucking 7 o'clock. This bar opened up at 7 o'clock in the morning. So I was working midnight. So we would get done with our midnight shift. By the time we got out the gate and fucking got near the hotel, the bar would open. So then we could go in the bar and then we'd do fucking shots of fucking Jameson and we played pool for like a few hours. I mean, when you're working like midnight shift, it's tough. So like, you know, you have a couple drinks to fucking get yourself to sleep, especially when you're trying to like sleep during the fucking middle of the day. And like the hotel doesn't really have like blackout curtains or anything like that. So it's not that I got like fucking hammered. I mean, I got a little buzzed sometimes. But yeah, we used to go there right after work. That sounds pretty cool. Not really. I mean, it is. We had a good time. It was a fun job, but yeah. Stop doxing yourself? How was I doxing myself? That was a town in fucking Council Bluffs, Iowa. I'm in California. I'm not in Iowa. It's Iowa. There really isn't shit else to do. Bro, true. California totally doxed himself now. Fucking everybody's known that. Yeah. Don't worry. You'll never guess where I'm moving to. Actually, I'm literally just gonna get a place out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Jobs. They're
Nowhere
very
near
good,
California.
well-paying jobs.
State Rep Mike Finn says a sales and use tax incentive, which he helped pass, will make it more.
Texas? I am not moving to Texas. I have no fucking... As much, like, part of me... Don't get me wrong, like, part of me would, but I don't have anybody there. Like, I need family. Like, I need to be back with family. So I'm moving back to fucking... I'm moving back to the Midwest. Where? I kind of know, but don't really know at the same time. I would have really liked to move to Tennessee, to be honest with you, but most of my family doesn't live there anymore, so it doesn't really make a lot of sense to do so. But yeah. I was like listening to Asmon's chat the other day. I forgot what the fuck it was. Like somebody was talking shit about like ugly girls or something like that, and then Asmon's like, no, blah 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 blah. And then somebody in his chat's like, you haven't seen the chicks out in the Midwest, and I'm like, hey now, okay. Midwest has some beautiful people, all right? Beautiful people. Just depends on where you're looking.
Attractive for big tech to build here. This is the proposed location for the Commonwealth's first hyperscale center in Westfield. a $4 billion project
from the Midwest, good old Michigan. Like I'm going to be honest with you guys. I love it there. I hate it and love it at the same time. The Midwest is the place where it's like, I grew up there. So like every Midwestern teenager, you fucking hated the place more than anything. And you idolized basically anywhere that wasn't where you were. Like I came up during the time of emo music, right? So it's like everything was about how terrible it was where you were. Then you leave and you realize that, yeah, actually home's kind of nice. Especially when you look at the prices of other places.
sprawling some 120 acres.
On day one, they would become the largest taxpayer for the city.
You really think this is the future?
100%, I think.
You fucking liars. You're getting paid. You're getting paid. 100%. They're going to be the biggest taxpayers in the county. Okay? What does that mean? It doesn't mean more jobs. And the data center also, like the jobs for a data center are only going to be temporary until the place is actually fixed or actually like built. And then once it's built, then all those construction workers are gone. At most, like I said, at most they'll hire like a team of like, I don't know. It also depends on like the demand for AI and the demand for the data center and whether or not they feel like they need to have like a 24/7 maintenance. Because then, like, okay, you could have like a maintenance team. Like, there's gonna be like 25 to 30 people, 50 people at most working at these places. It is not. It's going to be a massive. Exactly. It is going to be a massive strain on power in the area. But it's not going to bring any fucking jobs at all. It's not. It doesn't. It's not going to bring in that many people.
120 acres.
And also, we're talking about technology that's very purpose is based on the idea of reducing jobs. So, what the fuck are we talking about here? But and again, I have to say this, like I don't have a problem with AI. I have no problems with it at all. I think it's great, baby. I think it's fucking great. But like, let's also be realistic about the financial impacts and the cost of living and just the general quality of life impacts that this technology is going to have. And what its expansion is going to do to society. Like, we have to be talking about this shit. And like, I know some people are saying things like fucking universal basic income. I'm sorry, but UBI is like some fucking, like I've heard Asmongold talk about it. UBI is a fucking, it's a utopian dream that doesn't exist, that will never happen. It'll create an unmotivated society that will fucking consume itself through conflict and then likely be murdered by the elites. And then that cycle will just happen and happen and happen. I am actually fully of the mind that essentially the society that we are headed towards, the most realistic, if somebody was like, hey, you know, what do you think? Because, you know, you see like science fiction and shit like that. I think the least science fiction-y thing that I have ever seen is probably Cyberpunk 2077. Because like I already feel that like corporations already have more power than our governments do. If I had to say what reality do I think that we're careening towards? I think that we are careening towards a corporate theocracy. Probably Cyberpunk 2077 without all the cool shit. Kind of. No, the cool shit would still be there as well. But like, yeah. Visa and MasterCard have more power than the government. They do. Yeah, they supersede them every single time. They get no pushback at all. If anything, Visa and MasterCard and just like payment processors in general are actually used by, or they work in league with governments to shut down countries that are doing shit that they don't want. Biff's 1985. Yeah, pretty close. UBI is the best ending, and the worst is going to be Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah, but universal basic income just doesn't make any sense. Like, what are members of society supposed to do? Enjoy life? We've reached utopia. Well, then that creates an equal society, right? where like all the people are living comfortably, but then also at the exact same time, these companies are making money. But how are they making money when no work is being traded? I like, that's the point that I'm trying to make. So you have companies that just make stuff for the sake of making it, and the government gives them the money. Who's the government? And then the government gets paid by the companies through taxes. What the fuck? Like the math doesn't math.
Day one, they would become the largest taxpayer for the city.
You really think this is the future?
100%, I think it's the future.
We need to protect ratepayers and community members.
Tristan Thomas with the nonprofit Alternatives for Community and Environment says hyperscale data centers will come at a big cost to you.
We've seen a pattern all across the country of when these hyperscale data centers move in, utility bills go up.
My question is, how is it that still like, how is it that like mainstream news is still filming on like Nokia phones? Like, why do their interviews still look like it's like fucking Dateline like 19 or like Dateline 2001? Soon we're going to be buying air based on subscription? Probably.
Centers run 24/7 and can never go offline. Keeping the massive computer networks cool requires constant water pulled from the local supply. Thomas says current state law leaves the door open to non-disclosure agreements, keeping the public in the dark about water and electric use.
How is that a non-disclosure agreement? Is it because there's like a competitive clause that they don't want other companies to know how much power and water they're consuming because it could potentially make them look bad in the eyes of competitors or in the eyes of investors? How is that a non-disclosure? So local politicians are just going to cover up how much power and water they're consuming?
Fact that the sales and use tax incentive doesn't have any requirements around electricity or water or transparency about the impact, it sort of does end up just being a giveaway.
The data center industry is committed to paying our full cost of service for electricity.
We're going to pay our bills. No fucking shit, you're going to pay your bills. But you're also just going to destroy the this is the problem that I have. And like, this is like, you know, what is my, what is my, where are my leanings? Who am I? What do I care about? I care about the fact that we have a generation of like absolute fucking vampires that just want to absorb as much fucking wealth from society as quickly as they possibly can, with no care at all for what the impacts of the future are going to be on not only future generations, but just on regular people. And like, that's all we have in like every industry right now.
Dan Diorio advocates for data center operators.
These are committed to being responsible members of the community, and that involves investing in the infrastructure.
As for Jake Fortes, he says he would consider leaving his Lowell neighborhood, but he's not sure where he'd go.
Look how fucking ugly that is. Look how fucking ugly that is. How dystopian is that? This is some Ready Player One shit. Bro's already living in Cyberpunk? Yeah. Well, and like here's the thing. All you need is another one, right? Where's the overhead again? Like this is just smack dab in the middle of a fucking neighborhood. Who the fuck okayed this? Why would you? Like, these are apartments and townhouses. None of these are businesses. And you know for a fact, by the way, whoever built this one right here is probably being ran by a company that is asking other places in this area, other homes, other landowners, about potentially selling their property so that they can expand the data center or create another data center over here as well. I already know that's the case because there's already other companies that are doing that in other places as well, right? So like BlackRock is a really good example of this. Like BlackRock going hard right now, buying up every single fucking piece of property they can possibly get their hands on in the event that that property can then be sold to companies that are trying to accelerate AI. Make tenants flip units faster? That doesn't really matter. I mean, I guess it does if you have rent fixing, because then you can raise the rent on the next tenant, right? Is it a Blackstone? BlackRock doesn't do housing. BlackRock 100% does housing. BlackRock buys everything. They are in everything. Yeah. They are absolute fucking vampires. Actual vampires. I actually think that, like, I think that Vlad may or may not be a member of the board. Vlad Tepes. He is a member of the fucking board. Like, the minute that the fires happened in California where all those neighborhoods burned down, they were the first ones there asking families if they wanted relief and that they would buy their property because the insurance companies weren't offering to be, because there weren't any, because insurance got ripped out of the area. Which you know that was an inside job. You know for a fucking fact, BlackRock likely works with the insurance companies, which made the insurance companies pull insurance out of the area. Then the fire came. Fire burns down all the houses. BlackRock comes in like there's some fucking guardian angel. And then they say, oh, you didn't have insurance? We will buy your property. We will save you. They were all over Maui, had the locals giving them death threats to make them leave. That's the way that you have to go about it. Yeah, I hope you guys know, like, I saw somebody comment on one of my posts recently. I don't remember what post I had made on Twitter, but essentially they had made the post. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I have to stay up with the habit. Where is it? Here it be. Here's the link to that video. I gotta look more into this data center expansion shit. It is so fucking interesting to me because like the impacts of this are gonna just be fucking wild. That was crazy. I saw somebody that had responded to one of my tweets, like commented on one of them, and they said if anti-corporation was a person. Fucking guilty. Fucking guilty. We're full of black pills today. Well, it's not even like I am of the mind. By the way, like I don't really like the black pill like mentality or like the black pill discussion or anything like that. Like my whole thing is like just being more educated and aware on things helps you in the future. It helps you with decisions that you make and like make clear decisions for a better future. Red pilled? It's not even red pilled. If you were red pilled, you'd be saying that all of this expansion is a great thing. Like, if you were red pilled, you'd be like, fuck yeah. Yeah. Donald Trump thinks it's great that we're investing in all this shit. It's just like, all these motherfuckers are bought out. What are you talking about? I hate everything. I hate everything equally. That's what my position is. Let me get some water real quick. Oh, okay. LD, I think you should boot up the Matrix movie again. I love the Matrix movies. The fucking original trilogy was fucking sick. Oh, what got worse? I'm late. It's okay. It's already bad. Team Cherry is thinking about making a new game instead of Hollow Knight 3. I would do the exact same thing. See him again in 7 years. And I'm sure whatever it will be peak. The one thing that I have to say when it comes to some of these studios like Team Cherry is that I have an insane amount of respect for them because they somehow do not buckle under the pressure of the insane expectations that people have for their game. I largely think that Silksong met on the expectations that people had for a sequel, right? But it's just when you continue to deliver bangers like these guys, I mean, man, good on you, especially for taking the time. I feel like most people probably would have pieced out. They're just not like, nah, we're just going to do our thing. Yeah. Yeah. I actually, dude, so if you guys want to know, what am I really interested in? I am incredibly interested in what's going to happen with Hytale. This is the most interesting thing happening in the games industry to me. Oh my god, music's so loud. I'm sorry. Hold on. What's that? What's Hytale? The Hytale story is epic. Okay, so this is a fucking rabbit hole. I wonder if there's well, I have this video here. We could probably watch the Bellular video, but I just want to talk about. I'll talk about it shortly, and we'll kind of get a background on it. So essentially, what Hytale is, and I'll show you guys like a trailer. Okay, Hytale is essentially like Minecraft 2. Did we win? We lost. Fuck. It's okay. We're not going to the playoffs. It is what it is. Okay, so I need to see, what is it called? What's it called? What is it called? What's it called? Hytale. Okay. So Hytale is essentially like, it's Minecraft, right? But it's like Minecraft 2, kind of. And it's going to have like a bunch of other things in it as well. Where's my music at? So it's going to have a lot of shit going on. Just higher quality Minecraft, essentially. I look forward to seeing it on Steam. That's the other thing that's really big here, is that this game will be on Steam, right? So this is this is like they're taking it all a little bit of a step further. It looks like Minecraft with the texture pack, kind of, yeah, but there's a bunch of other like interesting systems that they're applying to it. Essentially, what this game is this game is being made by people that were all like Minecraft modders, like so an RPG with Minecraft, essentially, yeah, but something that's going to be made on more modern hardware. Is it an MMO or is it going to be played offline? It's going to be whatever you're going to probably want it to be. You're going to have people, they're going to have, wasn't Hypixel a server? They had an RPG server. Yeah. So it's the people that were working on it that were modders that then went and said, fuck it, we're going to make our own game, not Minecraft. Yeah, it started off as a Minecraft mod. Yeah. So they went and they made their own, they went and they started working on making their own actual game. Because there was like certain systems and what was it, like certain systems as well as like physics and things of that nature that they wanted to get. There was a lot of the systems from Minecraft that they're obviously keeping. You can see that all over the game, right? Like picking up flowers for paint is definitely going to be a thing. You're still fighting skeletons and whatnot like that. But as you can see, like, look, now he has a skill. He's shooting 3 arrows. I have no idea what this is. It's a weapon skill. You can see it at the bottom right-hand corner, right? I'll pull chat up a little bit so you guys can see. So there's like skills down at the bottom right-hand corner, melee, block, and then it looks like a special weapon skill and whatnot. This game is still in very early development, essentially. What ended up happening is that Riot Games ended up buying the IP and buying the studio and brought them in to make Hytale. So Riot essentially was like, this is going to be the competitor to Minecraft because we likely know that there's never going to be another Minecraft. So Riot thought that they were buying into their Minecraft. But the problem is that Riot absolutely, for the most part, has completely shit the pot when it comes to making new games. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but a lot of the games that they had planned to make, the MMO has been like rebooted and canceled and rebooted again and all kinds of stuff like that. I fucking love Minecraft, by the way. I am a huge survival fan, but Minecraft alone is just like kind of fucking insanely genius how that game is built. There is a reason why it is I think it is the most highest selling game of all time. I don't even think it's even fucking close. And I'm actually kind of surprised that it's taken like this long to get something that is essentially going to be a genuine competitor to like that game, if that makes any sense. Minecraft has become the ultimate platform. It has. So like it was only a matter of time before it finally spawned a real game that came off the end of it, right? So this is them just kind of like showing like what their early alpha gameplay looks like. This came out 10 days ago. There are a lot of people that are very excited about this game. I'm one of those people. One, I already really like these games to begin with. I fucking absolutely love my time with Minecraft. But, and as somebody says, Minecraft is not a game, it is a platform for modding. It absolutely is a platform for modding. And that's what this is going to be as well. So what they did is Riot ended up canceling Hytale. They said, you know what? Either it was costing too much to make or whatever it was. Essentially, when these guys had came to Riot and they started working with them, Riot wanted them to essentially just scrap the engine that they had been working on and how they were the engine that they had made to be able to make this game, and wanted them to use a different engine instead because they wanted something that was going to be built day one for multi-platform use, right? Because Riot's immediate thing was, we need to make sure that this game is on Xbox, it's on PlayStation, it's on PC, it's on Mac, it's everywhere. We want to make sure it's available everywhere. That's not how the original engine was built. Instead, the original engine was more built towards just being on PC at first. That caused a lot of issues with development because it essentially started them over. They had to start over from scratch. That threw it into development hell. And then what they ended up doing is they canceled it. So Riot Games came out and they canceled Hytale. They stopped its development. The guy that was the original creator of Hytale has done the craziest thing in the world. He came out and he bought it. He bought it back. So I don't know if I can find the original post. So this, like, they've been crazy with posting like online right now, right? Like they're going wild with it. But essentially what they've done is that they've taken a massive financial risk, and the original creator has come back, bought the original IP and everything from from Riot, taken that financial responsibility upon himself, and now they are working and building and making this game themselves. And now that they are doing that, so this is 2024, 2023, 2024, 2024, 2020. Okay. This is November 18th. Here it is right here. We did it. Hytale is saved. We acquired Hytale from Riot Games. And he says, huge thanks to Riot to working with me to make this happen. They wanted what was best for the players, and that's for us to eventually play the game. This game has always been close to my heart, and I'm excited to bring it back home. Real talk, Hytale isn't some polished AAA release waiting in the wings. It's messy, it's janky, and there's a lot of work to be done. My plan? Get it out to you as soon as possible. No more waiting. You'll get to play it, rough edges and all. It won't be perfect day one. My hope is that together, we will shape it into something truly special. Thanks for believing in Hytale. Time to get to work. So, dude goes and takes a massive financial risk, buys the game back from Riot, goes back to work, hires a bunch of the people that lost their jobs, plans to hire the rest of them as well, and they are just going to flat out drop the game out there for people to be able to buy. It is going to be rough. It's going to be in early development. And where is it at? Hytale will be launching into early access. They did not post it here. I think he posted it on his original one. Yeah, Hytale creator says that the game will cost $20. I don't know if you guys know this, but the $20 game has become the $20 game has essentially become the magic number. It's become the magic number. I'm pricing high. Does this actually have the thing in it? I was hoping that it says, if you wish to pre-purchase the game, pre-orders will open December 13th, 2025. If you don't feel comfortable pre-ordering, please don't. This is true early access, meaning that it's still very much an unfinished and will be buggy for a while, but you have the team's full commitment to make Hytale the game that we've always wanted it to be. More details are coming soon. Thank you everyone for your support. Hytale has been through a long journey, and soon we will be home. So I can't find the quote from the guy that made it where he said the price. That's the part that I've been trying to find. Anyway, regardless, we'll just use the post that I was looking at. So I'm pricing Hytale as aggressively low as possible. I'm taking on a considerable personal risk after purchasing the game. I said that it was. Maybe I can actually find this. Maybe if I just search this. There it is. I saved it too. I just didn't have it. I was like, where the fuck is it at? Okay. So he later had said, I am pricing Hytale as aggressively low as possible. I am taking on a considerable personal risk after repurchasing the game, and I'm getting ready for early access for a team growing to around 50 talented individuals. As I said, I was all in, and I am delivering on that promise. The game is unfinished and runs on a build from over 4 years ago. Charging more didn't feel right. I didn't think the game is good yet. My team and I will push to make it good, then great. The vision is clear and progress is fast. I want as many players as possible to jump in. Times are rough in the current economy for a lot of you, and I want everyone to have a fair chance to be a part of what comes next. Thank you for the support. Hytale will be $19.99, and then you can obviously give them more. So if you want like supporter, $34.99, and then Curse Breaker, which is like their biggest one, which would be $69.99 USD. And these are obviously probably going to give you some like limited cosmetic for like early supporters. Essentially, the guys that are doing Soulframe are doing the same thing. They came out with their Founders Edition. Game is still in early access. It's essentially in, I think, alpha, in an alpha state. And this is you wanting to be a day one supporter of a game that they want to complete. They are very transparent. They're telling people exactly what this game is and what state it's in. But they're leveraging the fact that people want to see this game come out. Soulframe isn't even an alpha yet, but I think it's close. Oh, okay. Absolutely support this man. Simon's Edition, $25 million. God damn, son. $25 million. That's crazy. Good price, now deliver on a strong experience with consistent updates and roadmaps that are met. If we can truly have a strong adventure mode in 12 months' time, we will be golden. I don't know, like... Hightail is $20. Please, Simon, I have money. Simon buying Hightail for $25 million. Me buying it for $20. So people are really excited about this. And people are really supportive. I'm gonna be there day one. I love seeing people that want to take a genuine risk in this industry, something that we don't really see a whole lot of. Obviously, this game is something that is kind of a known entity because it's something that's coming off of a branch of, it's branched off of Minecraft. Everybody knows Minecraft. Minecraft is a known entity in itself, but at the same time, this is something that's going to be, shut the fuck up, I don't want grok. $20 is the new seal of quality. Honestly, it is. It is. And like, I'm excited for this because I participated in Baldur's Gate 3's early access. That was a great experience. These guys are showing that same level of dedication. So that's the whole thing that's going on with this. And I just find it very, very interesting what they're doing here. And I mean, like, and the thing is that this is their work and what's crazy to me is like, this is their early this is where they're at right now. The funny thing is most people would see this and be like, you got a done game. Now, obviously, I'm not really seeing them do a whole lot of mining and stuff like that and like opening up the ground. That's where shit's going to get real wacky, right? Because that's all based on like world gen, whether the world gen's working correctly. I'm all about it, though. You know what I'm hoping this game turns into? And there's like such a variety of like monsters already in the game as well, which like that's always been like my weakness when it comes to Minecraft, is that Minecraft gets kind of like repetitive after a while. I really want a game that I want Minecraft, but it's Terraria. For the people that know what I'm talking about, like that insane fucking, like, and I get you could just mod Minecraft and get something that would give you a similar experience. It's still not the same. Like when you fully beat vanilla Terraria, you just sit back and you're just like, and then you go to play, and then you go to look at the fucking Tmod loader, and you're like, "What is this, Calamity?" If it works on Steam Deck day one, good luck to every other game that year. Also fucking true. Yeah. Isn't that what Cube World was supposed to be? And then that was a scam game that was probably made. I would guarantee it. Yeah. Terraria for Calamity Mod. For Calamity Mod, isn't it? Oh, like Terraria is for Calamity Mod. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Are you going to stream the Game Awards? When are the Game Awards? I don't remember. Do you know what we should do? I haven't done this yet. I haven't voted. You guys want to vote? You guys want to vote? We know Expedition 33 is going to win all. Well, you're not interested in what my opinion is? You just care about the winners? I thought you guys liked me. All right, let's check it out. Game of the year, Expedition 33. Let's pretend for a second Expedition 33 didn't come out, okay? Let's pretend for just a moment that Expedition 33 didn't come out. I'm going to do that. I'm going to pretend like it didn't come out. If it didn't come out, it would be Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 for me. Death Stranding 2, as you guys know, your boy, I don't like console exclusives. I like I'll buy them, but like that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing. Hades 2 clears. Hades 2 is fantastic. It's a great game. But it really is just more Hades. Well, I guess you could probably say the same thing for Kingdom Come Deliverance, but man, they made so many improvements over the base game, or over Kingdom Come, or they made so many improvements over KCD 1. Don't get Donkey Kong though. I have Donkey Kong. I do. Donkey Kong's great. It's a great game. The only reason people don't like Donkey Kong, or they have like any negative sentiment towards Donkey Kong, is because of the $80 price tag that's associated with Mario Kart World. Donkey Kong was $70. For me, it's because Nintendo. Yeah, that's really what it is. It's just because people are fucking sick of Nintendo. But Donkey Kong itself is a really good game. They did a great job with it. If only they put that kind of quality and effort into all of the games they make. Especially if those games are the largest franchise in the entire world. But yeah, it would be KCD 2. This game was just... I can't believe I played both of these games in the same year. I think that's what like fucks me up the most. I'll put my camera... I'll just shrink myself slightly. No, I don't like that. I can't believe I played both of these games in the same year. Kingdom Come, the reason why that game was so good to me is that I played both of them back to back without any break in between. So essentially, I got to play Henry's entire arc in one swoop. And it's crazy. It was so good because like I went through KCD 1, I learned the combat, I understood it, and then like obviously they tweaked it a little bit in KCD 2. They improved upon it. By the time I got to KCD 2, I was still a G. Like, dude, it was so good, man. Like, cause you felt that kind of like continuity between the two of them where you didn't have to really like relearn anything. Like, I remember I hit the first village, or like after the pauper part, you know, where you lose everything and then you wind up in that village with nothing, and you're in the stocks because you guys got into a fight at the bar or at the tavern. And after that had happened, I immediately was like, grabbed herbs that I just found all over the place and just started cooking potions. And cooking potions in that game is just like wild. Like, it is the coolest. They have the coolest crafting system of any RPG, period. I don't think there's a single game that even comes close. I don't. I think that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has the best crafting system of any game ever. Because you actually craft the thing. If you're going to make a sword, you actually forge a sword. Like, the best sword that I have on the character, the best sword that I have in the game, is a sword that I made. That's fucking cool. That's so cool. It's not some, like, random chest or quest that I went on. Well, no, I guess it kind of is, because you have to make because they want you to make the, you have to make the replica, but you still made it yourself, and you could have failed that. For crafting, I'd say Guild Wars 2 is the best system, but you're right. Well, I just mean like you're actually crafting the things that you're using, and I think that's really cool. Like literally you are forging a weapon. I am putting it in the fire. I am stoking the flames. I am hammering it out. I am sharpening it. That is just, it's just cool, man. It's just really cool. It had immersion. It had aura. It did. Morrowind spell crafting, kind of similar to that, yeah. Yeah, so good. So good. And the story was really good. The characters were fucking awesome. The voice acting was like peak. Like the writing was really good. All of it, dude. All of it. The smithing song was amazing. It was. All the music in the game was fantastic too. And also, Catherine's knockers. Perfect. Perfect. Piece de resistance. Just a little added extra on top, and it was just like, this is what I signed up for. This is what I signed up for. But obviously, Expedition 33 is the game. It's the game for way more reasons than I can probably even list. I got a fucking damn near 30-minute long video where I talk about why that's the case. And eventually, when it wins game of the year, I will likely end up making another video on it. Most likely, maybe. I don't know. There's just something like it's not only just like the game itself that was like really good, because like the story was just fucking peak. Like the story was so well done, and even where you could at sometimes like guess where they were going, they'd still be able to flip it on you out of nowhere. Where like you think it's going in one way and you're like, I know it's going this way, and then it flipped on you and you're just like, what the fuck? Okay, that's the direction that we're going in. Especially like the big reveals and stuff like that and big moments. Like there's totally things that happen that you can totally see coming for sure, but then there's other stuff where you're just like, what? And like conceptually it's really cool. It's very original. Its world is very original. Absolute fucking yeah, exactly. Absolute masterpiece of a game. The music in the game is like, I still listen to it today. Is that the turn-based game? Even I wouldn't vote for that game. I'm an old fart gamer and I would play turn-based game. I'm an old fart gamer. Even I would play turn-based games. Even like that, I wouldn't vote for the game. Because it's turn-based? How weird. What a weird stance to take. Because it's turn-based. You are... I'm open your horizons, my friend. Widen your perspective. Rage bait? Probably. To be honest, in a lot of cases, when it comes to games that are like so widely loved, and Expedition 33 does have a lot of it, there are a lot of people that are straight up just like, a lot of people like it, and I don't like it because a lot of people like it. And actually, at the exact same time, keep in mind, back with Baldur's Gate 3, people said the same thing. Turn-based game, won't play it. Turn-based games are shit. And it's just like, well, that's your fucking opinion. That's... Stop using blanket statements to describe something. Just say, it's just not for me. It's just not for me. It's such a weird thing for people to say. Expedition 33 was getting so much slander a week ago. Oh, people have been hard on it, man. They've been pressed to try to like make the game, like try to knock the game down a couple of pegs in any way that they can. The one thing that I will say is that like what has been like done to the detriment of the game is that like the goobers that are running around talking about how it's like brought back JRPGs, like it does in a way. Like I wouldn't say that it's brought back turn-based. I would say like JRPGs to a like to a much larger stage. That's not to say that like Persona hasn't done well, or that Metaphor wasn't a fantastic game or something like that, right? Like those games are really good. But I think that like wide just like breakout recognition of an audience outside of like people that normally play those games, that's what a game like Expedition 33 achieves, and that's the kind of games that we want more of, right? I started Octopath after Expedition 33. Exactly. It's a gateway drug. We don't get a lot of gateway drug games anymore. We don't get a lot of those anymore. Like Baldur's Gate 3 was I would actually go as far to say there's a really good chance that if Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't as popular and didn't do as well and wasn't, you know, as good as it was, that Expedition 33 wouldn't have succeeded in the way that it did. Because, like, Baldur's Gate 3 opened up a whole fuckload of people to turn-based combat. The amount of comments that I had seen of people that were saying that, like, normally I don't like turn-based games, but man, I love this game. And now I'm going to go try this. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 walked so Expedition 33 could run. The Path of Exile pipeline? How is that the Path of Exile pipeline? What the fuck does that have to do with PoE? Oh, dude, I saw they posted a fucking trailer. I haven't played a PoE league in a year. Like, not like legit. I'm starting to get the itch. It is about time. It is about time. But yeah, no, Expedition 33 is my vote. It's just all across the board. It's just a fantastic game. Narrative was fantastic. Writing was fantastic. Art design, world design, absolutely incredible. Music was top-notch. Voice acting was peak. I'm starting to believe if Tides of Annihilation clears, if Tides of Annihilation next year fucking just destroys and everybody's like, holy shit, this is so good, and it ends up being game of the year, I at that point in time, I think that Jennifer English might actually be like the Oracle. Like, she's the one. She like, whatever she touches is just good. Because we're talking about, like, think about how generational of a run that chick is on right now. 3 years in a row. You know, right now it's 2 years in a row. So, you know, 2 years ago it was Baldur's Gate, and then the next year she was, you know, the main character of Expedition 33, and then if next year, you know, Tides of Annihilation rips, she's my lesbian queen. She's got a lot of work. She's doing real well for herself. I can tell you that right now. No, she's a great voice actor. So yeah, Expedition 33. Okay. Sign in to save progress. God, you guys suck. I guess I'm voting. Vote. No, fuck off. Next category. Let me check one more thing. Hold on. It's very weird. Motherfuckers. What the fuck is happening? It's like lagging. Okay, whatever. Anyway. Alright. Vote now. Start voting. Vote placed. Next. Game Awards are actually today LD's live show. True, true. And by the way, these are the real awards. Anybody that tries to go. Best Game Direction. Awarded for outstanding creative vision and innovation in game direction and design. Expedition 33. Could I make a case for that? Ooh. Oh man, I actually kind of think this is split fiction. I gotta go with split fiction on this one. The reason why I'm going with split fiction, I'll explain. Split fiction has just like I didn't really like the narrative for this one. I think it was narratively weaker than It Takes Two. However, the sheer amount of just like insane ways that they evolve the game over the course of your playthrough is just absolutely fucking insane. I really like Split Fiction. I did too. Fantastic game. Absolutely fantastic game. I remember there's like the one where there's like one of the game modes that it like flips into during the playthrough. It has dragons. It does have dragons. Very true. One of them is like you're in the cyberpunk world and it flips where like one of you are using a it splits the screen where one is driving a motorcycle while the other one I think is like hacking on a mobile phone. Like it's crazy. It's one of those the phone app game. Yeah. It's one of the like the you had to do the CAPTCHAs. Yes, that's what it was. It was the CAPTCHAs where you had to like constantly do like the facial recognition. Are you actually a human? All that stuff. It was so good. The last mission part was crazy. Yeah. The amount of like perspective breaking with the camera, and you're just like you're having a hard time like understanding reality because of like the dimensions that the game is making you play through. It's so hard to explain. It's just something that you have to actually experience. Can't play the damn game because you need a second person. They have Discords. They have a Discord. You can literally just find somebody in a Discord and you guys can just play together. And like they give you a free copy anyway. So if you find somebody that has it that wants to play, you literally just play it. Seen the video of the end mission? Crazy changes, so cool. I'll show you guys. So you are both living in two different worlds. And this is spoilers. I'm going to give a spoiler warning. Spoiler warning. If you do not want to see the spoiler, I suggest you mute for like 2 minutes. For like 2 minutes. Spoiler warning, spoiler warning. But I have to show it because I need the context of it. Okay, so essentially you get to this point in the game. And if you're playing this on split screen specifically, which makes it even fucking crazier, you guys are playing in two different virtual realities, but can switch between the two worlds. Like, it does weird things to your brain. So like this they put up like a gate here, like a laser gate, but there's none in the fantasy world, right? It makes it really hard for you to be able to like discern like what is real and what is not and whatever you're doing. And there's like later parts that I think it's like right here. No, this is like end to end. Yeah, a tablet. So one player's controlling the tablet, the other player is controlling like the character inside the world. So you're like tipping the tablet to like be able to pull things out for them. Dude, it's you can't not give it to this game. You just can't. Like it goes to them. I mean, if you look at the category, it says awarded for outstanding creative vision and innovation in game direction and design. This is just it's the wildest designed game ever. It is so good. That's a cool concept, pretty innovative, very innovative, and also very good in motion. Like, the game plays very well. It's a very well-made game. Best narrative. I love how they just shoved Ghost of Yotai in here. Almost everybody I had seen that played that game said that it was the most, like, repetitive fucking revenge story with no depth whatsoever. These dudes straight up just fucking slid this motherfucker in here as a consolation prize. They do this all the time. They do this all the time. All the time. And it pisses me off so much. It makes me so mad. I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. I haven't played Death Stranding. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Clair Obscur are the only ones that I played from this one. I'm gonna give it to Clair Obscur because I really like the reveals and I really like the reveals and twists in the story. Though it's not like KCD is like that far behind. I think KCD is a much richer story. It's a fuller one because of like how big the experience is. Like side quests in KCD are fucking peak. Okay, like there's some insanely well written side quests in that game. Like you literally like side quests feel like main quests. So yeah, it's gonna be Expedition 33. Okay. Best art direction. That's hard. I say Silk Song. But also at the same time, like there are so many scenes in Expedition 33 where you just stand there and just stare because you're just like, holy shit. Yotai, I told you, like, this is literally the inclusion. It's the inclusion awards now. Like, I mean, this is literally just some like pushy. This is some pussy shit. I hate this stuff so much. I hate that they do this. They need to send the idea, guys. We need to stick to the narrative, at least for one more year, because we know for a fact that none of these games are going to survive the next participation trophy. That's exactly what it is. It's placating some of these developers to make it feel like the industry still gives a shit about whatever their personal opinions and values and ideology is. It doesn't fucking matter. You need to make products that people want to buy. What is that Hades game about? Peak. It's a roguelite. So there's like continued progression, but it's like you want to play the first game before you play the second game. In the first game, you are the son of Hades, and you are trying to escape hell because you're sick of hell. But there's a really cool story. Yeah, Binding of Isaac on steroids, essentially, yeah. Man. I don't know. There's something about like the handcrafted design of Silksong, that hand-drawn art style of Silksong, that makes me want to pick it just out of the sheer effort and like creative flex that game is. But Expedition 33, dude. There are just so many areas that you're just like, holy fuck, this is insane. Meanwhile, Expedition 33 is French. Are you saying that's like an unfair advantage? Are we going to say that like because they're French, it's kind of like a built-in bias? Like, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. It's a debuff? You think it's a debuff? This song. Expedition 33, the entire game was insane. Silksong lets you immerse yourself if you want to. Expedition 33 plunged you right into it. I like how you worded that. I like how you worded. I really like how you worded that. Yeah, I'm gonna go with You convinced me. I'm going with Expedition 33. I remember there was a line that one of the best lines that I've ever written for a single video, where I talked about how playing Expedition 33 feels like you're playing a game where these guys had essentially just like they didn't paint on a canvas. They broke the canvas in half. They smashed it on the floor. They painted everywhere they possibly could. Like it's just some of the still images. If you just look at like Expedition 33 like you look at some of these screenshots, right? Doesn't really give me what I want. Just like some of these scenes, the fucking shattered like sky, the design of like some of the creature designs, the puppets. There was like so much color. It's just such a fucking cool game, dude. Such a cool fucking game. It also just like, I don't know, there's just something really weird about it. Something really like weird and unique and beautiful. I need to play it again. Best score in music? It's not even close. It's not even close. The runner-up for me here would probably be Hades 2. There are some pretty cool songs in Hades 2. I'm not going to pretend like there's not. The Siren song is pretty fucking dope. They're literally just shoving Yotai into like every single category. This is pissing me off. It's so lame. It's so lame. But this is definitely like, and also it's just like, talk about such a mad flex with Expedition 33 that you found your dude that is actually not even like a professional musician or a published musician. He was literally just publishing shit to SoundCloud. And they found the guy out, and they found the guy through Reddit. Like they did the rest of their employees. What? Like, what? Are you kidding me? So good. You can pull up the soundtrack on YouTube. I have it on YouTube. Listen to it on YouTube Music. I have no tone. Oh, yeah, you get it. It's yours. You vote. Yep. It's so melancholic. It's so painful. It's so good. It's so good. Best audio design? I am fucking livid. I am filled with rage that for whatever reason, we already know the reason, Arc Raiders is not here. This is best in-game audio and sound design. So this is not music. This is just audio. Like, how does the game sound? Like, spatial audio and everything like that. Arc would clear this whole list. But the whole reason that they didn't do it, the reason that they didn't let it make the list, is because of the AI thing. If it wasn't for the AI thing, Arc Raiders would be on this list, and not only would it be on this list, it would win this. Performative awards, essentially, yeah. Well, I mean, you have to keep in mind, and I'll show you guys the voting breakdown after this, because it'll show you, like, this is 90-10. It's 90% journalist weighted, sorry. So the journalists have a 90% of the weight, and the players have 10%. Like, you can't, like, our vote, our opinions, the players' opinions only account for 10% of that than the journalists. Talk about, like, whatever. I'm going to probably say Battlefield 6. Yeah, I'll say Battlefield 6 here. Battlefield 6 has pretty good sound design. I think the game sounded pretty good. As good as anything else now. I wouldn't necessarily say that, like, the sound design, it was good in Expedition 33, but it's not like it didn't really, like, stand out. It's also that it, like, Ghost of Yotai. Are you sure you don't want to vote for Ghost of Yotai at least once? Please give best performance. I also love how 3 Expedition 33 voice actors make it in. Troy Baker actually did. I need to play Indiana Jones in the Great Circle. It's actually crazy how he sounds like Indy. He sounds like Indy. He sounds like Harrison Ford. And I've also heard actually pretty good things about the game. I need to play it at one point. I just haven't gotten around to it. Troy, big fall off? How is it a fall off? Did you really just say the sound design in Expedition 33 wasn't all that? What do you think? What? I'm talking about, like, spatial audio, like, what? Yes. I've just, like, fucking swept Expedition 33, and I have people in my chat that are getting upset that I'm not voting for it for everything. Make your own votes. Beat me. I'm gonna have to... Fuck. I'm gonna say Charlie Cox. I'm gonna say Charlie Cox, and I'm going to explain my... I'm gonna explain. Without his performance, I don't see the rest of the... Gustav... That performance that he gave with Gustav at the very beginning of the game was so fucking phenomenal, and it set up the rest of the game. If Gustav was a shit character, if he fell flat, if his voice acting wasn't any good, people likely wouldn't even have made it to the rest of the game. Jen, for you, and here's the thing. By the way, and I'm actually, like, if out of all three of these, or out of all these voice actors, I'm the biggest fan of Ben. I love Ben Starr. I think I think he's fantastic. I think he's just great for the games industry in general. He's such a good personality. He's great for the brands of the games and, like, bringing more awareness and, like, getting people more excited for it. What game? This is Expedition 33. He was in Expedition 33. Charlie Cox was in Expedition 33. Ben was just himself. He's good at his usual quality. Yeah, he's just using his normal voice. I mean, so did Charlie. They're all S tier, but Gustav is S+. Oh, for sure. No, Gustav's, Charlie Cox's performance as Gustav was absolutely fantastic. If it wasn't as soulful and as painful as it was, like especially the part, especially the part, you know what I mean? That part at the beginning of the game. Man. Good Lord, what a fucking performance. Man. So yeah, that's where the vote goes. If he wasn't on the list, it'd be Ben probably next. I don't know. Jen was also really good too, though. I mean, like, she fucking crushed it as Mael. They all did. They all did such a really good job. Innovation for accessibility. Recognizing software or hardware that pushes the medium forward by adding features, technology, and content to help games be played and enjoyed by an even wider audience. What the fuck does that even mean? Actually, arc raiders. No, you're absolutely right. Again, actually arc raiders. The AI voiceovers, like all the different communication tools, like the pinging and all the pinging actually having like it actually will like communicate to other players in real time what you're looking at any position on the map. But this is my problem, and I have a plan. I have a plan to make a video very soon, actually, that's going to be about this, and it's going to be about the. It's going to be about the. How do I explain this? I love. So this is how stupid the games industry is. This is how stupid the games industry is. Okay? I want you guys to explain this to me. So, what they're essentially saying here, adding features, technology, and content to help games be played and enjoyed by an even wider audience. Accessibility usually is for what? Accessibility is usually for disabilities. So essentially, game companies equate and put handicapped people and people of different skin colors in the same bucket. Oh, this is loud. Like, think about how fucked up that is. Think about how fucked up that is. Oh, you're black? I'm so sorry. Let's get a ramp out for you. Oh, you're Mexican? Do you need crutches? Do you need a wheelchair? It's like the fact that they treat like fucking amputees and disabled people and treat them the same way as like, what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my god. Wait, they're counting it as this too? That's retarded. Yes! Yes! Helmet, please? No problem. Like, it's just, I can't, somebody said skip the list. I can't. I have to vote for it. So who's the most disabled? Who's the most disabled? Is it the Mexicans? Is it the blacks? What the fuck is this? Why are they like this? Doom the Dark Ages. Accessibility destroyed Doom the Dark Ages. Accessibility destroyed Doom the Dark Ages. It made it where they put fucking... You know what accessibility looks like in Doom the Dark Ages? It's a goddamn bat signal that shows you where the keys are on a map instead of you actually exploring. It's a map that you open that quite literally has labels on the map that say secret. Well, it's not all that secret if you say it on the map. It's what the fuck is wrong with you guys? This is the one the journalists are the most excited to vote for. I'm gonna vote for Adamfall because I feel like the Brits are the one. I'm pretty sure that this one is. I'm pretty sure that this game is based in the UK. I think that's where Adamfall takes place, is in the UK, and they're probably the most disabled on the list. Yeah. I think that's a safe bet. Games for impact. I like how they fucking put both of them together. And they won't let you not vote on it. Oh no, I can't up here at the top. I can skip it. Never mind. Like, I like how both of them mean the same thing to them. Pro-social. What does pro-social mean? How do they just make new language every year? How do they make new language every year? I totally misread this, and I thought this says Wanderslop. South of Midnight just wasn't very good. I gave it a shot. It's just not very good. Lost Records, Bloom and Rage. Wasn't this the one that like all like the anti-woke folk were like super hard fucking memeing on? Despelote? Despelote. What does Despelote mean? Wanderstop legit made me look at my own life and realize I've been burning myself out. Really deserves it? Really? What is it? This one's getting cut. It's too long. Wanderstop.
I'm not meant to be here. I'm a fighter. I'm meant to be in the arena, in combat. But instead, I'm out here in the middle of the woods.
Oh!
Running a tea shop.
Oh!
So what does running a tea shop involve?
I was gonna play this game.
There's a lot of gardening. And I've had to get used to the pretty unique tea machine they've got
No,
here.
no. I remember that this is this chick is like an assassin, or like she's like a fucking warrior or something like that. And she has to like work in a tea shop or something, right? Like, I know it's like a cozy game or whatever, but at least conceptually it sounded interesting, or like narratively wise. It's like Harvest Moon. Yeah, I like games like
None
that.
of these tasks are all that hard.
But
They
you
just take
didn't?
patience.
Yeah, no, because there's way better games that came out. I just
And
haven't been
I'm
in the
not
mood
really
for a
the
game like
patient
this.
type. But I'm surviving. Of course, I have to actually serve the tea to our customers. And once that's done, I'll usually check in with Boro, the guy who owns the shop, to see if my help is needed anywhere. And when all the chores are done, sometimes I'll just sit on a bench and do absolutely nothing. It's not fighting, but It's peaceful. And what's weird is that I actually feel good. I'm happy. I can stop running now. I can stop. I can stop. I can stop running. This is good for me. I need to enjoy this. I feel good. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy.
That was the reason why I wanted to play. I was watching I remember like the fucking shit up into that, and then I saw this part and was like, wait, what the fuck is going on? So I was like this game might be a little deceptive in some way. I'm not really too sure, but yeah, I don't know. Interesting to say the least. Whether it's a game that I'll actually play, PTSD, I think so. Yeah, I think it's like a PTSD kind of thing. I'm not gonna vote on this because I don't really have a vote to cast. I didn't play these games, and nor do I really kind of approve of that kind of category, to be honest with you. I'll just be real. I think it just furthers tensions more than it fixes things. So, best ongoing game: Final Fantasy XIV, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, Marvel Rivals, No Man's Sky. It's No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky clears this the entire way. Final Fantasy XIV is in the worst state that it's ever been in. It is lost. I would say Fortnite is a close second, but I haven't played any Fortnite. I have played a little bit of No Man's Sky. And also No Man's Sky just keeps giving people shit for free while not really demanding anything else past that. I guess Fortnite does the same as well, but yeah, I mean, it's probably a hard tie between the two of them, but like the free content from No Man's Sky is out of the goodness of that company wanting to build a reputation. So yeah, Marvel Rivals, they've had delivery issues. So yeah, I'm gonna say NMS. Yeah, it's been constantly improving, which I cannot wait. For their next game. Best community support, Baldur's Gate 3. Ain't even close. It's not even close. Best community support, I just want to make sure what it says. Recognizing a game with an outstanding community, transparency and responsiveness, inclusive on social media activity and game updates and patches. Like, I would probably say Expedition, I would probably say No Man's Sky would also enter into this conversation, but Baldur's Gate 3 still to this day is averaging like insane numbers for a single player game. And it's all because like they helped continue to like support the games, like still averaging 62,000 players in a day. That's crazy. That is just crazy. Bro, there are games that released this year that didn't even hit this number. Avowed and Outer Worlds 2 combined didn't hit this number. Mod support for the win. I need to go back. I've been waiting patiently for like the big mods. Like what is it, like Thor, like was it Thorium? What the fuck was it called? Like the big class mod that came to Divinity Original Sin 2. There's other ones that added more fights and like different level scaling and stuff like that. What was Call of Duty's all-time peak? I'm pretty sure Baldur's Gate 3 also beat Call of Duty's all-time peak as well. It was around like 700k or 800k. Was it 400,000? Fuck, you're right, it was actually. 300,000 was Black Ops 7. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3, it's not even close. It sweeps. Best independent game. Absalom, Ball Pit, Blue Prince, Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, Hades 2, Hollow Knight Silksong. Man. Only 2 to consider? I want to let you know, like, here, even though it's only 2 to consider, these are all bangers. These are all bangers. I feel like Expedition 33 technically doesn't count. How does it not count? Because it wasn't self-published? Is that why? Because that would also probably kick another 2 of them off of here as well. Don't they have a publisher? They're not owned by the publisher. They used a publisher. There's a difference there. They used a publisher. They don't have a publisher. That's a different story. Do you guys understand the difference in that? So, like, as an example, Xbox is a publisher, right? But Xbox owns the studios that they're publishing for. You can use a publisher to publish your game. They just handle a bunch of legal matters and shit like that, and legal matters, and they help you with like networking. They help you with shit like that. Having a publisher does not equal indie. Nintendo published Hades 2. Yeah. Yeah, distribution, advertising, localization. Yeah. I think that like there's different ways that publishers are used. So in the case of Expedition 33, like Expedition 33, they gave like they sold their I mean I guess you could disqualify it if you want to. I guess that they're not an indie studio, they're actually a AAA studio. Is that what we're saying? Wow, way to read my message, LD. No, I literally said having a publisher does not equal indie. Does not equal not indie. Why would you use double negatives next to each other? That's your fault for using double negatives. Indie studio that got AAA help? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Okay, so if you guys want me to explain, I can explain it to you. So from a business perspective, the difference is that, so like Hollow Knight Silksong as an example, no publisher. Hollow Knight, Team Cherry published their own game. What did publishing their game, what did they do? Do you guys remember? Nothing. They shadow dropped it. They were at, they had IGN release the trailer, I believe. Like they sent the trailer out to like, you know, every publisher that they were having the game on and with the release date, and then they just released the game. Expedition 33, what they did is they sold marketing rights of the game to Microsoft to be able to get more funding, or Xbox, whatever you want to say. And then they had and then they took on a publisher for distribution and localization, which was Kepler Interactive, which is made up of a bunch of indie studios. It's actually like a co-op, not necessarily like a standard publisher, if that makes any sense. It's actually made up of a bunch of indie studios that like work together to be able to get, like, they're really good with like they're the people that help them like get in contact with Ben Starr, with Jen, and with Charlie Cox and people like that. Like they have a bunch of connections to like voice actors and whatnot because people have worked on their other games. People don't know how the game industry works, clearly. It's just industries in general. I think that like people like the business side of like how businesses interact with each other is different. Then there's the other type of publishing, which is like Xbox, that owns a company like Activision. And they do everything, right? They publish it. They do. So as their publisher, they essentially are, as their publisher, they essentially do everything for them. They fund them, they pay for them, they do the marketing, they do the distribution, they do all of it. But Expedition 33, that was all done on their own budget. I don't think that they got any money from them. What's the category? Best independent game. I'm gonna probably say best independent game. I'm gonna give it to Silksong. I was gonna make the argument and I was gonna debate the two of them, but I would go with Silksong. Silksong was self-published. They took care of everything themselves. Obviously, they went the low effort route, but the benefit for them is, and so this is the reason why didn't Claire Expedition 33 do the same thing as Silksong? Well, because Silksong felt comfortable doing it because they already had they were already the most anticipated indie game ever, period. Right? Like, they didn't need marketing. Everybody was already waiting for their game anyway. Every single game show, every single game reveal show, trailer, PlayStation's Direct or Xbox's Direct or the Game Awards, everybody would be in the chat, Silksong, it's gonna be Silksong. But it didn't show. Like, they didn't have to do any marketing. All they had to do was just say it's coming out, and people would go, woo! And then they all go buy it. Oh my God, guys, look at this. Stream promotion. Promote your stream, get viewers, followers, chatbots, many more for different platforms, support 24/7. Guys, it's time for me to make it. Guys. I fucking hate these. I hate bots, dude. I've said, like, I hate it. I hate it so much. Best debut indie game. So this is for the best debut game created by a new independent studio. I love how this list is shorter because they actually removed Megabonk. I love how it's shorter because they removed Megabonk because it's not technically a first-time developer or a first-time studio. It's Expedition 33. Part of me, I'm really enjoying Dispatch. Like, I am very much looking forward to end of stream where you guys fuck off and I play another episode of Dispatch. Like, I would play it on stream, but I don't... which episode are you at? I'm on episode 6, I think. I'm replaying 5 because I fucked something up. Because there was like a hero training that I missed, and I was mad, so I went back and played it. Dispatch is great, but the devs are Telltale under a new name. True. But also the same thing could be said for... Well, no. I'm gonna say Claire Obscure Expedition 33. It's not even close, actually. The entire studio is made up of like a hodgepodge of people picked up from all over the place. And one of the most notable ones is taking somebody that was like a fucking real estate appraiser, and then she was a voice actor, and then she became the game's like narrative director. It's fucking crazy. Or creative director or whatever. Ghost, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Also former Ubisoft devs. Yes, both games also made by former Ubisoft devs. They're having a really rough year, aren't they? They're having a real rough year. Next category. Best mobile game. I'm literally just going to say Wuthering Waves because the amount of times that I hear people in chat tell me to play this game, it's fucking insane. Know that after I will play Wuthering Waves. after whatchamacallit. Didn't you play the horse game? I actually did really like the horse game. I thought it was really cute. But like the amount of like people I see talking about this game, how often I see people talking about this game. It should be where the winds meet on here, but it's not. Thoughts on Dispatch devs being disappointed that too many players were too nice? I didn't see that. Thank you for the 5. No, I didn't see anything about that. What does it mean too nice? Oh, like they didn't treat the team like a bunch of villains and assholes? That's probably because like you put romantic options in a game. If you put romantic options in a game and the two characters that you can romance are both smoking fucking hot, you're probably going to be on your best behavior so that you can hopefully see something. Plus, nobody gives a fuck about VR. Best action game? This is really good, by the way. Shinobi Art of Vengeance is very good. I'm giving it to Hades too. Battlefield 6? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it comes up. I feel like there should be another category. Best action adventure game. Oh, fucking Split Fiction again. Best RPG. Whew. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's super hard. Because I really like the Picto system. But KCD2 from a role playing the role. You are Henry. It's not even a competition. No, you're absolutely right. It's not even a competition. Like, you are Henry. KCD2 is immersive as fuck. Like I was talking about earlier. Like, you literally brew your own potions. You go, oh, okay, I need to put flax in here, and I need to cook it for 2 turns. Okay, now I need to put in this other herb, and I need to take that off and let it cool and sit for 2 turns. Okay, now I need to put it back on the heat. Now I need to crank up the heat. Now I need to put it into a different flask and do that. Like, it's so fucking cool. And then you get better at those things. And you don't just get better at those things just by putting in skill points. No, you get better at them just by you personally being better at doing those things. That's so cool, dude. It's like they took the concepts from Elder Scrolls games and took them to their next logical step, which it's not something as simple as, so crafting is very intricate. Yes, crafting is very intricate. It's insanely intricate. I think if I go and look, experienced in any RPG. Yeah, okay, here. This is me cooking. Items off of a crafting table or vendor. You're pouring the water, you're grinding the herbs, you're boiling the ingredients, timing everything to make sure you don't ruin the batch. You're collecting fresh herbs to make sure, because quality matters. Yeah, herb quality matters. So you want to collect fresh herbs, because if you don't collect fresh herbs, stale herbs are not going to give you the better result. You're not just crafting for a bonus, you're crafting to survive. Combat is totally unforgiving. You need to memorize combos, time parries, block. So fucking sick, dude. It's so good. It's so good. Fucking dude. It's so hype. It's so hype. God damn. I watched back at this game. I want to play it again now. God, it's so good. There's also different ways to craft potions. There are, yeah, for different results. Yeah. Yeah, insane game. Absolute. KCD 2 is just it's so good. It's so peak. So good. That looks like it'd get old fast. You have different taste than me. Also, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's also like quick crafting as well. So you can craft shit yourself, or you could just here's the thing. This is how great this game is designed. You could craft shit yourself, or you could spec into your skill tree where you never have to craft it again. And you literally just quick craft, or buy the potions if you want to. You don't have to do those things, not if you don't want to. But if you want to, you can, and you get more benefits for doing so. I personally liked crafting my own weapons, repairing my own weapons, going in and actually like making my own potions. I liked doing that shit. I really did. So I kept doing it, but you don't have to do it. There's other ways you can do it. Crafting makes you keep money. Crafting makes you a lot of money. I never wanted for money in that game. People are always talking about like how hard it was to make money and shit. I was a baller, dog. I was a baller. I don't think I spent any money. All I did was make it. I'd be like, oh shit, let me sell all these potions real quick. Let me sell, especially once you figure out like who to sell to and what to sell and stuff. Yeah. I like that system of an easy way and a hard way, but it has more rewards. That's how these games should be. That's like, you know, like ironically, we're talking about like accessibility. That's what accessibility should look like. Accessibility should look like I have the option to do something with full effort, or I have the option to do something without any, but one is more rewarding than the other. I should be rewarded for the time and effort that I want to put in. Best fighting game? I don't know. I haven't played a fighting game in I don't know how long. Closest thing I've played to a fighting game is Absalom, but that's a roguelike side scroller, beat 'em up essentially, but with like fighting game controls. Virtua Fighter 5 because it's Virtua Fighter. It's between 2XKO and Fatal Fury. 2XKO, that is the that's the Jesus Christ, that chick has some big old knockers. Oh, this is Riot, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not gonna vote on this. I don't play fighting games. Best family? Well, we're experts on this here. We're experts on this. The best game appropriate for the family to play, irrespective of genre or platform. It's probably Lego Party. Right? Like, this is like the most people that you could sit down. I think about like how you could have like more people sitting down to play something. Like Lego Party is like 4 players. I think it's kind of like essentially like Mario Party. Lego Party is pretty good. I've watched. I'm gonna vote for it because I watched NL play it a bunch of times. They look really good. Best sim strategy game. I really like The Alters. I really like The Alters. But I kind of have to go. I feel like I have to go Final Fantasy Tactics here. But Alters is really good. Lego goated for real though. Lego games are peak. Best sports racing game? Oh, Sonic Cross Worlds. Ooh, but Rematch is really good. Rematch is really good. I like Rematch. The only reason I don't play Rematch is because I don't really have anybody to play it with. I'm gonna go with Rematch, dude. I really like Rematch. And plus on top of that, I just like the idea of people still trying to make sports games, even though there's like a sports fucking monopoly in the industry. You have a whole Discord to play with? Nobody wants to play games with me. The entire Discord is just people talking shit about me. People hate Rematch at the moment. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that's sporting. That's sports. That's just gaming communities. Best multiplayer? Arc Raiders. Like, it's... What are we talking about? Like, what are we fucking talking... What are we talking about? What are we even... It's not even a fucking conversation. Like, just the way that it's made, like, players more social, its performance, how well it's done. I'm sure it's probably fallen in players. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, man. All right. I know that they're working hard. They've been fixing some stuff with that game, too. Best adaptation? Isn't something missing? Where's Sonic? And I thought the Sonic movie was actually good. I thought people really liked the Sonic movie. I haven't really heard anything good about these. Like, the Devil May Cry one, kind of. I heard, like, a couple of things that some people liked it. Fuck the DMC one. Also, Sonic 3 is not here. No Fallout either. Did Fallout come out this year, too? Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. I'm like, there's one that was, like, really good recently. Fallout was 2024. Oh, was it? Sad. Fallout was insane, though. They did a really good job with that one. I really like Fallout. What are your thoughts on old school RuneScape? I've never played it. I've thought about trying it one time just to say that I did it, but I never played it. By the time I got a computer, World of Warcraft was already ripping, so I got into WoW before I ever touched RuneScape. And before, if you're talking about like browser games, the only browser game I had played outside of that was Neopets. And a bunch of like random shit on Newgrounds. Yeah, I didn't watch any of this shit. I'm voting on that. Most anticipated game? Well, I mean, we already know it's Grand Theft Auto 6. Like, that's like the most anticipated, like it obviously is the most anticipated game. What is my most anticipated game? That's actually what the real question is. What is my most anticipated game? How well do you guys know me? Which one do you guys think is my most anticipated game? What do you guys think it is? Jesus Christ, you guys actually do know me pretty good. You guys do know me pretty well. Like, literally, like, immediately 5 people are like, Resident Evil, Resident Evil, Resident Evil. Yeah. Yeah. Pardon me. Okay, so I'll break this down a little bit. So, Grand Theft Auto, I am the most anticipated for Grand Theft Auto from an industry perspective. From like, you know, LD likes to talk about business shit, right? Like, that's my jam, baby, right? Like, I'm just interested to see like what that fucking does. Like, what does it do? Is it so fucking like insane that it it shuts down studios? Does it like just completely annihilate like blot out the fucking sun and just completely destroy like the sales of like tons of games and companies and put them out of business. Like, what is it gonna do? Like, I'm literally standing there with a stick, like poking it, like, do something. Let me see what you do. What are you capable of? I'm also interested to see if the game actually lives up to its lives up to anticipation, right? Because like the expectations on this game, they're so far in space right now. Like, people are looking at it and they're like, you know, what are you going to be able to do? What can't you do? Like, is it going to be set up for like RP and all that shit, like right from the get-go? Like, that obviously that's a big part of that game's community. What's the narrative going to be like? Is it actually going to be like, you know, are we going to expect what we normally expect out of it? Is it going to be what? Like, what the fuck is it going to be? Is it going to be a life sim? Like, GTA 6 is going to win most anticipated just because obviously it is the most anticipated just by people, right? Like, everybody knows what it is. Wolverine, I was actually impressed by the trailer. I think it looked pretty good. I mean, I think it's weird that they made fucking Mystique look like a fucking dude, but whatever. All I really care about is being able to like slash shit up. And if Jean Grey is in the game, she better be hot. Resident Evil Requiem, I'm a Resident Evil fan, so that one just kind of that's an easy sell for me. Witcher 4 is probably the one that I am the most like. I don't know what it's going to be. Like, I want it. I want to play it, and I hope it's good. That's it. That's all I care about. I hope it's good, and I think that it will be. I think that Witcher 4 will likely be the game that probably knocks people on their ass, and they go, wait a minute, oh fuck. Like, it's gonna go either way. It's either gonna be CD Projekt Red still has it, or they don't. This track, oh my god, I literally fucking shit myself when this song came on when I was playing the game. I was just like, holy shit, this is so peak. I was like, this is what peak feels like. In music form and in video game form at the same time. When that fucking line came out, and I was like, what the fuck is that? What is that? Why is that a lion? Yeah, so most anticipated for me is Resident Evil Requiem. I mean, you're going back to Raccoon City. Like, come on, man. I hope it's good. Fuck, I hope it's good. But god damn it, Capcom. You know what? Engine-wise, it's going to be fine. It's called the RE engine for a reason. The RE games usually do pretty well under it. It's just everything else that sucks underneath it. Oh, I didn't vote. Oh, fuck you. Start voting. Did it take me back? Oh, previous? It won't let me go back. I already casted my votes. Most anticipated. There we go. Okay. Yeah, Requiem. That's mine. The content creator of the year? Why didn't you guys vote for me? Where's LD? That's what I'm saying. You're next year? Okay. I'm going to mobilize all of you guys to fucking force me into this equation, okay? I'm going to mobilize my entire audience and say, you guys need to get me in there. Just so they could... Could you fucking imagine? Could you imagine me winning streamer of the year or content creator of the year? And then it rolls up and then they're like, and the winner is legendary drops, and I just walk up on stage and I'm just like, I just treat it like, you know how I walk up on stage? Walk up, treat it like the fucking hater's ball. Fucking. You suck. You suck. You suck. I just want to let you know. I just want to let you all know. Nice coat. Coat looks more bombed out than Afghanistan. What did he say? Fucking so good. Millennial spotted? Yes, millennial humor is all fucking derivative of Chappelle Show. I know. Chappelle Show was also very fucking good, okay? So, like, to be fair, like, Chappelle Show's comedy was fucking peak. It was fucking hilarious. But yes, millennial spotted. Everything is all derivative of Chappelle Show. Years later, still making the exact same jokes. What did the five fingers say to the face? Fuck your couch, Charlie Murphy. It's actually really just that skit specifically. Like, that's where it all came from. That's where it all came from. I say Burnt Peanut. I love Peanut. I think he's funny as fuck. I see him on shorts. I've only watched a couple of his streams, like, for a little bit, but yeah, I would say Peanut. Miko deserves it. She actually has talent. I actually have seen Sakura Miko in her like music videos. Will pop up every once in a while. She is really talented. Yeah. Wayne Brady's skit was top tier. Wayne Brady's skit was really good too. I actually my favorite one is the MTV Cribs one. I think that was my favorite one. And it was all just because he's like giving people like a tour of his house. He's like, you see that chandelier right there? It's made out of chicken bones from chicken dinners that I've eaten over the year. And then he goes to his fridge and he's just like, check this out. You never seen anything like this before. And he brings out, he's like, this right here is a Tyrannosaurus egg. And he like cracks it like he's cooking up a Tyrannosaurus egg. And he cracks the other one and like a raptor comes out of it. And he like cuts its head off and drinks its blood. It's so fucking stupid. The sweatshop in the closet. Yeah. Best esports game. It's Counter-Strike. It will always be Counter-Strike. It will never not be Counter-Strike. It will always be. I've never played Counter. This is another one of those games. Two games that are like apart, that are like cornerstones of the gaming industry that I have never played a single time in my entire life is Counter-Strike and RuneScape. And I have to play them both at one point in time. I've been watching do you guys know who Nakey? Have you guys ever watched Nakey Jakey? The YouTuber. Jakey on his yoga ball. Yeah, it's the guy on the yoga ball. Yeah. He has been. That's how you know a video was serious. That's actually true. Yeah. He has been locked in for like 4 months straight, or basically ever since his last video came out. He has been playing nothing but Counter-Strike. Nothing but Counter-Strike. I've clicked onto his streams and he is just like, he's on the premiere grind. Yeah, I know. I've popped up a couple of times and like watched him a little bit. At one point in time I might have to give it a shot. I don't know if I have the reflexes for it anymore, but we'll have to find out. Best esports athlete. Bro, I don't even know who any of you motherfuckers are. Best esport. I don't know who the fuck you guys are. Notify me when voting opens up for each round. 30 nominees vote for 10. Oh, they're gonna so on December 4th, it's gonna open back up. And they're gonna okay, weird. Either way. How are the winners selected? Look at this. How are winners selected? Winners are determined by a blend of voting between a voting jury, 90%, and public fan voting, 10%. Fans can vote for their favorite games on thegameawards.com. In China, fans can vote winners via Bilibili and other platforms. Fan voting will close on Wednesday, December 10th at 6 p.m. PT. 90% jury, 10% fan. We barely even fucking have anything to do with it. Who's the jury, you might ask? Easy Allies, Entertainment Weekly, Esquire, Game Informer, Gamer Rant, Gamer Ranks, Gamer Tag Radio, Games Beat, GameSpot, Giant Bomb, IGN, Inverse, Jeff Gersman Show, Kind of Funny, NPR, Pride.com, The Rolling Stone, Polygon, The Atlantic, Variety, Eurogamer, Edge, Dexterdo, Games Radar, Gaming Bible, Metro, The Times, Cultura Geek, like, what the fuck are we doing, dude? Can I just ask? Can I just ask, like, what we're doing? Can I just ask what we're doing? Is it okay for me to ask that question? Like, the Times? What the fuck are you... What do you need to be here for? Eurogamer, what do you need to be here for? Variety, The Atlantic, Pride.com, Rolling Stone, NPR. Like, what the fuck are we doing, dude? What are we doing? Esquire, Entertainment Weekly. No YouTube review. Only one skill up. What? You're right. They didn't bring in any of the YouTube reviewers. And the only reason that Skill Up is in this list is because Skill Up has a nominations in all esports categories are determined by a jury of global media outlets. Accessibility nominees? Oh my god, so it's not even oh my god. So it's not even a matter of like those outlets. It's also GamerRanks is on there. Oh, okay, good. But the only you have to keep in mind the only reason why GamerRanks and also Skill Up are on there is because they also have publications. It's also because they have publications. So accessibility nominees are determined by a specialist jury of accessibility experts. Imagine being a... Imagine, like, what is your job? I'm an accessibility expert. Time for legendary drops news. Good lord, guys. You're out of your fucking mind. You're out of your mind. The amount of work that would have to fucking entail would just be fucking insane. If I was gonna do that, I'd pay other people to be writers and fucking call it a loss, but I need to make a lot more money for me to be able to justify something like that. Like a lot more money. We'll check to see if there's any more news stuff. Legendary news. True. I had a side channel that I was making at one point in time that was going to be called Legendary News. Sponsored by Game Pass. Fuck. Is there anything else that I saw that was like really big deal? No, we talked about that. Dude, look at this shit. So this is women in video games informative presentation on the proportion of female to male dialogue in video games. So they put up a whole thing. They're like, well, this is how many words spoken. This shows how many more words men have spoken in video games than women, and they showed like Final Fantasy to Final Fantasy VII Remake. 13. Women spoke more in 13 because it was a female main character, which is also how did Final Fantasy X2? It's literally an entire female cast. All good games, by the way. That is stupid as fuck, and I'm a woman. I know. Well, I don't know that you're a woman, but I do know that it is stupid as fuck. It is. It like so they're like here Horizon Zero Dawn, Forbidden West. Is it? Isn't it also ironic that like the fatter they made her, the more she talked? Because what isn't Forbidden West the one where they made her fatter? What did they mean by this? What did they mean by that? Instead of making good games, they're worried about this? I know. They changed her face to be more round. Model didn't change much otherwise. Oh, okay. Shut your mouth and you get skinny? What's going on with women's dialogue? It's not that each individual woman is not given enough dialogue, but rather that there aren't enough women speaking. So you want more female characters, okay? When they speak, they have a narrow range of things to say. There are gender biases in the content of what they say and what is said to them. These biases apply not just to the main character, but to minor and background characters. Everyone is more likely to speak to a man. Players can't avoid the gender biases in dialogue. These are pervasive problems. This is also true for society. And I'm just going to be flat out with it. Radical feminism is what created it. Like, I know they showed like a long history of it, showing from like Final Fantasy, like the originals, but that also makes a lot of sense because the games industry back then was largely male, right? The games industry was largely male, so men are going to be writing from the perspective of a man and things that interest men. And games were also, at that time, mostly played by men, and in some cases, depending on the genre, are still today mostly played by men. So, like, of course that was going to be it. Like, you want to act like it's some societal issue. This is just, like, the natural perspective of the person that is creating the art. That's all this is. It's literally just the natural perspective of a human man that was making a game, and this is what came through in his art. It's not some fucking societal issue that you need to somehow solve. It's just somebody's perspective and how it came through in their artistry. If I was writing a story, that story would largely share a male perspective. Because I am a man. And that is what I know, and it's what I know best, and I would never know anything much more past that because I'm not a woman. Does that make sense? I can't really write from another perspective because, well, I don't have the other perspective. And even if I was told it, being told a different perspective is not the same thing as owning a different perspective. And that matters in all that matters in all senses of art. Have you considered becoming a woman? That's meta. Let us help you make the games you want to make. There's the give me money part. No. It's not. It is a give me money part for sure. That is definitely part of it. But here are all the issues that we have with video games that you're making right now and how problematic it is. And this is how narrow your perspective is when it comes to making these games. We want to help you make the game that you want to make, but only with our approval. But only through our purity test. We want to help you make the game that you want to make. Only if we say it's okay. It's so passive aggressive. These people are fucking parasites. One, somebody mentioned it in chat. This is the part where they ask for money. You are absolutely fucking right. Oh yeah. That's exactly. And by the way, not to fucking stereotype, but to stereotype. It is a Karen that is giving this fucking speech. It is a Karen giving the speech. And a male Karen too. There are female and male Karens. They work in tandem. They work in tandem. Everyone's more likely to speak to a man. That's also in reality. That is literally just the human experience. That is an instinctive thing. That is something that has been trained into people. Through social media, through just society in general. That a man approaching a woman is not a thing you should do. You should not do that. Girls are scary nodders? No. Literally, for fucking years, we were told not to approach women. Not without permission. Men say it quicker. Women generally talk too much. They're also less helpful in situations of need. And by the way, this is not like a condemnation, like women are terrible. That's not the point that I'm trying to make. I can give you anecdotal examples, right? So the other day, my battery died. I was at the gym and my battery died. I walked around and I was waiting for somebody to, like, I wanted to get some help so somebody can give me a jump. The first person that walks up is a girl. I said, "Excuse me." She looked at me and then walked away. Like, I'm not like some like fucking, I don't look homeless, right? I don't look like I'm about to do anything. I just said, "Hey, excuse me, can you help me out?" Walked away. I went up to the chick that was at the desk. "Hey, I need a jump." "I don't know how to do that." "I don't need you to do anything." All of a sudden, this dude came walking around. He just finished his workout. Hey, brother, can you help me out for a second?" "Yeah, what's up, man? What you need?" "Oh, I just need to jump outside." "Yeah, I got you, dog. I'll be right there." Like, I don't know how to do that. What the fuck you mean you don't know how to do that? You hook up 2 fucking cables to a battery and start your car. What do you mean you don't know how to do it? And it's so funny because like the entire time when the dude fucking rolled up, he was like talking to me and he was just like, I was like, man, I asked a couple of the girls, and I asked one of the chick that was up front, but she wanted me to wait for her manager because she said that she didn't know how to do it. And he's like, "Oh, man, women, dog." And I'm like, true, true. And he's like, and then he pulled up to my car, and for a second he was going to tell his girlfriend to pull the car closer. And he's like, "Nah, I'm not going to let her do that. She's probably going to hit you." It's just like, what the fuck? But also, like, society has trained us to not do that, right? Like, and there's also the pervasive image that you constantly see perpetuated online, that men are nothing but predators, and that we are to be feared, and that all we have is ill intention. So that street goes both ways. So it's like, yeah. So that is the human experience right now. That is the human social experience, and has been for quite a long time. So yeah, you are probably going to see a lot of gender biases in dialogue where people are okay and want to talk to and approach men far more often than they would ever want to approach women. And the funny thing is, the same is likely true for women as well. Welcome to the pipeline to the far right. Is that what that opinion is? I mean, I'm just talking about like observable shit. There's no pipeline here. I'm not even talking about femcel agenda, or I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. I'm just talking about observable reality. That's it. It's just observable reality. Expedition 33 music, yes. Don't talk to the opposite gender, they're evil. Well, I mean, like, you constantly see people try to perpetuate that idea online, right? But yeah. They're trying to destroy community dynamics. You know what the funny thing is? I think that a lot of people, this is a weird way for me to say this, and I don't know. I feel like it's actually more true than anything. I'm one of those people that I always go with the simplest answer is oftentimes the right one. And when it comes to like male female dynamics and like how much that has changed over the years, well, like I could point to like radical feminism, or I could point to them, the ones pulling the strings in the background, the deep state, the fucking, you know, the globalists, I don't fucking know, whatever. Like, there's a lot of different ways you could be able to, like, fucking cut it, right? I honestly think it's just a consequence of the internet. That's it. It's like, essentially, it's like these conversations brought up on a global stage and aired out in front of everybody. Like, the conversations that men would just have, you know what I mean? Like, the shit that we would talk. And then also, like, the shit that women would talk. But now you're giving these people fucking microphones that can blast their shit to the entire world. And I don't even mean, like, an actual microphone. I just mean social media in general. And then you see those ideas and you see those discussions perpetuate. Social media divides people. It does. It does divide people. Yeah, I don't think it's actually, like... I don't think it's like women to blame or anything like that, or men to blame. I think it's just like our social dynamics are just not built for the internet. And there's just like shit that we talk that shouldn't be aired out online. I think that's probably a better way to say it. I would think that 70% of women wouldn't even know about this issue in gaming and don't want it to change the end product in a game. Maybe. Not gonna lie, I agree. Yeah, well, I mean, like, because here's the thing. I would imagine, even before the internet, women were always talking shit about men. About how they're gross or how they're pushy or how they do this or how they do that or whatever it might be. And men used to walk around with a lot of like bravado and confidence that they largely probably didn't need to have in some cases, but did need to have, because that's what like gave them the freedom to feel like they could like actually engage, right? And there's also shit that men say and we talk about as dudes that also shouldn't be fucking broadcasted everywhere. There were secret conversations that we used to have as genders and sexes, right? But we don't really have that anymore. Now it's just everywhere. It's just out in the open. And because that locker room talk, thank you. That's kind of the point that I'm trying to talk. Yeah, locker room talk, the tea, right? Like now that shit is just everywhere out in the open, where it didn't need to be that way. I don't think it needed to be that way. And I think that it's done irreparable damage to the way that we communicate with one another. Bro code. Yeah. Now everybody knows what the bro code is. What the fuck? Now it ain't a code anymore. Now it's just bro. Ooh, you. Yeah, I think that this stuff is incredibly pervasive. I think that it's really bad. I responded to this and I said, if you try to filter or redirect creativity, you destroy it. A writer who naturally wrote a male character is now told that they need to make it a woman. Now the natural character is destroyed, and with it, its authenticity. The idea that it's really hard for me to explain something like this in a tweet, but essentially what this kind of like conversation does and this kind of like social pressure does is it creates mechanisms within these companies where people are incentivized to not make what they would make originally. So I'm just going to give you guys an example. Say I am sitting here and I'm drawing this really fucking cool male character. He's a dude, right? He looks really fucking cool. And I'm imagining like, you know, what this character is going to be like, what his personality is. And then like I finish and I'm like, fuck, dude, this is going to be so good. And then somebody comes over and they say, can you make that a woman? Well, I've already come up with the idea for that character and the design for that character. Sure, I guess I'll just transpose it, whatever. And make a couple changes here and there, but now that character is still going to be coming from a male perspective, a male lived experience. Now that character is but now all of a sudden that character is not going to resonate with anybody. It doesn't resonate with men because it's a woman that's not acting like a woman, and it doesn't resonate with women because it's a woman that's also not acting like it's just one of those things where it's just like, and now the character is like it's foreign in its own body. Make the character black. I don't even think that's not necessarily, but sure. I think in this case, gender matters more than skin color, especially in the context of this. DEI? It's not even DEI. Like, that term fucking sucks because, like, that term is for hiring practices. It's not for video game art. What this is like moral policing. It's art police, essentially. Creative police. Isn't this a good thing that this is happening? Eventually they'll run out of money and be forced to either give us what we want or go bankrupt. Yeah, that's already happening. Yeah, that's already happening at an ever increasing rate. At an ever increasing rate. I don't know if there's anything else that I missed. I'll check real quick though. Battlefield 6 has blocked a bunch of people. I'm really happy. These companies really, like, this is going to be the biggest thing. I don't think people really understand. AI is going to fucking destroy the video games industry when it comes to cheating. Like, once one of these companies figures out how to make, like, AI cheats to be able to, like, constantly get around a lot of these, like, protections that these companies put in place, and then they're going to have to deploy their own AI anti-cheat against it, and it's just going to be an arms race between the two like it's always been. It's just going to make things even worse. Microsoft's head of AI, what does it say? Microsoft's head of AI doesn't understand why people don't like AI, and I don't understand why he doesn't understand because it's pretty obvious. Actually, yeah. Fair. Fair. Yeah, pretty fair to be honest. I think like even though like I don't really hate AI, to be honest with you. Like I don't hate AI. I understand why other people do. I mean, like, look at the shit that we were talking about today. Like, one, for a lot of people, they see it as something that is replacing people's jobs. They don't see how it's bringing any value to them as like, people. Like, just regular society doesn't really see a benefit for it themselves. The only benefit that we see, and the only benefit that we know that is going to come of it, which is, like, the one thing that kind of, like, blows my fucking mind when it comes to this. What the fuck is this? Is Risk of Rain? StarCraft soundtrack. Okay, that kind of came out of fucking nowhere. Threw me off there. I wasn't ready. I need to go back to something low key. I need something low key. It's too loud. It was getting busy there for a second. I don't have my headset turned up all the way either. Okay. People themselves, just regular, everyday, normal people, don't really see any benefit for themselves in it because we all know what its what its purpose is right now is that we're going to get lower effort products, lower quality products. It like the only reason I shouldn't even say the lower effort or lower quality because like that one's kind of like a foregone conclusion. We don't really know what that means, and effort really doesn't matter if the product is good anyway. Like who gives a fuck how hard you work to make it? Like I mean, it's cool, it's an added bonus, but it's only an added bonus when you actually like what was made, right? Like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like, oh my god, I super appreciate that these developers worked insanely hard on their game that sucked. I only appreciate it when the game is good. When the game is good, then I appreciate all their effort. So, like, I'm not going to sit here and really pretend like that's a major factor for me. The worry is, and the reason why people hate it so much, is because everybody fucking knows that the true aim for it when it comes to these companies is to spend less money and charge us the same amount of money for them to do fucking half the work and make half the product. That's really what it is. Call of Duty. That's what it is. Call of Duty is that's what people know what it's coming for. They know that it's going to take away jobs, and they know that it's going to be used to deliver them something that is just fucking garbage, and that they're going to charge us the most, they're going to charge us the same price that they've always charged. We're going to get no actual benefit out of this, even though these companies keep talking about like, oh my god, this is going to save us so much more money, and we're going to be able to make even more like if we're just talking about video games, and I'm just going to be able to make more games and better products and this, and it's just like, what about us? We know it has nothing to do with us in shitification, but the shit is already shit to begin with. Like, are we trying to sit here and pretend like Call of Duty is actually good? Or was good. I mean, it was good long time ago. AI can generate about 80% and people have to correct and touch up the remaining 20%, but they have to check the generated work. Yeah, but the problem is that like that touch up is not going to fucking happen because that touch up is not something that these companies even want to pay for. I mean, like quite literally the fucking world that they would love to see is the fact that they could have a company that normally had 2,500 people working there that now only needs 25, but makes the same thing. It's not about making anything better. It's about spending less to make the same thing while also charging the customer the same price. How does that interest me? Even if you made a good game, the fact that I know that you are now making it for less does bother me. Knowing that I am not getting any of the cost savings and you are actively damaging the economy. Like, that does bother me. I don't like that. Theoretically, it should boost productivity and make things cheaper for the... Yeah, but that's not how it's being used. That's not how they want to use it. They want to use it to cut the workforce. That's what they want to do. I don't know to what end, though. It doesn't make any sense to me. You need people to be able to buy this shit, so... Less to make, so why isn't it cheaper? I don't know. Ask them the same thing when they all switched to fucking digital. And we never saw any of the cost savings. The cost savings that we saw was that they never changed the price. That was the cost savings we got. And when AI code fails, as it inevitably will, the devs will come back for 2 times the money? No, these companies will just go out of business. It's not even like the effort thing. Again, my only concern with AI, and I've said this a couple times now, my only concern is implementation. What is your intentions? If your intentions are to make something better, then you're going to make something better. If your intentions is to make something cheaper, you're going to make something cheaper. And as you guys have realized, the games industry thinks in binary. They can only think in one direction at a time, which is to their detriment and also to their benefit. Either it's companies that like throw off the fucking, you know, they cast off society and make like the most artistic fucking crazy shit they possibly can, or they're just working towards making the most creatively bankrupt thing to be able to bankrupt players. I guess there is some middle ground. I shouldn't say that it's only in binary. Like, there are examples that I can look around and be like, some games kind of go in both directions in some cases. I'm scared because all top talent game developers will be gone or give up. I don't know. Part of me is all for it at the same time. Like Microsoft as an example, and Xbox. Fuck them. Let them gut themselves to fucking oblivion. Let them gut themselves and then displace all that talent, and then that talent winds up in other studios that actually value them and put them to work the right way, or they go and start their own studios. Part of me wants to hope that there's a silver lining, and that we'll see more things like Embark Studios. Because theoretically, this technology should be used to be able to make fewer developers make better products, make better games. Just better products in general, if we're talking like on a grand scale for the economy, which should, in theory, increase competition in markets, not decrease competition. Indie scene will always be a thing. That's why I also think that, like, I think that because, like, priorities have shifted so drastically in the games industry from, like, between AAA down to indie, that's the reason why we are seeing, like, such a massive divide between these two sides of the industry. Like the best AAA game this year? It's probably I didn't play it because I'm waiting for it to come to PC. It's probably Death Stranding 2. And Battlefield, not really. Like, it's not though. It's not the best AAA game. Like, the campaign was not really good. It was okay. KCD2 is a AA game. They only made that game for like fucking 30 or 60 actually probably less than 30 million or something like that. Yeah, they're AA. They're not a AAA company or a AAA studio. Ghost of Yotai? It could probably be in the conversation, yeah. It could probably be in the conversation, but I would almost guarantee that the best AAA game is probably Death Stranding 2, but I need to play it. And like what I mean by AAA, like keep in mind I'm talking about budget spent. Like how much money they spent on it. Now, like technically Ghost of Yotai is a AAA game, but its budget was more AA than AAA to be honest with you. But I'm talking about like the reckless abandonment where they're spending that kind of money to still make like the most like artistic game possible. Kojima does that shit. Love him or hate him. That dude is committed to being weird. And I love the dude for that. I think Kojima is fucking based. That dude is committed to being weird. He will gladly spend a shitload of money and make the weirdest game possible. I don't know. Maybe if they make 5 games a year, they might actually make a good game, aka monkey banging on a typewriter. I mean, maybe. I don't know. But still at the same time, like when I'm looking at like mass scale and I'm looking at companies that are spending a shitload of money and also the companies that are like heavily leaning into AI and likely like shredding the fuck out of their budgets really quickly. And I shouldn't say budgets, shredding the shit out of their employees. The best one that you can point to is probably Xbox. Like they're the ones that are doing it the most aggressively. Guys, I don't see them putting out a good game. I just don't see it. I don't see it happening. And I don't see it happening anytime soon. Keep in mind the next two big Xbox releases that we're going to see is going to be Gears of War E-Day, which maybe, but I don't know if people are really going to be into that. Right? I don't know if people are really going to be into Gears of War because it's like an established franchise. Like, I mean, like, I also look over and I look at like Space Marine 2 did really well. So like maybe there is a world, like there should be a world where Gears of War E-Day succeeds. But like looking at, like there was no movement around the Reloaded, the remastered game they'd put out for Gears of War 1. Like I heard fucking nothing about that game. Like they totally like fumbled the bag when it came to like that game and like how much they pushed it. Because they kept trying to push all their resources towards Halo, but they never had the talent or the people for Halo. So like Halo fucking just sat and just spun, right? It was mid. It was mid. Insanely mid. Nobody cares about Gears of War anymore. That's my perspective. And by the way, like I'm saying this from I'm just saying this from the perspective of like I'm a Gears of War fan. Like fuck. Marcus Phoenix sits right behind me. Like I am a Gears of War fan. I don't give a fuck about Gears of War. Like does it sound cool? Am I kind of looking forward to playing with the boys and like reliving the past a little bit with the friends that I played that game with all the time? Yeah, absolutely. At the same time, I could also kind of give a fuck less. I kind of want to play something new, something different. And I know that Gears of War E-Day is not really going to deliver anything that I haven't seen before. Like, I mean, cool, we're going back to where it's like, you know, Marcus and Dom and Baird and Carmine. But, like, mechanically, you know, it's not going to be anything different. Is that really going to be something I'm going to be interested in? Probably not. To be honest with you, probably not. I'm just in the mood for something new, man. Something fresh. And if you look at, like, the rest of the games that Xbox has, like, they just don't put out anything worth a shit, dude. They just don't. Whatever studio falls underneath them just gets creatively drained. Even Doom this year. I'm telling you, man. These guys have the Midas touch of shit. Like, they literally, they inshitify anything that they touch. Everybody knows the only reason why, and like, this is the funny thing, like, I'll hear people try to make the defense. They're like, oh, well, Xbox, man, Xbox is so pro-consumer because, like, they're making games multi-platform. The only reason that Xbox is making games multi-platform is because their games don't fucking sell. So they have to spread those games wide as they possibly can to try to capture more sales. If Xbox never went with any of this, like, you know, multi-platform day one shit, whether it's putting stuff on PlayStation or even on PC, they'd be fucking cooked. They'd already be done. They'd already be out. GG. GG. Like, look at the games that they've released. Like, Halo Infinite, Redfall, into Avowed, into Outer Worlds 2, South of Midnight, Doom Dark Ages. Sucks seeing them reach this point. It does, actually. It does. Because they were in it for they were in it for all the right reasons initially. But I say that. The people that were running it were in it for all the right reasons initially. But Microsoft slowly but surely kept digging their fucking claws into the company year over year over year until finally the people that were there for all the right reasons left. And then all they had left was their mouthpiece, Phil, who probably means well, but he's a dog on a leash. He's a dog on a leash. Like, he's not... Like, I'm sure the dude would love the company to do well. I'm sure he would love these developers to just do their thing. But he is Satya Nadella's fucking doggy. Sit. Stand. Like, that's just how he is. It is what it is. Efficiency first. Yeah, like, Phil has no real control. The dude's been a fucking puppet since day one. He's been nothing but a mouthpiece. Like, that's it, dude. He's just been nothing but a mouthpiece. He's never been anything more than that. I've seen Phil's Xbox profile. Homie only plays Vampire Survivors. Dude put 250 hours into Starfield. Like, fucking straight, like, NPC gamer. NPC gamer. Like, oh my god. You guys, now you see what I'm fucking talking about? Like, now you immediately see, like, oh, now I understand why they're going in this direction. Motherfucker thought Starfield was a good game. This is so true. Obsidian says The Outer Worlds 2 isn't a deliberate critique of capitalism, which is even more ridiculous than Fallout's co-creator said that it isn't either. And then the dude from Larian Studios says expression in video games is cooked because the puppet master still holds the strings. I remember that they said something about how people kept talking, oh, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 is going to go to Game Pass. Baldur's Gate 3 is going to go to Game Pass. Dude, these guys, the real ones in the games industry fucking hate Xbox. Oh, they cannot stand them. Oh, no. Any of these big publishers, they can't stand them. They can't stand them. All they see is them just fucking destroying the games industry. That's all they see. They know what these guys are trying to do. Well, no, like, you know what the funny thing is that it's not a deliberate critique of capitalism. The funny thing is, I would guarantee you that if these guys were off the leash and they weren't working under a direct publisher and instead they were self-publishing their games, I would guarantee if they actually made a game that was a severe, deliberate critique of capitalism and went like no holds bars, it would probably be a far better game. It'd be a far better game. But the problem is that like these companies need very predictable outcomes, so they don't want you going off the rails in one direction or the other, right? The Sven Vinka from Larian Studios was the one that came out and said, he's like, these guys, nobody in this industry would ever have funded our game. Nobody would have funded Baldur's Gate 3. A turn-based narrative RPG in 2024, nobody would have done it. And he's absolutely right. It would be Helldivers? Probably something close to that, yeah. I don't think Obsidian has the self-awareness. Here's the funny thing is, I actually don't think Obsidian has the creativity. I shouldn't say creativity. I don't think that they have the willpower. Like, I think that, like, will is a strong thing. Like, the desire and, like, the desire to, like, suffer over your work. And I think that they just like being told what to do. What they can and can't do. They like the hands-off approach of having a publisher and a company that owns you. Some of these game developers are like that. It's kind of like the idea of, like, it's the security that you find from having a job that you can always punch into. But the problem is that when you play that when you play that kind of game in a creative industry, you're gonna find it where you don't have a clock to punch in on anymore. The Grounded team, I think the Grounded team is fantastic. Grounded is their best game that they have had for quite a while now. Grounded is a lot of fun. Grounded 2 is really good too. The one company who's definitely back on track is Square Enix because of Expedition 33. I would agree with that. Yeah. Maybe. I'm hoping, like, direction-wise, gameplay direction and just art direction and shit. Like, I feel like they're probably going to lean into that stuff for sure. But honestly, I think that Square Enix is going to, like, do you guys know, like, I have to look into this more. But from what I heard, one of the reasons why Square Enix cut all of their people from the West was because they were filtering feedback from Northwestern audiences. Or from, like, North American audiences. Like, basically, global audiences, their feedback was not reaching Square Enix Japan, who's the one that's making the creative decisions. Instead, what was happening is that, like, all of us were complaining about this shit, and then it would go to the people at Square Enix America, and they would be like, oh, these are just fucking assholes. We're not going to listen to them. No, actually, the characters need to be ugly. No, the characters need to be this. No, the characters, Tifa's tits are too big. Like, shit like that. Like, they sanitize the feedback. They sanitize the feedback. And I heard that because of that, when they basically drawn the threads and were like, wait a minute, there's something fucked up here. And then they had figured out that, like, their entire, like, fucking American community management and marketing teams were fucking them. And then they just cooked them. They cooked them all. Just gone. So if you actually go and look and you see, like, all the positions that were cut at Square Enix, it was almost all of their social teams. It's all their comms teams, marketing teams, and community management teams. Those were the ones that got cut, and now they're on this big push where they want to consolidate their efforts back in Japan. I want them to leave. I want them to leave entirely. Like, it's okay to have a, like, publishing arm that's just in charge of, like, marketing, and that's it, right? Like, that's all you really need. You don't need to do a whole lot of shit. You just need, like, it's okay to have, like, a presence in the West. I don't think there's any issue with that. You just have to fucking temper it, and you need them to not be a part of your creative direction at all. Like, imagine if Square Enix just goes back to being, like, peak Japanese. Make Japanese games. I don't need you to make I don't need you to make Western games. I do not need you to make Western games. Nobody likes Western games. Western games fucking suck. Western ideals and values suck right now. None of it resonates. I need something weird. I need something quirky. I need my characters hot. It's just what I'm in the mood for. And I think it's what a lot of other people are in the mood for. I need something racist? I don't know about all that now. You're going a little far, but yeah. Give us more Octopath? I mean, you literally just got another Octopath. And we also just got a fucking Final Fantasy Tactics remake. Let's not pretend like we're being fully starved here, okay? Warhammer is racist in the best way. We don't Western games from the Japanese company. We want Japanese games because they're different. Exactly. Yeah, that's probably the best way to look at it. Did they do the announcement yet? I'm not gonna watch any of this shit. This is only 9 minutes. Do I watch the Laura Fryer video? I don't know if I do or not. I need...
I desire more than what this mortal flesh could provide me. And so now, my darling, I am yours.
Live reveal on the 4th? Oh, so they're probably going to do the reveal. No, Game Awards isn't on the 4th. Play on PC and consoles on December 12th. Vol again? I mean, it's still Path of Exile. Yeah, it's at Ziri. Like, I hope this is like peak Vol. I need it to be peak Vol. That's all I need it to be. I need it to be like body horror. I need it to be like human experimentation and sacrifice. That's what I need. Did PoE launch yet or still early access? Still early access. It's going to be in early access for another year at least. Mega Aztecs? Yes, Mega Aztecs. like the most deranged, also like somehow scientific magic science, fucking Aztecs. I'm stoked. The vault setting is kind of unique in video games. It's very unique. It's very cool. I dig the shit out of it. Like, fuck, dude. Like, oh, it's so good. I'm so stoked for this. I think they're going to be dropping a new act too. Yeah, they probably will. Blood sacrifice magic, ritual science. I know, it's so cool. Like, the concepts behind it are just dope as fuck. And also, I really like the architecture and the art style that they use for those characters and their areas and shit like that. And their so like alchemy, no, because they have like robots and lasers. But it's robots and lasers that are powered by human sacrifice. Like, it's so fucking metal. It's so fucking metal. Yeah, it's so good, man. It's so good. So, like, I'm interested to see what they're gonna do. Plus, they're gonna release a new class as well. But yeah, these guys actually reached out to me. I'm gonna come to New Zealand to hang out with them next year. Hang out with Quinn, Nodders? Yeah, I actually will get the chance to meet Quinn. That'll be interesting. He probably has no idea who the fuck I am, though. Streamer and YouTuber are not very many of us know each other. Might know of, but I am most likely to know of him than he is of me. Or let me find out the dude actually watches the show. Maybe he does. I don't know. Maybe some people. I don't fuck. Actually, do you know what? I take that back. You kind of have to know who I am because of Asmongold, don't you? You kind of have to know who the fuck I am. Like, at least, like, have seen me. Maybe not watched me directly, but you kind of, like, at one point in time, you'll have to have come across me. Gonna be hard not fanboying so hard over there. Oh, I fanboyed so hard when I went to the Path of Exile 2 underground secret fucking tests that they did. I was so fucking stoked, dude. I was so stoked. It was the funnest, dude. It was the most fun I'd ever had. Like, it's not the most fun I've ever had. It was one of the coolest things that I've ever done. I was like, I can't believe, like, it was one of those, like, you made it moments. Like, it's something that I'd always dreamed about doing, like, as a kid. And, like, here I am, you know, at this fucking hotel in the middle of this, like, fucking, like, industrial area. We're all meeting in a fucking boardroom. There's no signs or anything that show or tell, like, what's actually going on behind the door. You walk in and they got, like, all these like POE cutouts. They got a stage. They got like couches set up with like co-op so people could play on controller and sit on the couch and play. They had all these rows of like computers set up for people to like sit down and play the game and test it. They brought food in for us. It was fucking cool, man. Did you drink too much again? No, they only allowed one drink they only allowed one drink. It wasn't until after the event that I sat down and I had drinks with DM and Moxie and Raging Gaming. Sounds like paradise until the one drink thing. Honestly, I'm going to tell you guys, it is for the best. It is for the best. I don't drink, like, at home, really. Like, every once in a while, I have, like, you know, like, a drink, a single, like, maybe, like, a glass of wine or, like, a beer. But I won't, like, drink at home because I feel like drinking alone is fucking weird. But when I am out with people, your boy is a socialite. I am a socialite. I like, Like, I feel weird not having more than one. When I have one, I'm like, I thought we were having a good time. The fuck is going on? May I ask you what your favorite drink is? That's a good question. I kind of go all over the place. It kind of depends on where I am and also depends on what time of year, right? So like dinner, I'm a wine guy. I love a good wine with dinner. Also depends on what kind of dinner I'm having, right? If it's just like out for drinks, straight whiskey. Straight whiskey. Whiskey on the rocks, baby. Though I do like a good sour, but I will only have a sour if it's actually like a real one, egg white and all that good stuff. Missed a super chat, did I? Oh my gosh. Hey bro, have to thank you for movie 43. Never heard of it, but was laughing my ass off. Yes. Yeah. It's one of those movies that like nobody ever hears about. I think it's because like all the Hollywood actors like hated the movie for some reason. Some of them did, but some of them didn't. But like the movie is so fucking dumb. It's so funny. Especially was it the Drew Barrymore and dude from Jurassic World. Star-Lord. Why can't I think of his name? I'm bad with names. You guys know what the fuck I'm talking about. Crisp Rat. Yes, Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt. I think it's Chris Pratt and Drew Barrymore. And there's a whole skit about how she wants him to shit on her. Like as a sign of their like relationship, like going to the next step. He was gonna like ask her to marry him, and she was just like, I want you to shit on me. Like there's this whole fucking arc that's like him trying to like talk to friends and like work up the courage to do it. And then he goes and he takes like fucking like a bottle of laxatives and eats a burrito. And then he hops in bed with her and he's like talking to, and she's like wanting to share feelings. And you hear this dude the whole time. And he's like, okay, can we do this? And she's like, no, is that all I am to you? And he's like, no. And then like he gets frustrated. It's so good, dude. You gotta watch the fucking movie or it doesn't make sense. It's like that part, like it's just so random. It is like so much. It is a total dude movie. It's a total dude movie. Especially when you get to fuck it, like, especially the skits with like, so I can't actually show it to you guys, otherwise I'd probably get fucking insta banned. But there's also another skit. There's all it sounds like Zack and Miri kind of. I think it's supposed to be like a spoof of that, like in this one skit in the show or in the movie. But there's another one where it's Hugh Jackman, except for Hugh Jackman has balls on his neck, like it's a deformity. So he just straight up has a scrote just on his throat. And like he's at dinner with a girl and she doesn't like, she can't ball chin. Yeah, the ball chin one. He's at dinner with a girl, but she can't respond to it. Right? Like she like for whatever reason, like nobody else sees it or is paying attention to it. And she's like, she can't say anything about it or whatever. And like, and it's, he's like eating soup and like a hair falls off. And then like a waiter comes by with one of those like trays and like taps him and he's like, oh. You gotta watch it. Watch movie 43. You'll get a good fucking laugh out of it. It's such like dude toilet humor, very, very like 2000s. Yeah. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Oh man. Okay, gotta see it. Yeah, I highly recommend. Just you have to see it. See it to believe it. But anyway, stream has gone on like really fucking long, and all we did was just talk and watch videos and chat about news and shit like that. I'm gonna go to bed, or I'm gonna eat something and then probably watch or play Dispatch. Watch Dispatch. I guess you kind of do both. I was gonna play something on stream, but it's already pretty late. We've been streaming for like over 8 hours somehow. So, you know, sometimes I guess that happens. Keep growing the mullet. What are you still doing up, Act Man? Great time. Was gonna ask no gameplay today. We just lost track of time because we were talking about so much different shit. Otherwise, I was gonna play something. He's a night gamer like me. That dude do be like fucking Actman literally just fucking sits. He's always online at like late ass fucking hours. I was like trying to play games with him the other like fucking a couple weeks ago or whatever. And this dude's like, what time are you up till? And I'm like, I don't know, like fucking whatever. He's just like 1 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning rolls around and he's like, hey, want to play? And it's just like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? But I also respect it. I also respect it. Wouldn't you like to know working on your COD 4 review, actually? Isn't it so nice to just not have to be attached to, like, all new games? I haven't done, like, an old game review in a while. I feel like I should at one point. I just don't know what it would be on. Actually, I do. There was like two games that I wanted to cover at one point in time. One is what is it? Both are indie games. And I say like older, they're not like super old, but like they're older. There's a fucking cat just like staring at me. I think it was going to be probably Dead Cells. I always wanted to do a Terraria video. I also want to do a Fortnite video. Because like that game is like so much a thing. Right? Like it's so influential in the games industry, and like so many games want to be it and so many companies want to have it. And it sticks around and it like has so many fucking players. It's just such an interesting thing. Whatever it is. My heart goes out to all those streamers that are shackled to Black Ops 7. Dude. I was talking about it today, like how many of these folks that like you immediately hear somebody say like, no, you don't understand. Black Ops 7 is actually good, guys. And then like you immediately go and look and like they are a Call of Duty content creator. Which is just like, that is just the worst thing that you can do to yourself. And it's not even the Call of Duty part. It's the fact that like you literally are just locking your career to one game. And it's just like, you're signing yourself up for a world of hurt. World of hurt. Imagine somebody who's like, I'm going to be a Starfield content creator. What the fuck are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'm gonna show you guys. Like today, we're gonna talk about fucking loading screens. I saw people that were like, it's so funny. You'll see that with like the launch of like every new like big game. Somebody's like, hey, I just want to let you guys know, for all news related to this game, come to this channel. And it's just like, bro. What are you doing? The sad part is seeing how Halo pros have had to transition to playing Black Ops 7 because of 343, have given no information or indication on the future of Halo multiplayer. Didn't they abandon Halo? Didn't they abandon Halo? Like, I mean, not abandon. Like, they're still making like the Halo single player, but didn't they abandon like the like 10-year plan that they had set up for Infinite? Who the fuck thought that was a good idea? I love how these guys just come up with some shit, like they just pull it straight out of their ass, where they're like, "Oh yeah, Call of Duty or Halo. This next Halo is going to be around for 10 years." Based on what? I like how they just like, they're just, you know what it is? You know what it is? Probably sitting in a prayer circle. And they're trying to manifest it. They brought in some fucking like female yogi from like downtown LA. I mean, keep in mind these guys are based in LA, right? From like downtown LA that comes in, there's just like, okay guys, you want to be Fortnite? You need to manifest Fortnite. So what you're going to do is you're just going to breathe in, breathe out. The next Halo is going to be around for 10 years. And then they all start just like chanting it. The next Halo is around for 10 years, for 10 years, for 10 years. Charge the crystals. Charge the crystals, everybody. Everybody hold a crystal. Everybody grab your crystal. Look deep inside it. Deeper. Deeper. Now put it in your butt. Act Man, thank you for the $20. What the fuck are you giving me money for? Now you're making it weird. They didn't abandon Halo. They sabotaged it in spite of their fan base. But for real, keep up the good work, champ. Fucking, what are you, my dad? Thank you for the 20. Act Man. Act Dad. Why do you gotta say it like that? I'm proud of you, son. Oh, man. You just got champed? I did get champed. Oh, man. Shock the cat? I'm not gonna shock my cat. I'm just kidding. It's a Black & Decker remote for my AC unit. Hassan granted you the power of Zeus. Yes, let me rain down hellfire upon your head. Immersion broken. Be cooler if you did. True. True. I would love a new BioShock. That's already coming. We're getting a new BioShock. You guys already know that. They brought in Rod, the cavernous butthole Ferguson. What did he say? Malignant caverns. Yeah, Rod the Malignant Caverns Butthole Ferguson to come and work on the new BioShock that was stuck in stuck in development or whatever it is. I'll never forget that Diablo 4 campfire chat where Rod Ferguson was like, speaking of malignant caverns, I just went to go get a colonoscopy. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you said that live to an audience of like, at the time, this is when Diablo 4 was like, it was down. There's still people that were tuning in, hopeful that the game could hopefully fix itself in time before everybody just gave up on it. And that was like, there's like an audience of like 10,000 people. That YouTube video of that campfire chat got like, a few 100,000 views. Like to 100,000 people, you were just like, speaking of malignant caverns, I just got a colonoscopy. Clean bill of health. Just like overshare Lamau. I love Rod. I think he's funny as fuck. He's like so fucking over it. And the funny thing is that like there's some people that I think probably blamed him for the state of Diablo 4, but like at the exact same time, he came in like in the last year. He came in the last year, dude. Right? He came in like, what the fuck was he gonna do? And he came in during COVID. Like this project was cooked to begin with. Did he not really help it that much once it launched? Yeah. But whatever. I wish I could spend more money on Diablo Immortal. I just can't stop consuming. I love it so much. Well, I don't understand. Actually, you know what? Actman, you bring up a good point. Why my thing is though, like why would you spend on Diablo Immortal when instead you could just get like hot Chinese gacha characters? Like, at least with that, you're getting something you like. At least with that, you're getting something you like. Spend it on LD instead. I don't ask for money, and I never will. Or at least I hope I never will have to. I hope I'll never have to. The only time I could ever see myself ever asking for any type of support is if I am hospitalized. If there's something that happened to me and it becomes a life or death situation where I'm like, guys, so I might be cooked. Do you want to save me or let me die? If not, that's fine. I get it. Anyway, see you next time. Spend it on PoE 2. True. Ackman did play PoE 2. He was playing with DM, with Darth. I remember that. Ackman doesn't play games with me. Actually, speaking of Actman, you know what? I just realized your fucking Call of Duty video included all these people that were talking shit about Black Ops 7, and you didn't include me. You didn't include me. There's a conversation to be had there. I ripped that game in half. Hashtag fake friend. Hashtag true. Hashtag true. Hashtag true. Hashtag real. Hashtag based. Okay, here's the thing. Have you ever heard of the concepts called scope creep? No, you just let me know that you like other content creators more than me. That's what it is. You just let me know. You put me on a totem pole. And I was at the bottom. In the ground. I was the support. The scope of the video can balloon to such a size that before the effort of editing comes in, it becomes overwhelming. Totem or a stripper pole? What the fuck? What the fuck, stripper pole? What? What? Oh, man. Hashtag collab? No, we're not friends anymore. We're not friends anymore. Are you just going to lay there on the soundboard? I'm surprised he didn't turn on the robot video or the robot sounds. Anyway, okay, I'm going to bed. Or not bed. I'm going to eat something and then play video games. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. It went on far longer than I would have imagined, and the only reason that it did was because I lost track of time and the timer on my stream stopped for whatever reason, so I actually have no idea, but it likely went almost 9 hours, which is fantastic, so that's just great. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the chat. If you guys did enjoy the chat, well, then you just come back next time and tell your friends and tell your mom and tell your dad. Actman, I'll probably talk to you in Discord here in just a minute. I'll give you a ring. Outside of that, my friends, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Have a very safe rest of your weekend. And I will catch you guys next week with all the videos and all the shit talking. Stay cool, stay righteous.